Guys, fucking goddamn Mercury fucking retrograde. Literally, the minute I press to go live, the internet drops. My luck. But that's okay. That's okay. Maybe we won't have that problem a second time. Maybe. All right. Can you guys let me know if you hear me now? I never know if you guys can hear me or not until I get confirmation. Everybody, Danny, she's high as a kite, which I approve of. All right. Perfect. Perfect. Thank God. Maybe the fucking internet. Maybe the internet will behave itself. Okay, so Danny, we'll just jump into it tonight. Fuck it. We're just gonna go fast and furious. Fast and furious. Eating a small stuffed crust pizza right now. I'm jealous. I have not had a small. I do not have a small stuffed crust pizza. I have wine, and I had mushrooms. That's all I've had. Okay, so Danny, you can ask your question. We're just gonna jump in. I mean, if you don't like stuffed crust pizza, then are you even human, right? Like, if you don't like stuffed crust pizza, then what the fuck is wrong with you? That's just my opinion. Let me get a list here real quick. Man, the jams are good tonight. I guess give me just 2 seconds, guys. Okay. I sort of kind of got it. If more people jump in, then I'll get them when I get them. Okay, we are off. Cheers, everybody. Happy Friday or wherever you are. If it's Saturday where you are, happy Saturday. If it's Friday where you are, happy Friday. Let me get the list here for you guys, just so you kind of guys get to know what's going on here. So this is the free list. All right. Now, so obviously, for those that are new to my channel, welcome. Hopefully the internet will behave itself tonight. Welcome to Human Innovation Tarot. My name is Eddie with Imagine Life Development Center. We are going to just jump straight in tonight. For those of you that are new to my channel, please like and subscribe. I would greatly appreciate it. In fact, I'm going to like myself because that's how I roll. If you don't like yourself, then who else? I mean, who else are you going to like, right? What am I forgetting? Nice to meet you too, Danielle. Sweet. Look at you guys. It's nice to know you guys are not the only people. Or that I'm not the only person, I should say, rather. That's out here on a Friday night. Okay, I got everybody added so far. All the way down to Sweet Millicent Carbuncle. All right, so here we are. Just really quick so everybody knows. If you want to skip the line, it's $5. $5 just skips the line. If you want a full-blown everything, you want to know all the things, $10 gets you in for all the things. And that's enough housekeeping for me. Here is the updated free list. I am on Danny right now. We're about to start with her. And then we're just going to go rapid fire through the list here. And just a heads up for all of you guys, I'm going to be here until I get tired. Is that everybody? Yeah, that's everybody. Okay. No, you don't have to repost. I can see. Okay, so there's the updated free list. All right, so just as mentioned, I'll be here until whenever. So if it's, 7 o'clock, 10 o'clock, I mean, if the sun's coming up, however long it is, it's just whatever it is. So I'm here until I don't want to be here anymore, which is fortunate for you guys. So what does that mean for those of you that want a reading? Well, it means this. If you guys have not been to my channel before, you don't know how this works with me, you're in for a treat. So I do things the way that I do things. When I get going, whatever comes through is whatever comes through. I don't limit myself to the messages and the things that come through. I don't see why anybody would. I'm not here to give you guys superficial tarot card readings. There's thousands and millions of other tarot readers on YouTube that will give you, and I don't mean superficial because it's bad. I mean, but if that's what you're looking for, then there's other readers who will give that to you. The purpose of my channel is to empower you to realize that you have the power to create the life that you want, for you to realize the power that you have. And until you own the power that you have and that you are, that's within you, in my opinion and my experience, you're going to continue to struggle with whatever the things are that you're struggling. So whatever the question is that you have, wherever you're here, whatever it is that you're wanting to know, I can tell you this. You're not going to get the answer. You're not going to find the thing. You're not going to have the thing. But whatever that thing is for you, it's not going to happen for you until you realize that the power is within you to create, become, do, be whatever is necessary to have that thing. And this is my number one major issue that I have within this community, because there's so much bullshit in the spiritual community. A lot of people who spiritually bypass, a lot of powerless people out there who want things. And I used to be one of those people until I wasn't, until I learned, right? That's the whole purpose of learning and gaining knowledge, is realizing that, hey, we can keep going around the same mountain. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing and expecting a different result, right? The only reason why you don't have the person, the thing, the money, the wealth, the happiness, the fulfillment, the house, the whatever the fuck the thing is that you want, the only reason you don't have it is because you've given your power away to something else. You have a belief. There's some part of you that believes that your power, that the answer, the thing that you want, is outside of you. You don't have the ability. You don't have or possess the capability to attract or manifest or create the thing that you desire. Or you're just attached to things that no longer serve you because those things were never meant to serve you, or they've already served you because they serve their purpose. And unfortunately, as humans, we have a hard time letting go of things that have served their purpose because we project onto those things, whether it's people, relationships, jobs, whatever it is, doesn't matter, family members, whatever the thing is, we project meaning onto those things. And unfortunately, those are disempowering meanings. So we get disempowering results because those things have served their purpose. It's done. It's over. It's in the past. It needs to be let go. It needs to be released. But we're still holding on to it because we haven't come, what's the way I want to say this? We can't embrace the fact that the reason that this person, place, thing, or whatever it is served a purpose to empower us in a way that we haven't realized yet, right? So, anyway, for those of you that are new here, the reason that I'm here, just to be clear, just to be crystal clear on my part, the reason I'm here is, one, I'm here to serve you. Two, I'm not here to serve you just because you have a superficial question, okay? And I don't mean that in a disingenuous way. I'm not here to be disingenuous to you, and I'm not here saying that the question that you have or the desire you have or the reason or whatever it is that you're asking, whatever that thing is you're asking about is superficial. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is that oftentimes the thing that we think that we're asking about, the question that we think that we have, the desire, the fulfillment, whatever that thing is, we only understand it from the level of perception of or awareness for where we are, right? Where our spiritual self, our higher self, the force that's beyond or higher and greater than us knows better than we do at our limited understanding, right? So I'm here to serve everyone's highest good, your higher purpose. I'm not here to serve a superficial purpose. I'm not here to give you a superficial answer. I'm not here to tell you what you want to hear. I'm here to be a channel, right? I'm here to allow whatever the divine wants you to know at the highest level possible. And until that purpose, or until I feel or know that that information has passed through me in the way that it desires to pass through me, then it's going to come through me. So, what does that mean for you guys? It means that if you don't want to wait, if you're impatient and you really have a pressing question that you really want answers to, then I highly recommend you jump the queue. Your $5, your $10 isn't going to change my life. But what it does tell me is that you care enough about whatever's going on in your life to attach value to it, right? Because free is free. And free is good. Free, I like free. Free shit is free shit. I like free. I'm human just like the rest of you. I like free shit. However, When you put a value on something because it's valuable to you, that's on a different level, right? So it's something to think about. Something to think about. If you don't want to wait, then jump the queue. That's what I'm telling you. If you don't want to wait, jump the queue. I'm going to be here for a while. So hopefully you guys are willing to camp out as long as it takes two. So that's all I'm saying. All right. So Danielle, we are, I wasn't, and also the second thing, I don't look at the chat box when I'm here. So when I'm looking here, this is my camera. Or when I'm looking over here, you'll see me. When I'm looking here, I'm looking at the chat. Because my chat's on a different screen. So you guys will know. When I'm looking this way, you're like, oh, he's looking at the screen. When he's looking here, he's not looking at the screen. Or if he's looking here, he's looking at the cards. So you'll know when I'm not seeing your comments. And there's times I'm not going to see your comments because once you've asked your question and I'm over here doing the thing, forget it. I'm just in the reading. I'm the channel. Okay, it's just coming through. All right. So, before I start with, now that I've given all the housekeeping rules, all the bullshit, we're going to officially start. Jean is here, everybody. Jean, really quick. This is the list that I have so far. Jean is my fierce, amazing, awesome, wonderful moderator. Everybody give Jean a shout out. Let her know that she is wonderfully appreciated. I love and appreciate Jean. She is selfless. I didn't ask her to do this. She did this. She does this on her own, which is amazing. And I love her for it. Okay, so Jean, there's the free list so far that I have. Okay. Now that I'm done with my speech, let me just get caught up on the chat queue here really quick. Danny asked a different question. Oregano oil is great. Honey or coconut oil, they help small heel cut. Okay. My mind was in a different place. You guys started talking about coconut oil. I was thinking about lubrication. So I'm like, of course. You guys are talking about healing cuts, and my mind's in the gutter thinking about sex. All right. I'm going to scroll up and find Danielle's question. I want to change my question. Is it time to move on from Rashad? I feel like it is time to do so. Okay, here we go, everybody. We are officially jumping in. We're going to find out if Danielle should move on from Rashad. But before we do so, cheers, everybody. TGIF. I am officially on vacation until after my birthday, which is September 7th, by the way. I am on vacation until September 9th. I just started vacation today. Long overdue vacation. But here we go. Enough about me. And I fucking love this song. Okay, so I'm going to say yes. You should definitely move on from Rashad. And I'm going to tell you why. I first of all, I think you already know why. So I think that this is really more of just a confirmation reading for you, Danielle. So in no specific order, I mean, obviously, you know, the cards are laid out in a specific order, but that doesn't mean anything, right? How I lay the cards out doesn't matter in terms of like the importance of the energies that they represent. Just for those who wonder about that, right? Like when you're doing tarot and all of that, and tarot readers use spreads, they put the cards in a certain arrangement and all of that. That doesn't mean anything. That's not necessary. You know, all that is just a way to remember what the question is that position represents. Just a little extra for those who care about that sort of thing. So, this is the thing that sticks out to me, Danielle. It's the sixth sense. This is your intuition that's been telling you. It's been telling you, like, it's been telling you that yes, you probably need to let this. How do I say this? You probably need to let things go for now, maybe, or to be detached. Detachment is the better way to say it, right? To hang on to something, to continue with something, to hold on to something, to let something go. All these terminologies, I don't like them because they're limiting to me. It's, you know, we don't know what can happen in the realm of all possibilities. We're conditioned to believe that people are going to behave a certain way, act a certain way, respond a certain way, all that kind of stuff, right? Most people are conditioned to believe the same way that everybody else thinks, right? Which is why everybody typically follows the same patterns of behavior that everybody else follows. But when you remove yourself from tribal thinking, from group think, when you remove yourself from the matrix, from the bullshit, the programming, the conditioning, the learned helplessness, all the things, and you step outside of that, and you the closer you get to the concept of true unconditional love and true oneness without the spiritual bypassing that the spiritual community, in my opinion and in my experience, is so well known for, you know, because there's a shit ton of spiritual bypassing in the spiritual community. A lot of people out there who buy crystals, they wear spiritual paraphernalia, they have tarot cards, and they act spiritual. You know, if you go to their house, there's spiritual shit all over their walls, they spiritual pictures and spiritual paintings and spiritual this and spiritual that, and they've got the lingo, they talk the lingo, everything is spiritual this and spiritual that. Well, you can pretend to be the most spiritual person in the world for all I care, but I don't know if you're true or not based on the results that you're getting in your life and based on your perception of the reality that you're living, right? Because no amount of things that you do in this reality, the 3D world that we live in, no amount of spiritual thing you do in this reality means that you actually have achieved a higher level of consciousness. It's no different than religious people, right? If you're religious, and I used to be a religious person, I grew up very, very, very fucking Christian. Like, Bible thumper, beat you over the head Christian, right? That's how I grew up. I grew up believing that there was a hell, that there was a heaven, and that there was a hell. I grew up believing that if you didn't believe in Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, you were going to hell, and you could not get to heaven any other way. There was one way to heaven, and that way was through Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, like the bumper stickers, right? I went to church every Sunday, all that kind of stuff. Well, having deconstructed from that belief system and having become drifted more into a spiritual belief system, I guess, for lack of better words, what I've realized is that the spiritual community, the people who aren't religious, but they're quote unquote spiritual, their struggle is different than the religious people, right? The religious people have a certain type of struggle that's different than the spiritual people. Sort of like Democrats and Republicans, right? It's very similar. It's very, very similar, actually. And I see a different level of helplessness in the spiritual community than I've recognized in the religious communities. And the reason that I'm bringing this up is because it's important to know that just because you claim to be a spiritual person doesn't mean that you are a consciously aware person. You can do a lot of spiritual shit. You can wear crystals. You can have crystals. You can have tarot cards. You can do a lot of things that look spiritual. But if it's not serving you, if it's not actually changing you, if it's not empowering you, if it's not giving you, if it's not helping you become a more powerful person, which means giving you or helping you turn inward to realize the power that you already have to create the outcomes in life that you desire, then it serves no purpose. It's bullshit. It's a facade. It's a fake. It's a fraud, right? I can't show you guys because my camera is fixed here, but if I turned it a little bit over here, you guys will be able to see. I have crystals. I have crystal necklaces. I have spiritual paraphernalia, just like any other spiritual person does. But my relationship to these things, just like my relationship to these cards, is very different. These cards don't tell me what to do with my life. These cards don't tell me what I want to hear. These cards don't give me anything. They're just a source of information. They're a point of contact through which I gain knowledge, basically, right? Like I consult these cards to get an honest answer about things that either I don't have information about, or things that I'm curious about, or things that maybe, if I'm being completely honest with myself, it's like, well, these cards are going to tell me the brutal truth. I can trust that when I pull out these cards, they're going to tell me a very, very brutal truth. They're not going to sugarcoat me. They're not going to lie to me. There's no, devious or false interest. There's no manipulation involved, right? It's not like dealing with a person where when you're dealing with another human being, maybe that person has a different intention or motive. Like maybe there's something else involved in the reason that they're interacting with you. Maybe they can't completely be trusted for some reason or another. Maybe you can't trust yourself for some reason or another, right? And this goes, if you guys have ever been to a live, if you've ever been here with me for a live reading, then you know that this is how this works. When you ask a question, you're not asking a question for you. You might as well be asking a question for the collective, because the collective is going to address your question on the collective level. That's just the truth. I don't choose these rules. Again, I'm just the medium. The minute these cards hit the table, I'm not here anymore. It's not about me. It's not about the way that I would read this. It's not about my time frame. It's not about any of that, right? What it's about something greater, something deeper, something more meaningful. And if we can lean into that, if we can embrace the fact that maybe, even though it's not your turn, it's not your question, this is something for somebody else, maybe it's not. Maybe the divine is divine enough, smart enough, intelligent enough, supreme enough to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, 10 birds with 1 stone, 1,000,000 birds with 1 stone. Because it already knows that you had a question. It already knows that you would be here tonight with whatever it is that's on your heart. The question or desire or the thing that you came here to know about. The burning question in your heart that you want to know about, right? The reason that you would come and consult the divine about ABC or XYZ. And sure, right now, we might be addressing Danielle's question, but what if it's not just Danielle's question? What if it's about your question? What if it's about my question? What if it's about the collective, right? And when we get to a place to where we can start thinking bigger and broader, then things will make more sense to us because we'll start to see and we'll start to understand. Like, yes, this is true for me. It's not just true for them. It's true for me. Right? So I implore you as the messenger, and please don't shoot the messenger, but I implore you as the messenger to be open to the possibility that everything happens for a reason, and that every person that is here tonight, that every question that is asked tonight is not just a question that's related to that person, but it's potentially a question that's related to you and why you're here. That maybe the reason that this person showed up tonight is not just for them. Maybe this person showed up for you. This person doesn't even have to know you, but maybe they showed up to ask a question that is similar in nature to something that you're going through. And even if it's not similar, because it doesn't sound similar, well, that's not my question. My question has nothing to do with their question. That's fine. But what if the information that's given and shared with them has everything to do with your situation if you are listening, right? There's a famous quote from a famous person in a very famous spiritual book called the Bible. And this person who's very famous was known as Jesus, Yeshua, Jesus the Christ of Nazareth, who was known for saying, he or she that has ears to hear, let them hear. If you have eyes to see, if you have ears to hear, let them hear. And it's very confusing because people didn't understand what the fuck he was trying to say. Like, what are you trying to say? You know, more often than not, the man was confusing than what he made sense. And he was intentional in doing this because he understood that those who understood spiritual truths would be able to discern those spiritual truths. Instead of just saying things in a way that made sense to people that just wanted superficial answers to their superficial questions, he hid answers, he hid truth within riddles, within metaphors, within parables that people had to think about. And the people that couldn't figure it out, they would leave stumped. Like, that doesn't make any fucking sense to me. But the people who got it, or the people who pressed in, or the people who followed him even when they were confused, like, I don't know, I didn't get it, I don't understand what he's trying to say completely, but I know that there's something to this, and then I can clearly see that this man is doing something that the average human being doesn't do, and I'm intrigued by it, so I'm going to follow it. He had a following. And there's a reason for his following, and it wasn't just because he did miracles and he healed the sick, he raised the dead, and he did the things. He had a following because of his messaging. It was his messaging that meant more than his miracles, because he was tested when it came to his miracles. It's true. The religious people came to him and said, if you are indeed the Son of God, as you claim to be, then perform your miracle. Do another one. In other words, give us another magic show. Give us another magic trick. You've done it once. You can do it again. Surely you can do it again. Show us another one of your magic tricks. But Jesus was all too wise. He was all too smart. He understood the trap. They were setting a trap for him, and he wasn't buying it. He's like, I'm not doing it. I'm not here to be your magician. I'm not here to do magic tricks for you. You don't get it. You don't understand. You're not in a position. You don't want to understand. Right? And that's the difference between us and them. What do I mean by us and them? Well, us and them could be very subjective. Us and them could be us and somebody else, literally, or us and another part of ourselves, right? I can't answer what that is for you, but what I can tell you is, again, the answers that you think that you're here for are probably not the answers that you're really here for. That I can almost guarantee you is true. And I know that a lot of people probably don't want to hear that. Or maybe you don't care. And that's fine. Wherever you are in your spiritual journey, I'm not here to judge you. But I'm not here to bullshit you either. Right? And so this is one of those moments, and I know we're just getting out of the gate. We're barely getting out of the gate, and Danny's like, why did he have to get off on a tangent with my question? Right? I can't help it. When the messages come, the messages come. And you may be the lucky or unlucky person who asks a question where it's time for a spiritual lesson, right? And so Danielle, her question elicited a spiritual lesson right out of the gate. Probably because Danielle is a very spiritual person, despite the fact that she doesn't fully embrace her spiritual power. She wrestles with it. And I know this not because I knew her on a deep or personal level, but because when you're connected to all things, you connect to all things. You sense things. You sense things that you wouldn't sense otherwise. And we all have our struggles. We all have something that we're evolving into if we choose, right? So there's two choices that we all have. You can choose the matrix. You can choose to stay plugged into the bullshit. You can choose to stay asleep, right? There's a scene in the Matrix, the very first movie, if you've seen it, where Cypher, this guy who betrays, all the other people, is sitting across from the agent, and he's eating a piece of steak, and he's making basically, he's essentially saying, hey, I will do the thing you want me to do. I will betray my own people, but this is what I want from you. I want to be reinserted back into the Matrix, and I don't want to remember everything. I want to own my own island. I want to have this. I want to have that. But the main thing that I want is I don't want to remember the real reality. It's like essentially somebody who becomes spiritually awakened who doesn't want to be spiritually awakened anymore. It's kind of like, man, I'm spiritually awakened and I understand the truth of what reality really is, and I don't like it. I want to go back to sleep. I want to go back to the ignorance of being asleep in the Matrix, not knowing any different, just being like everybody else, being part of the cookie cutter mold from which I came, right? Essentially, that's what that part of the movie was representing. And the agent says, sure, whatever you want, man. We'll hook you up. Whatever you want. You want to be back in the Matrix? You want a fucking island? You want whatever? Sure. We don't care. If you're going to betray your own people, no problem. We'll give you whatever you want. And the agents represent the ego. It represents everything that stands between us and our truth and our higher selves, right? So, it's just something for you guys to think about. All that to say, whatever it is that you've come here for, I can assure you that your question is probably not the truth of what your question really is about. You came here tonight because you think you wanted an answer about one thing. but potentially the answer that you need is not the answer that you want. And if you pay attention tonight, no matter whose question I'm on or what answer is being given, and I appreciate those of you that are patient enough to wait for the interpretation of your question, but I assure you that if you wait, the answer that you receive to your question, all this in between ranting and all this other shit that you're wading through, these are the things that are far more important than this. Whatever these cards say, yes, that'll scratch your itch. Like, okay, I had a question, I got an answer. And maybe that's good enough for you, maybe it's not. I don't know. Maybe you'll go to sleep and you wake up tomorrow, maybe you'll feel anxious about the same question. It's like, well, I realized that didn't really help me. You know, the feeling in my body didn't change because the spiritual tarot woo-woo person gave me a fucking answer. Right? I feel like that's most of us. Most of us get an answer and it doesn't change anything. That's why people come back again and 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 again, asking the same question, wanting to know about the same situations, right? And it's not because, again, those situations aren't important. I'm not trying to disqualify the importance of the things that are going through in your life that are important to you. But rather, we're not as powerless or helpless as we think that we are, despite whatever circumstances we're going through. Okay? So, back to Danielle's reading. And cheers. Happy birthday to my fellow Virgos out there. That's just a completely separate note out there. Happy birthday to my Virgos. And, I don't know. Whatever the things are. I love my people. I genuinely mean that. I love you guys. I love those of you who come here and stick around, and those of you that connect to the essence or to the message that goes beyond me. Because I'm no different than you. I'm a human being too. I have questions. I've wanted readings. I'm no different than you. But when I'm in this state, when I'm in this position, I have a responsibility. I choose to have a responsibility, I should say. I'm not forced to do this. I choose to do this. I choose to be in a responsibility where I allow something greater than me to come through me to serve something that's higher, serve something bigger than me. That brings me joy. That brings me fulfillment, because I feel like my life has a purpose now. My life has a meaning. There's something that I'm able to give, to contribute. I'm here to hopefully impact somebody or give something to somebody who needs something from whatever decides, whatever that forces the divine that wants to come through. So anyway, where was I? So back to Danielle's reading. So Danielle, so your question about Rashad. Everyone's like, Jesus fucking Christ. That's what I think myself, right? Like, holy shit. All right. So now that you've all had your Sunday sermon, and there will probably be at least one or two more before this is all done, back to Danielle's question about Rashad. So, Danny, I feel like you have intuitively, that the reason the 6th card is here, you intuitively know. Your intuition has been telling you something. And this is confirmation about the thing your intuitions are trying to tell you. What has it been trying to tell you? That the situation with this man is bringing chaos. It's not bringing peace. It's not bringing fulfillment. It's not bringing enlightenment. It's not serving you in a higher degree, right? Like if it's not adding value to your life, if it's not bringing peace value, if it's not serving something, if it's not creating growth or expansion, if it's just chaotic, right? If it's creating chaos or disharmony, if it's creating confusion, you know, if it's pulling you backwards, right? Or preventing you from utilizing your power, your creative forces, if it's keeping you stuck. We have the prisoner card at the bottom of the deck. Now, this really is more about him than it is you. I got that immediately when I saw this at the bottom of the deck. He is in a place where he is in prison right now. Why is he in prison? Because he needs to go through a spiritual awakening. That's what this card is showing. He needs to awaken to who he really is on a spiritual true level. And until he does that, he's stuck in the matrix, so therefore he is in prison. And anybody who's stuck in the matrix is in prison, by the way. Right? That's the whole point. And if you guys understand the concept of what the fuck the matrix really is, then you understand how it imprisons you. So then we have the release card. So this is Spirit telling you what your intuition has already been telling you, that if this man cannot add value to your life, if he can't help you progress or go higher or to expand, if this guy if he can't align with you on the level of consciousness and vibration that you exist on, then you need to release it. Right? What does release mean, by the way? Because this is one of those things that people don't like. And I understand why we don't like it, because when you have an emotional attachment, or you have a desire, we don't like to be told to let something go, to let someone go, to release the past. We don't like these words. Despite the fact that we hear it all the time. So what does it really mean to release something? Well, to release something just means to be detached from something. And to be detached doesn't mean you have to let something go. I'll give you guys an example. So for me, I believe in the concept of twin flames. Not everybody believes in the concept of twin flames. I do believe in the concept of twin flames. I met my twin flame by accident in 2021. I didn't know she was my twin flame until I actually met her. And I'm going to be brutally honest with all of you guys. In a way that I've never been brutally honest before in person. If you were my best friend, then you would know this. But I'm a very private person. I'm very introverted. I'm a Virgo. I'm a hermit. You know, for the most part, unless I have something that I feel needs to be shared to the collective or to the public, I'm in hermit mode. I'm an extroverted introvert. So my default is to go into my cave, and I like my cave. This is my cave. What you see, the little bit that you see on camera, this is my cave. This is, and this is where I spend most of my time, in my cave, studying my little hermit things, studying my esoteric, my occult shit, my spiritual shit, human behavior, psychology, doing my thing, right? I'm about to be 43 years old, so next Saturday, so on September 7th, Saturday or Sunday, whatever day that is, I'll be 43 years old, 43, letting my age out there, and I fully embrace my Virgo hermitness shit, right? I'm not going to go into my whole backstory and all the things, but it's taken me a really long time to get comfortable with being alone. And now that I'm comfortable being alone, I'm comfortable being alone. I like the fact that this is my space. I don't deal with a lot of shit. I don't deal with a lot of people. It's just me, myself, and source. And I'm good with that. But a few years ago, I was not this way. A few years ago, I was a very different person. Like, I've changed versions of myself. I've probably gone 10 different versions of myself in the last 4 years, maybe 5 years, 2019. So the tail end of 2019, like October-ish of 2019 until present, I've changed 10, 20, maybe 50 different versions of myself in the last 4.5 years. So from 2019 going into 2020, I was a totally different human being than I am today. And from 2020 going into 2021, I was a totally different human being, right? And so again, without going into all the whole backstory and all the things, I met my quote-unquote twin flame in 2021. But I didn't know. I didn't know until I knew. And when I knew was when I had a physical encounter with her, which, if I'm going to be completely honest with you, I thought it was just going to be a hit it and quit it. We met online. She was flying out to California for her birthday, and then she was going to, her connecting flight was where I am in Atlanta. And so she stayed here. She rearranged her flight plans to where she would be here for 24 hours. And so we met up, we hooked up, and I'm just thinking it was a hit it and quit it thing because that's where I was. I was in a hit it and quit it phase of my life. I'm just being real with you guys. But the minute that, before anything even happened, when we had conversations prior, obviously, we had many conversations prior to meeting in person. But when I picked her up from Atlanta airport in person, so this is the first encounter I had with this woman in person. The minute that my eyes saw her, physically saw her, right? She, and I just pulled up in front of the airport and she just got into my car. So, that was the first moment. The minute that my eyes saw her in physical form, something that I cannot explain to you, there was a knowing, there was a sensation, there was a feeling that transcends every other type of feeling or experience that I ever had. Now, conversely, after we were intimate, there was a spiritual euphoria that I experienced that the thought of it makes me emotional. I experienced something that I wish every human being could experience at least once in their life. The divine, God, source, the universe, like the tangible experience of something, a force that you cannot understand. That is you, and you are that force. But yet I'm experiencing it with her. Right? Why did this woman, what was it about her that was creating this experience with me? And there's a lot more to that story, by the way. I'm just giving you guys a little bit of a backstory in this. And the reason I'm sharing this with you is because, again, I understand as a human being why we're motivated with the questions that we have. Why sometimes we end up in situations and circumstances and with people, soul contracts, things that we feel drawn to, things that are not so easily let go, right? And it's easy for other people to judge us. It's like, well, you should, this person is this and it's that and blah, blah, blah. You should just do this. You should just, what's the saying, the old saying that opinions are like assholes? Everyone has one, right? That's true. this is the place that we all need to be in. So going back to the reading, and again, this reading that we're starting out here with for Danielle is not just for Danielle, but perhaps maybe it's a reading for me, for you, and for everyone else. That our intuition never lies to us, because our intuition is that force. Our intuition is the part of us that is connected to and is that thing that only knows divine truth. It can never lie to us. It can't deceive us. It's not like our brain or our ego that wants to keep us safe, that wants to keep us, protected and all that shit. So, with all of that being said, maybe you're having an experience in your own life, in your own way, with whatever that is for you, that is similar to an experience that maybe I've expressed, or an experience that maybe something like this reading for Danielle's is going through. Who knows? But again, when we trust this, when we learn to trust our intuition, that's where all of our power is. But most of us are so used to listening to our ego because that's where we've been, and that's what we've been conditioned into our entire lives. Trust your head, not your heart. Trust your head, not your heart. Trust your head, not your heart. Emotions are bad, right? Emotions and feelings are bad. Logic is good. Feelings bad, logic good. That's, at least here in the Western culture, that's how it seems. Now, I could be wrong about that, but I don't think I am. I think that's true to form for most people, at least in my experience. Anyway, I digress. So, Danielle. Right now, Danielle, you're being told to release. Release just means to detach. That's what stirred this whole side rant that I got off on, by the way. I just remembered. Release doesn't mean you have to flush someone down the toilet. Release just means that for now, detach. And detach just means to become a neutral observer of the circumstances. It means stop trying to control an outcome. Stop investing in something. Stop giving energy to something and become neutral. You're not coming to any conclusions anymore. You're just observing. You're just like, hey, you know what? What happens if I step away? What if I just step back and I just observe? Like people watching, right? Like you're at Starbucks, you go out, you get your drink, you sit outside or you're inside, whatever, and you people watch. You're just people watching. You're not telling people what to do. You're not telling people what they can or can't do. You're just there. You're observing your surroundings. That's all you're doing, right? That's what release really means. It's not telling you have to let this person go. You have to give up on them. You have to give up on the possibility that there'll ever be anything that ever happens with them, right? Which is, again, the whole reason I go into the whole twin flame dynamic thing is because that's where I am. That person that I was talking about that I know is my twin flame, well, she betrayed me. I'm not going to go into that whole story, but she betrayed me a year and a half ago. And the normal thing to do when somebody betrays you is to say, fuck you, and kick them to the curb and you never go back to it again, right? But that's not what my spirit told me to do. My spirit says, hey, look, punishing somebody for the absence of a level of consciousness that they haven't achieved is ridiculous. It's like punishing a newborn baby for the fact that they're not operating or functioning at the level of a 15-year-old. Who does that? If you just gave birth to a newborn baby, do you smack that kid? Do you punish that child? Because it's like, hey, I just gave birth to you. You're 1 week old, and I'm going to punish you because you don't act like a 10-year-old. You don't act like a 15-year-old. What the fuck's wrong with you? You're broken. You're worthless. You just sit here, you drool, and you cry. You serve no purpose. What's wrong with you? No, we don't do that with newborn children. That's ridiculous, right? Some people are newborn babies spiritually. They don't have the conscious understanding. They don't have the level of awareness that some of us have. Does that mean that we should punish them? Or, maybe not, right? What if it's not about punishment? What if it's about understanding that a better way is to simply detach from that situation, meaning we no longer feed energy to that situation. And by removing our energy, and by, removing ourselves from it, we're no longer hurting ourselves, which is what we need, what we should do, because we should love ourselves, we should care about ourselves, we should have boundaries. So removing ourselves from something that isn't serving us is in our highest good. But what if removing ourselves and having boundaries doesn't mean we have to punish the other person or cut off all possibilities that maybe one day, and at least in this case, with in Danielle's sense, because Danielle is serving as our template for the rest of us going into this tonight. Thank you, Danielle. Thank you, Danielle, for being the template, for being, what's the other word I want to use here? For being the example that I can use for the rest of us that we can follow in your footsteps tonight. That, hey, people can change. Do you want to know one of the most painful things that I ever went through in my life? I'll tell you one of the most painful things that I ever went through in my life. And I don't care if you don't want to hear it or not, because I'm going to tell you whether you fucking want to hear it or not. Cheers. Many years ago, 11, almost 12 to be approximate, I was married to my ex-wife, who I was married to. I knew her. We were married 10 years, but we were together 11. And one of the last times I ever saw her in physical form, we were standing in a parking lot. And so here's this woman that I had been with for, basically 11 years. And the woman inside of her speaking to me was a complete stranger. So obviously, I recognized her physical form, but the woman that was speaking from within her was a complete stranger. It wasn't my ex-wife, my best friend that I knew for 11 years. It was a complete stranger. And she said, "Eddie, you will always be who you are. You will never change." Essentially is what she said. And she said some other very hurtful things, and then she left. A lot of times people believe in that lie. We think that people can't change. We think that the experience that we have with the version that somebody is right now is the version of that person that they're always going to be. When the truth is, whether you like it or not, whether they like it or not, they're going to fucking change. Change is the only absolute that exists. But we think that people don't change because when we're entangled with them, we see what we want to see. We experience things through a projected lens, right? We're not necessarily outside of it viewing what's really going on as a result of many things that are affecting that person's life, because we're not the only thing that it's affecting that person's life. And so, is it true that some people change for the better and some people change for the worse? Absolutely. But people change. Change is the only absolute. There is no such thing as a person that doesn't change. People fucking change. So, why is that important to know? Because when you detach and you release, you're allowing, in this case for Danielle, you're allowing the higher power, a force greater than you, to come into your situation and change whatever needs to change. It's up to you to decide if you're going to participate in the divine's plan for that situation and that choice that you're making. That's the Seven of Cups in tarot, by the way. I know we're not using tarot cards specifically. That's not the deck of cards that I'm using. But in tarot, the Seven of Cups is a bunch of different choices because you have free will. I have free will. Well, if you make a choice and you're like, this is what I want, the divine says, okay, cool. That's what you want? Cool. I have no problem with what you want, right? So the divine, the universe always has your back, regardless of what you decide. You're like, I want to go fuck up my life. The universe is like, cool, go fuck up your life. I got your back. You're like, I don't want to fuck up my life. I want to level up. I want to be this, that, and I want to do all thing, whatever. I want to be a healthy human being. The universe is like, cool, great. I got your back. The universe has your back. Whether you're a fuck up or whether you're not a fuck up, it doesn't matter. The universe has your back, right? Isn't that kind of cool to know that no matter what you decide to do with your life, the universe has your back? I think so, right? Because that's the beauty of the divine. The divine has your back no matter what the fuck you do. Whether you fuck up, whether you fail, whether you're a drunk, whether you're not a drunk, whether you're a cheater, whether you're not a cheater, whether you're a murderer, whether you're not a murderer, it doesn't fucking matter. The universe never fucking gives up on us. We might give up on us. We might do dumb shit. We might do so much dumb shit that we we devolve and devolve and devolve. We might get to the lowest possible form and version of ourselves that we could ever think was possible, right? Like Adolf Hitler didn't come out of the womb as this terrible evil man who wanted to create a second world war and oppress the Jews. That wasn't who Adolf Hitler was born as. He became that person, right? And he became that person because of a lot of shit that happened to him that we don't really know about. Now, historians have, an idea about why he was this evil human being because of things that potentially may have happened to him when he was younger. But the point is evil people don't come out of the womb as evil people. They learn to become evil, right? They choose to become evil because of things that have happened to them, right? But even in their evilness, the divine, which is unconditional love, does not give up on them, right? That's just how it is. So, in the situation for Danielle, since she is kind of our example coming out tonight, she is the template, the example here of the question that she brings. So in her situation, her sixth sense was telling her that what she needed to know all along. How many of you have not trusted your intuition, even though your intuition was telling you, hey, you should probably do this, you should probably do that, right? I'm guilty of that. We have to learn to listen to our intuition when our intuition is telling you, hey, this isn't healthy for you right now. It's not healthy for us right now. Why? Because it's bringing chaos into our life. And when something brings chaos into our life, then it's going to affect every other part of our life, right? And anything that prevents us from growing or expanding in our own evolution and serving our own purpose in life, that's chaos. And that in the minute that we're contracting or something in our life is creating a level of resistance that is not changing, no matter what you do, it's time for us to release that resistance. However, releasing something doesn't mean you have to give up on it eternally. It doesn't mean like, hey, never again for the rest of our lives, that person, that situation, that thing can't change or come back at some point. It just means that for right now, today, in this moment, it's not. Right now, in this moment, it's time to release it, which means become a neutral observer, become detached, right? It means release your judgment of it, release your energy from it, become neutral. You're not projecting good, you're not projecting bad. You're just in a neutral space. And neutrality is very hard for most people. And then underneath that, so in order, we had the prisoner. Why? Because this guy, Rashad, is a prisoner. He isn't awakened. He needs to go through an awakening. And until he goes through awakening, he's stuck in the matrix, which is the prison. The higher power is involved, though. This is the beauty to me. This is the card of hope. When this card shows up, and there's about 82 cards in this deck that I have created here for myself, this card here is one of the best cards in this deck that could come out of 82. Because it's saying a higher power is involved in this. The divine has chosen to get personally involved in this situation. What is it doing? It's bringing destruction. We think destruction is bad, but sometimes destruction is needed. The best version of who you are is not here, doesn't exist because you woke up one day and you manifested it. It's because you were destructed your way into that version of yourself. That's why in tarot, the Tower card is the most feared card, but it's also one of the best cards. Why is it one of the most best cards if it's one of the most painful cards? Well, because when the Tower blows shit up, it almost guarantees, if we allow it to, for something better to evolve as a result, which is the Star. So you go from the Tower to the Star card. The Star is the card after the Tower. And the Star is the result of what happens after the Tower, if we allow it to, right? And essentially that's what this situation is alluding to in its own way for Danielle. So, Danielle, I'm speaking to you now, personally, not broad spectrum. Your question was about Rashad. The answer is, right now, it's not a good time for you and him. Like whatever the situation is for you, it's not, if it's not bringing you peace, if it's not adding value to your life, it's not helping you evolve, if it's not helping you expand, if it's not helping you create or get yourself out there, then it's not for you. Spirit is saying the best thing for you to do is, at the very least, let it go for now, release yourself from it, become a neutral observer, and allow God, Source, the Universe, Spirit to do its thing. And hopefully, He will realize, as a result of meeting you, He will realize and come to a spiritual level of awareness and awakening, which will hopefully free him from this prison of the matrix that he's been in. But right now, I do not think that the situation with him is serving you or your highest good. And I feel like the more that you give your energy to this situation with him, then he's basically going to pull you into the vortex of his own destruction. He needs this. This destruction energy is what he needs. He needs to go through a deconstruction. You do not need to go through a deconstruction. You do not need to be pulled into his vortex of destruction. Unfortunately, a lot of people want to cling on to other people who are about to get hit with the tower, right? And it's like, you don't want to be near somebody when the tower falls. Like when the Tower card in tarot comes out, when the bomb's about to go off and their life's about to get blown up, you don't want to be anywhere near their shit when that happens. It's like, you're going to be far away. Like, I don't want any part of that, you know, because you're just going to be collateral damage. You have you're going to benefit nothing from their tower. Their tower is meant for them. You attaching your energy and riding that out with them, I'm going to go through the tower with them. Well, now you're just choosing to be a martyr for no reason, because there's not really any benefit that you're going to get from that, because the tower wasn't meant for you. The tower was meant for them. And we need to get to a place in our spiritual evolution where we understand that tower moments are necessary for other people, even if they're people that we love and we care about, because that's the only way that people learn. Unfortunately, sometimes people get it, but very rarely. Most people have to go through a fucking tower moment to go through a spiritual awakening, right? It's just the way that we are as human beings. So, so with that being said, let's take a look at this for you. So let's just take a peek at some advice. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Okay, you can't make this shit up. And for those of you that are watching and paying attention, I want you guys to notice something. I want you guys to notice how this works. Because again, if you're paying attention, you'll understand. If you're not, then that's fine, but you're missing out on so much that you could be learning from. I want you to see how God, source, the universe, and spirit, whatever you call it, answers. Because I don't choose these cards. You guys are watching me shuffle. I didn't pick these cards out. These cards flew out on their own. So for Danielle, new life. This is what you have coming towards you. Okay? This is where Spirit wants you to go. This is where Spirit wants to take you. Spirit wants to take you to this. A new life. And this card to me has kind of what's the word I want to use? This card has a it has an unspoken, like, Ten of Cups, Ten of Pentacles vibe attached to it. Like, the universe doesn't come and say, hey, I want to hook you up with a new life. And it's like, I'm going to send you to the Motel 6 in the fucking ghetto. You know what I mean? Like, the universe isn't like, hey, I'm going to give you a new life, but, you know, go live in a shithole, right? That's not how the universe works. The universe is always looking to bless us at the highest level the highest level at which we will allow. So we are only limited to the limitations of our own beliefs about what we feel we deserve. And so whatever it is that we feel we deserve, the universe will allow us to deserve it, because that's our choice. And the universe does not violate our choice in whatever it is we feel we deserve, right? So essentially, for many of us, the only reason that you're not a millionaire is because you don't feel worthy of being a millionaire, right? And so for example, even for me, it's like, I think about being a millionaire in my mind, I feel resistance. There's a part of me at a very, very deep level. I mean, yes, logically, I would say, yeah, of course I've won $1 million. That's, of course, give me a fucking $1 million. But subconsciously, I don't believe I'm worthy of being a millionaire. I can feel it. If I'm truly, truly, truly honest with myself, I feel that little bit of resistance in me subconsciously, which means there's something there. There's a unconscious belief that I have that resists. That's what resistance means. There's a resistance, a pushback to that that belief, or to that blessing, or whatever you want to call it. But for Danielle, the Spirit is saying, because this is the advice, this is the situation. All these cards appear about her situation. We've already talked about. But the advice for her here, or the outcome, Spirit's saying, hey, look, I'm taking you to a new life. I'm trying to move you into a new life if you will allow. If you're willing to allow me to... How do I say this, Danielle? The universe is wants to make you a proposition, right? The universe is coming to you and saying, as hard as it is for you to perhaps believe that this is possible, what if, a huge what if I could proposition you into a life that you don't believe is possible for you? What if I told you that life could be like this? A, B, C, X, Y, Z. And you're like, that sounds really amazing, but that sounds a little far-fetched for me. Like, I just don't see how I could ever have a life like that. And the universe is like, I understand, I know. I understand that you don't think that you can have that, but what if you could? What if you gave me a chance to prove to you that you can indeed have that? Right? And so all you need is a little bit of faith, and all the universe needs is a yes from you. All the universe needs from you is a little participation and a little faith from you that, hey, there's a life that you can't imagine having that the universe wants to lead you to. However, right now, there's chaos and conflict. And it's interesting. We have the chaos and conflict card, and we have the chaos card from this deck over here. Again, this is why you can't make this shit up. Because I didn't choose this card. This card flew out on its own, just like that card flew out on its own. So when we have two cards saying the same thing, that's the beauty of how this shit works. Because when you're connected to Spirit and what Spirit is wanting to say, you get the truth. Whether you want to accept the truth or not is a different story, and that's just for everybody, okay? That's not just for Danielle. That's for anybody. The truth is only the truth, or let me say it this way. The truth can only set us free when we embrace the truth. If you don't embrace the truth, then the truth isn't going to do shit for you. You're going to keep on believing whatever the fuck you want to believe, and you can keep believing the delusion, the illusions, the lies, the bullshit, and you can hang on to the, well, I didn't like that answer. That's not the answer that I wanted. That's not what I wanted to hear. Well, great. Then fuck you, Spirit. You know, I wanted this answer, and you didn't tell me the thing that I wanted to hear. So I'm going to just stay here and keep going around the mountain until I learn my fucking lessons. A lot of people do that. Right? So what Spirit is saying for Danielle, because that's not who Danielle is a change is in the wind. So this is beautiful, Danielle. So Spirit is saying, hey, look, I'm moving you to a new life. I want to bring you into this beautiful new life. You have been going through a period of chaos and conflict, but a change is in the wind. Things are about to change for you. However, there's always a but. There's always an exception. And the exception is never-ending story. You're overthinking things. You're stuck in your head. The never-ending story is an energy of when we have not released or let go of the narrative, the meaning, the story, the narrative that we have about whatever the situation we're going through. And so what Spirit is saying is it's time to release and let go of the story. You got to get out of your head. You got to release the story from your ego and get out of your head. And stop reliving it. Stop thinking about it. Stop ruminating over it. Stop thinking, well, what if this, and what if that, and what if this, or what if this, or whatever the story is for you, right? And we all do this, by the way. This isn't just Danielle. We all do this. At the bottom of the deck, we have by the book. So this is an interesting conclusion, which is also card number 11, which is a master number in numerology. So what this card is seeing has more to do with the energy attached to the master number 11 than it has to do with the title of the card itself, right? And if you look at this card, we have this teeny tiny baby elephant growing into kind of like a semi-mature elephant, and then it's evolved into a full-blown elephant, right? And so what it shows us here on the card is a process, a progress, a procession of growth. And this card is talking about spiritual mastery, because that's what the master number 11 has to do with. It has to do with spiritual mastery. And so what the by the book card really means in this context for Danielle is really opting out or trading the ego, the mental processes of allowing the ego to run the narrative and the story in exchange for a spiritual evolution of, if you can let go, if you can release the mental conflict that's attached to this whole situation, what spirit is promising you is a new life by taking you through a spiritual process of evolution to become something that you never thought you could become, to do things that you never thought you could do. Let me say that again. Spirit wants to take you through a process of leading you through changes and things in your own life that you never thought you could do to become someone you never thought you could be, which is far more valuable and far more important to you and the collective than you hanging on to the story, the disempowering story, I should say, that is continuing the unnecessary cycle of chaos and conflict that you've been experiencing, because it's all tied up into something that you can't control anyway, right? You can't control this situation anymore. Your level of influence and power in this situation with Rashad is out of your control. It's in the hands of the divine now. And until you release and let go and you let the divine deal with Rashad once and for all, and your hands are off of it once and for all, because this God, source, the universe, spirit is saying, hey, I want your hands on you. I don't want your hands on this thing, this person, this situation that I'm dealing with. I want your hands on you. I want your hands on your life. I want your hands on the things that I want to do for you, the life that I'm trying to lead you to. I want your hands on the things that are bringing change into you, the things that are bringing spiritual evolution to you. Those are the things that I want your hands on. I don't want your hands on the things that are bringing destruction, chaos, conflict, and a bunch of bullshit and drama. Well, of course you were diagnosed with anxiety in 2018. Of course you were. This is why you were diagnosed with anxiety in 2018. Because an unconscious part of you realized, the human part of you realized that you could get your needs met by having anxiety. And we all have what are called quality problem, safe problems and quality problems, basically, right? Like, we develop problems that empower us, essentially, because those problems meet our needs. So our brain is really fucking smart. The ego is very intelligent. The ego will find a way in all of its powers to empowering you. Right? The ego is going to find a fucking way. It always finds a way. Ego always finds a way. It's like, hey, I know how we can get our needs met. Well, we'll just have a diagnosis. We'll just have an anxiety attack. We'll just have a this. We'll just have a that. We'll just have a this, whatever the thing is. The ego will figure out a fucking way. Right? And you're not unique to that. Many people have that. So the beauty, though, of that is you are not your diagnosis. You are not the problem. You have anxiety. You have this. That's bullshit. All that is bullshit. Complete bullshit. You don't have anxiety. You don't have this. You don't have that. Your ego created that because your ego knew that was a good way for you to meet your needs. And just because your needs are getting met doesn't mean that those needs getting met or empowering you in a way that's helpful for you. A lot of times our needs get met in a way that are very disempowering, right? Like that's what happens with alcoholics. Well, alcohol is meeting my needs. Sure it is, but it's fucking up your life, right? Same thing with drugs, same thing with sex, same thing with toxic relationships. It doesn't matter what the thing is. All that it matters is that our ego understands that thing is just meeting a set of needs that we have. It doesn't care that it's, helping us to become the best version of ourselves or keeping us in a very stuck, disempowered, and in suffering place, right? So you're not that. You don't have an anxiety disorder. You don't have bullshit. There's nothing wrong with you. You're going through a process of spiritual evolution if you allow and you trust the divine to lead you through the process of spiritual evolution. That's what you're going through. And that's what all of this down here, the advice, the outcome, all this down here is about. It's about knowing that the universe is taking care of you. The universe has a new life for you. That you are in good hands, you're in the best hands, and that everything that you need is going to be taken care of. But you have to let go, you have to release, and you have to trust. That's what your advice is. So, to come full circle, to answer your question about Rashad specifically, I would say, in my humble opinion, my humble advice is right now, the time, what you need to do with the situation is to become a neutral observer, to release, to step back, to take your hands off the situation, hand it over to the divine, and say, I'm just going to be a neutral observer. And I'm going to let the divine deal with this man, and whatever happens is with whatever happens, but I'm not going to put my life on hold, sitting around, waiting, hoping, wishing, fantasizing, all that bullshit. I'm going to move on with my life and keep moving in the direction I need to move while I allow the universe to deal with him the way that he needs to be dealt with, right? That's the advice here. It's not to wait around, but it also doesn't mean you have to cut him off and never like, hey, I'll never talk to this guy again. I'm going to block him, fuck him, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't have to mean that either. It just means, hey, I'm just going to go into neutral observer mode. I'm going to go focus on myself, focus on my life, and I'm going to allow the universe to do what the universe can do with him. But I'm also going to invite the universe to come into my life and take me to this beautiful new place that it's saying it wants to take me. Because whatever this place is, this new life is the promised land. Again, 10 of Pentacles, 10 of Cups energy is attached to this card. The new life is the new life. A brand new life with all brand new things. It's anything and everything that you can imagine. But you have to be willing to let go and trust the divine in that process. Because it's not going to the universe is not going to violate our free will. Right? The universe isn't going to force us to make a decision or a choice. Right? So, lots of lessons for all of us in that reading, myself included. Lots of information to digest and process. And hopefully with that, the rest of you guys who have questions about things, hopefully, if any of that information resonated with you all, you can sit with that and apply it to the question that you feel that you wanted to ask. And if it does resonate with you, then it gives you all an opportunity to perhaps reframe or ask a different question than the one that you thought you were going to ask in the first place. right? I can only speak for myself, but I will tell you all this. When I get a reading done, which I only really have one person that I trust to do readings for me at this point, because she's just fucking amazing. But you're welcome, Danny. I appreciate you too, my friend. I try to the best of my ability to really think about the question that I'm going to ask. And my approach to that question is this question really empowering me or disempowering me? Like, is it just going to give me some useless information? Or is the question that I'm asking something that is going to give me an insight or an answer that I can grab hold of and apply and run with? Right? Is it applicable? Is it actionable? Is it something that's within my control that's going to help me create a result within my own life? Because I am the only thing that I can control. I can't control what other people do. I can't control circumstances and situations outside of myself, right? So if I were you guys, again, this is just my personal advice to you, is I would think about the question that you have, that you want to ask, and frame it through that lens. Is this the question that I really need an answer to right now? Or is this just a surface level question, right? Like, what does such and such think about me? Does it fucking matter what they think about you? Is it really going to change anything to know what someone thinks about you? And I'm just giving you an example. Probably not, because you can't control what someone thinks about you, right? If they like you, they don't like you. They think you're an asshole, they don't think you're an asshole. They think you're wonderful, they don't think you're wonderful. You can't fucking control it. It doesn't matter what someone thinks about you. It's outside of your control. You cannot change that. They're going to think however they think about you. You knowing how they think about you is irrelevant, because how they think about you can change. You're not going to be there if it changes, because you're not living in their head. It's really like a pointless question, right? It doesn't really serve a purpose, in my opinion. It's not empowering you. The best questions to ask are questions where you have power, or questions that empower you to create outcomes that are within your control to create. And if it's outside of your control, or if it's outside of your ability to create or influence, then those questions, in my opinion, are disempowering questions. And those are questions that I personally wouldn't ask if I were you. But I'm not here to tell you what you can ask or don't ask. I will answer any questions that you guys have. I'm just simply telling you that if I was going to get an answer about an important question, I would want to make sure that the question is actually important, right? Because a lot of people ask very unimportant questions. It's not going to change your life whether you know the answer to that or not, because it's outside of your control. You can't do anything about that. And if you can't do anything about it, then what the fuck is the purpose of worrying yourself with it, right? You're involving yourself in something that you can't influence, change, control. It doesn't matter whether you know the answer or you don't know the answer to it. And that's just the reality. That's not me trying to be an asshole. It's just the truth. You know, a lot of people are worried about lots of things. Getting stressed out, burnt out, hurt, all kinds of unfortunate things that people go through because they're worried about a lot of shit that they shouldn't be worried about, right? You're involving yourself in things energetically that you have no reason to be involving yourself in, energetically speaking, right? So hopefully that makes sense. Anyway, so we are moving on. Where are we at? Okay, so next up we have hello, hello. If you are still here, my friend, you are next. Also, just want to say welcome everybody. Welcome to Human Division Tarot. My name is Eddie with Imagine Life Development Center. Appreciate all of you guys. Also, cheers. Guys, give it up for my moderator, Jean. She is fucking spectacular. Literally, this woman is fucking spectacular. She's badass. Okay, I just got to scroll up and find the question. This is why I love her. Anything important I need to know? Okay. I'm here. Anything important you know? Okay. Anything important you need to anything important you need to know about what? Can you be a little more specific? I mean, you don't have to be, but I'm just the more specific you can be, the more quality that you will get out of your reading. If you leave it very general, you're going to get a very general reading, which may not be what you were expecting. Clarity is key. When you can be clear in life, the more clear you can get about whatever the thing is in your life, the more precise you can be. Okay, just general. So you just want a general reading. That's fine. Fair enough. We'll give you a general reading. No problem. All right, so we'll do a general reading for you. All right, general reading. Let's see what hello needs to know. Ooh. My first card out you have is Feet of Destiny. That's powerful. That's like the Wheel of Fortune. So there's something that's about to happen in your life that is fate, it's destiny, it's serendipity. It's good fortune. Let's see we're going to see what this all ties into. Next card out, we have decisions. So you have choices to make. You have decisions and choices to make about the direction that you are about to go in or opportunities that are about to come to you. And we have the illumination card. So this could mean a few different things. It could mean either that you're about to go through, okay, now at the bottom of the deck we have mask. So, as I say, my big disclaimer is always don't shoot the messenger, because I'm not gonna bullshit anybody when it comes to this channel or the readings that I give. The mask. So we're gonna come back to this illumination card here in just a second, because this is kind of like the cornerstone of your reading here. The mask card is here basically saying that there's a part of you, your life, or the people, the environments that you're in, the people you surround yourself with. There's some element of your life that is inauthentic, right? When we wear a mask, it's because we're trying to hide something. We're trying to pretend to be something that we're not. There's a level of inauthenticity there. It doesn't mean that we're trying to do anything malicious, right? Because people that wear masks aren't always malicious people. sometimes we just don't feel comfortable in our own skin. Um, you know, I wore a mask for most of my life because I was a very introverted person who felt very weird and awkward around the rest of the world because I didn't relate to the rest of the world. So I just tried to fit in where I could fit in instead of just being who I really was, right? And that's a lesson that I've had to learn as I've gotten older, and it's actually part of my challenge in life. If you're familiar with astrology, your north node kind of represents whatever that thing is. So my north node is in Leo, which is all about me learning to be authentic, stop hiding myself, right? I'm just giving you an example here. So the energy that you have here at the bottom of the deck is underlying everything. There's some part of your life, family, friends, community, whatever this relates to. There's some form or degree of inauthenticity, right? And everything shows up for a reason. So this isn't just showing up just to say, hey, you're being you're not being true to yourself. And I just wanted you to know. No, it ties in. It's important to know. Everything that's here that comes out is important to know. So, the universe wouldn't say something to you if it was just there's no reason for it, is what I'm trying to mean. So illumination. The reason that the illumination energy is here is because, again, you have this fated energy. You have destiny. You have fate. There's something here that wants to unfold in your life. However, you have free will. You have a decision to make. But your decisions are being influenced. There's a tug of war between the truth, the spiritual truth, the illumination, right? What is real versus what is fake. And when we're making a decision, we have a decision to make about our life and the direction of our life, whether it's relationship, whether it's career, whether it's moving, it doesn't fucking matter. Whatever that thing is in our life, if there's a tug of war between what is real and what is fake, then we end up in this place of confusion. That's all confusion is. Confusion is the result of one of two things. Confusion is either the result of the absence of understanding or knowledge in general. Like, we just don't know what we don't know, so we don't know what to do, right? Like, I don't really know a whole lot about cryptocurrency or the stock market. So if I was to jump into the stock market and try to invest in whatever, I'd probably fail because I don't understand the stock market. I don't have knowledge about that. So I'm ignorant, I'm stupid, I'm foolish. I don't have no knowledge about that, about how the stock market works. So, my decisions are going to be flawed based on the absence of knowledge about whatever that thing is. Now, the second reason that we end up confused is because of this other dilemma. Well, we are stuck between either inauthenticity and truth. There's a truth, there's our intuition, our gut, our deepest knowing, our longing, our heart, whatever word you want to call it. There's a part of us that always knows the truth because it's connected to spirit. There's a part of us that is one with the divine ultimate truth. It knows what is true. It knows what is false. It knows what's right for us. It knows what's not. And when we trust it and we consult it, just like the saying says, your intuition will never lead you wrong, your gut will never lie to you, all that kind of thing. That's true. That's what illumination is. Illumination is being illuminated to what is true. Just like the saying in the Bible, the truth sets us free. Well, the truth can only set you free when you allow the truth to be what it is. And the only reason that we don't know what the truth is because we're not ready to receive the truth. Like, some people don't want to know what the truth is. Some people don't want to hear the truth. Some people don't want to know, like, wait, I would have to do this. I would have to become that. I would have to do this work. I would have to, whatever the thing is. They don't want to hear the truth because the truth often requires accountability and responsibility. The truth always turns whatever the situation is that we're going through back onto ourselves. And people don't like that. People don't want to have the responsibility placed back on their shoulders. Like, oh, wait, I don't have love because it's my fault. I don't have more money, more wealth. I don't have this. I don't have that. I'm not living. I'm not happy. I'm not fulfilled because of me. And essentially, the universe is like, yeah, I mean, for more or less, yes. I mean, if we're going to oversimplify it, then yes, that's essentially the truth. And we're like, well, that sucks. Nobody wants to hear that, right? Because that's not how we're trained. That's not how we're conditioned. We've been indoctrinated into what's called learned helplessness, which is, no, somebody else is supposed to rescue us. Somebody else is supposed to make us happy. The job outside of us, more money, a bigger bank account, a man or a woman or children or this or that. Everything, our happiness, our fulfillment, our purpose, the meaning of life, all the things are things that exist outside of our control. That's what we're trained. That's what most of us believe. Oh, I have to, all these things are out here. And if I can't get those things, whatever those things are, then I'll never be happy. I'll never be fulfilled. That's what most of us have been taught to believe. That's why it's learned helplessness. We have been taught, we have learned to be helpless instead of learning to be powerful people and going, wait a minute, I'm the magician, right? Which is the number one card in the major arcana. I know a lot of terrorism, that's not the number one card in the major arcana. The number one card is the Fool card. But the Fool card is the 0 card. The Fool card isn't a card at all. The Fool actually represents infinite possibilities that we haven't explored yet, which is why it's called the Fool. The Fool entertains all possibilities. That's why it's called the Fool, right? It's like, well, he's foolish. He doesn't know any better. He's entertaining all possibilities. That's why the artwork on the Fool card shows him happily marching off the side of a fucking cliff, right? And the only reason that he's willing to march off the side of a fucking cliff is because he's a fool. That's why he's willing to do it. Because he's entertaining all possibilities. The number one card is the Magician card. The Magician is who we really are. It's who Spirit is trying to teach us that we are. We have all the tools, all the resources, all the power in our hands to become and do everything, right? That's why the table is in front of the Magician. The Magician, all 4 elements there. The swords, the wands, the pentacles, and the cups are there. All the elements are available there. That's why the infinity symbol is above the Fool's head, which is the Fool. The Fool is the infinity symbol. The Fool is all the infinite possibilities that are available to us. That's why the Magician is pointing up with one hand and pointing down with the other hand. He's saying, hey, it's up to me to decide what it is in the realm of infinite possibilities that I want to pull down into my physical reality. It's my responsibility. That's what illumination is. Illumination is the awareness of our power as the Magician to create the life that we want to have. However, when we're being inauthentic to ourselves in any way, shape, or form, then we create dissonance. We create contrast. We create tension between what is true and what is false. Because inauthenticity is self-preservation. It's the ego weaseling its way into our power. It's the ego's way of like saying, well, that's kind of risky. It's kind of risky to run off and live your dreams, find fulfillment, jump off the cliff, embrace all possibilities. That's a bunch of risky shit. So we wear a mask instead because the mask is safe. It's comfortable. No one questions you when you wear a mask, and you can just pretend and be like, well, I'll just pretend to be happy. I'll just pretend to fit in. I'll just pretend to know all this shit. I'll just pretend. I'll pretend my life away, and people will buy into it. We can deceive people. However we act out here, people will believe that. If you pretend to be happy and I don't know you and I meet you and you look happy, I'm going to think that you're happy because I don't know any better. I don't fucking know you. I don't know your life. I don't know anything going on with your life. Just pretend to be happy and I'll think you're happy. And that's good enough for you. And you're like, oh, cool. He thinks I'm happy. But how is that working out for you if you're miserable inside? And I'm not saying that you're miserable. Again, I'm speaking broad spectrum here. I'm using an analogy. But people do this, right? They pretend, but they're miserable inside. they're not living their life. They're not having their fated destiny. They're not having their wheel of fortune, right? And most people who are in this struggle, this tug of war with themselves, aren't making the best decisions oftentimes. Most people are playing it safe. Most people are choosing comfort and security and convenience over what's possibility, right? And you can't have, very rarely can you have both. You can't play it safe. You can't live comfortably. You can't live a convenient life where there's no risks, but then have the life that you really want to have. Like there's a risk in everything that we do. If you want love, there's a risk. If you want more money, there's a risk. If you want to start a business, there's a risk. If you have a creative idea that you want to put out there, there's a risk, right? Whether it's at the tiniest, most minimalist level or whether it's the greatest macro level, there's a risk involved in everything. People don't like risk because risk is uncomfortable. Risk means risk. I'm at risk of myself. I'm at risk of being judged, of being, what's the word I'm thinking of? Criticized, right? We run the risk of people seeing things that we think we don't want people to see about us, right? Like, I don't want people to know that about me. If people knew the things about me that I think about myself, I'd be mortified, right? That's what people are afraid of. People don't want other people to view them through the lens that they view themselves. If you're being completely honest with yourself, most people do not have a positive self-perception of themselves. How they view themselves versus how they want other people to view them, it's radically different. And it's ironic and it's paradoxical. How the fuck could how can you expect somebody else to think about you or view you in a way that you don't even view yourself? It's completely inauthentic. But that's what most people do. Like, oh no, I want people to think I'm fucking amazing. But when it comes to me and how I think about myself, I think I'm a piece of shit. I hate myself. I think I'm ugly. I think I'm fat. I think I'm this. I think I'm that. But I want other people to think I'm not that. Because if they don't think that I'm that, then I can, let go of my own personal beliefs about that for about 5 seconds or 5 minutes. I get a little bit of validation. I get a little bit of significance. I get a little bit of self-acceptance. I feel good enough for about 5 minutes until that goes away. And then I have to go out there and have to repeat that process, right? Hence social media, right? So people can be fake on social media all day. They get a bunch of fake likes, fake validation. You get your ego stroked. But it's never enough. You have to go out the next day and repeat the process. Get your ego stroked again. Go out the next day. Get your ego stroked again. Go out the next day. Get your ego stroked again. Because instead of you stroking your own ego and building yourself up, you rely on other people to do it for you because you don't believe that shit. And that's the thing. You don't believe that you are worthy of it. That's why people wear masks. Anytime this card shows up, anytime that mask card shows up, is because you don't believe something about yourself, so you mask it, right? And it's important to address that energy because this energy will cock block you. This energy will cock block you from this fated destiny. This is the Wheel of Fortune in tarot. This is it's a different card. It's the Wheel of Fortune card in this deck that I have created for myself. And the Wheel of Fortune is fortune. It's destiny, it's fate, it's all the things that you want. It's winning the lottery. It's your winning lottery ticket. However, here you are. You're stuck. You're stuck. You don't know what decisions to make in your life right now. And finding fulfillment and finding the things that you desire, whatever those things is that you desire, are very unclear, just like your question was very unclear. It's ironic. You had a very unclear, very general question. And the results that you get in life are going to be very general as a result. So everything is mirroring that energy that you're in. And I'm not saying this again to be an asshole. I'm just being a channel or a messenger of truth because I'm not here to blow smoke up your ass or disempower you. I'm here to point out the things in the situation in your life or the way that you've been approaching it so that the universe can point you to a more empowering position. And when you embrace that empowering position, you will have a much better result in your life. Your existence will be a much better existence. It'll be more fulfilling because there are things that the universe is trying to send you, trying to hook you up with. There's a whole destiny, a bundle. There's an inheritance of fortune that you have not claimed. It's like having a winning lottery ticket that you haven't claimed. And someone tells you, hey, you won the lottery. Like, did I? Like, yeah, let me look at your numbers. Like, here it is. Here's your winning numbers. Here's the website that confirms that you won the numbers. Like, you don't believe me? Let's go to the gas station that you bought the ticket from. You go to the gas station, they scan the card and go, holy shit, you won the lottery. You're a millionaire. You won $500 million. And you're like, did I really? Yeah, it's right here. I just scanned the ticket. There's proof. You're like, oh. Okay. Cool. I'm like, okay, well, do you want to cash it in? You're like, I don't know. I don't know what I want to do with it. And you go home. You won the lottery. It's a fucking ticket. You can cash it in. You're like, I don't know. I don't know. Like, no one would do that, right? But that's what's happening. You have a winning lottery ticket. You have an inheritance that you haven't accessed, you haven't claimed, because you're confused. And the reason that you're confused is because you're stuck between two worlds. You're stuck between the world of inauthenticity and the world of truth. That is essentially what the message is at its core level. But let's go deeper. Let's go deeper. Okay. Until I'm drawn to a specific. Okay. I know what deck I was looking for, but I'm still gonna pull these cards. Whoa. Okay, so you just got a shit ton of cards that just flew out. Okay, so here, I don't know if you are a Virgo, Taurus, or a Capricorn. I don't know what your sign is, but we have Virgo, Taurus, Capricorn energy at the bottom of the deck. Doesn't mean that you have to be a Virgo, Taurus, or Capricorn. We'll get to that. This was the first card that came out, was the Seven of Pentacles. And then all these other cards came out. So we have the Seven of Pentacles, the Five of Cups, the Knight of Swords, and the Eight of Wands. So this is like the plot thickens. The story gets deeper. We have more details about oh my God, my eye is itchy. The deeper levels of energy that are affecting you that play a part into the core story of what's going on for you. However, the more important energy is this guy. What it is that you need to surrender. Okay, yeah, that was also a lot. So there's a lot of energy. The universe has been wanting to talk to you for a while. There's a lot of cards that come out. So that's fine. We'll take them. Okay, so let's take a look at this. First of all, let's take a look at this line. So we have the Seven of Pentacles. So the Seven of Pentacles is all about the things that you've been investing your time, your energy, and your resources into up until this point. But it also represents what you should be investing your time, energy, and resources into. Because that's how the universe works. The universe will point out to you the things that you are doing, but it'll also point out the things you should be doing, right? That's the beauty of how all this works. It's like the universe will kill multiple birds with one stone, so to speak, and yet not kill a single thing. So no birds were hurt in the making of this video. So this is essentially, so we could step back and say that the Seven of Pentacles is essentially you trying to figure out the WTF of your life, the what the fuck. Seven of Pentacles is like, what the fuck, right? Tied to the decisions card. Sevens and tarots usually have to do with choices, options, decisions, things of that nature. Here, it has to do with investments, right? And so there are things that you've been investing into inauthentically, but there's things that the universe has been trying to get you to move your attention and your focus to that are authentic, right? Now, it's not just that things that you've been investing in inauthentically, but there's things that you've attracted that have been inauthentically that have nothing to do with you or whatever part of you has been wearing a mask. We all wear a mask at some point in our life. Okay, so there's other external energies that could have been involved in your life that were inauthentic, right? It doesn't matter. We still attracted those things. So, Seven of Pentacles is here telling you, hey, there are things that you have been investing your time and energy into. What did you get? What did you get for your investment? If you plant a seed and it doesn't produce, and the seed is metaphorical, if you plant something and it doesn't turn into the thing that you thought it was going to turn into, the next question that you should be asking yourself is, well, why didn't it turn into the thing that it turned into? Or maybe the question should be, should I have invested in that thing to begin with? Or is there a better way to invest next time? Right? There's lots of questions that we could ask if we plant a seed. In other words, if we invest time, money, energy, resources into something that doesn't produce an outcome that's beneficial to us, then we should be asking why. We should troubleshoot it, right? And so the definition of insanity is doing the same thing and expecting a different result. Well, that's what a lot of people do. They keep investing in the same fucking thing, right? It's like, I'll play the slot machine and then never fucking win. Put it in, don't win. Put the money in, play the slot, don't win. Put the money in, play the slot, don't win. And they look over to the slot machine next to them, and that person is like winning and winning and winning. They take their money, they get up, they leave. A new person comes, sit down, they put the money in, they play the slot, they win. And you're watching them. They get up, they leave with their money. The new person comes and they sit, they play the slot, they win. And you're sitting there on your machine and you're like, I don't win, I don't win, I don't win, I don't win. Well, common sense would say, get up, go to the machine where everyone's winning, put your money in there and play that machine, right? If your machine's not winning and you watch 5 people in a row win on that machine, get off this machine and go to that machine. It's just common sense. But ironically, a lot of people don't do that, right? They keep playing on the machine that they're not winning. So all of that is attached to the Seven of Pentacles energy. And how do I know that? How do you know that, Eddie? 5 of Cups. 5 of Cups is grief, loss, and regret. You've been playing a game. You've been playing a losing game. And again, you asked for a general reading, so I have no fucking clue what area of this life this is attached to. I have no clue. This could be money. This could be family. This could be wealth. It could be job. I have no clue. There's been grief. There's been loss. There's been regret. You've received nothing for your investments, essentially. In your world, you have been planting seed after seed after seed after seed after seed in regards to whatever the thing is inside of you that you know that this really is about. Your question was general, but deep inside your question wasn't general. Nobody has a general question. That's bullshit. There's no such thing as a fucking general question. I don't care who you are. I don't care which one of you out there claims to have a general question. There's no such thing as a fucking general question. You have a real question. There's something inside of you you really want to know. But again, the mask. It's vulnerable. It's vulnerable to come out and say, well, this is what I really want to know. And I get it. Because some of us don't like to share. Some of us some of us are just private people. Right? We don't want to air our question. So we're like, well, I'm just going to ask and hopefully the cards will know my question. Fair enough. Because it's true. They will know. what you came here, what you really wanted to know, which wasn't a general question, the cards do know. So you didn't have to articulate your question. That's fine. You didn't have to. The cards know what's going on in your life. That's true. There's some type of loss that you've experienced as a result of the things that you've invested in. However, there's been a dilemma. There's a dilemma and a truth. A dilemma is there's been a lot of overthinking. There's been a lot of impatience. There's been a lot of rushing. I planted a seed and I went out the next day and I didn't see the crop. So I gave up on it. Like, why didn't you grow? I planted a seed. I came out the next day. I don't have a fucking plant. Knight of Swords and Eight of Wands. Two of the fastest energies in tarot minus the Chariot. If we had the Chariot out here, we'd have all three. We'd have the three fastest energies out of 78 cards on the table if we had the Chariot. We don't have the Chariot. We have the Knight of Swords. We have the Eight of Wands. Don't have the Chariot. We have 2 out of 3 of the fastest energies, which tells me that there's a lot of impatience here. There's an expectation in your life for certain things to evolve or transform or to give you a return on your investment very quickly. They have not. That's one of the meanings. The second meaning of this has a lot to do with overthinking. With the Knight of Swords, the Knight of Swords is constant overthinking. And then we have the Eight of Wands, which is there's opportunities available for you. There's an opportunity for progression. In other words, the Eight of Wands is like there's advancement available to you if you want it, which goes to the decisions. Each one of these little rays coming out is a decision. I got me count them here. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Interesting number. We have 11 arrows on this card. 11 choices. Well, we have 8 wands here. So we could say that this card is the 11 of wands, essentially. So we have 8 here. Let's just add 3 more to the 8, and now you have 11. And all these wands are opportunities. Energetic opportunities. Energetic investments of opportunity. And then we have the Queen of Pentacles. So the Queen of Pentacles, again, you could be a Virgo, Taurus, or Capricorn. You don't have to be. If you're not, that's fine. I think you said you weren't. It's representative of the things that you desire to achieve. Success, security, fulfillment, abundance, right? That's all represented in the Queen of Pentacles energy here. So, what's been limiting you? The limiting factors in your life is surrender comparisons with other people. Keep your eyes trained on yourself, focus on your own strengths, attractiveness, and power. Yeah, stop comparing yourself to other people. Because there is no comparison. You aren't those other people. Comparing yourself to other people is ridiculous. There's no point to compare yourself to other people. Even though we've all done it at some point in our lives, myself included. So, again, not judging. Surrender to your full power. Your life is calling for you to step into your full power rather than playing small. This is you seizing the abundance, the inheritance that's attached to your fated destiny, but it's also you seizing the opportunities here, which are the Eight of Wands. The Eight of Wands are like arrows that are ready to be shot, right? If you were to metaphorically jump on one of those arrows, when that arrow is shot and released, you'd be launched forward at an accelerated pace towards a specific target. Well, that target would be whatever the thing is that you desire. So there's an opportunity for acceleration here for your life, but you have to step out of your comfort zone to get there. You have to stop playing small. You have to embrace the power that is within you, which is part of the illumination here. You can't play it safe. That's wearing the mask. That's bullshitting yourself. Illumination is you stepping into a truth that's become illuminated to something divine, something true, something that you were unaware of before. The truth sets you free. Illumination sets you free when you step into your power. But stepping into your power always takes courage. And courage is not the absence of fear. Courage is being afraid and doing it anyways. Courage is embracing uncertainty, going, I have no fucking clue what's going to happen when I do this. I'm scared shitless, but fuck it, I'm going to do it anyways. That's what that is. Surrender to setting limits. It is healthy to set boundaries in relationships. Practice expressing your needs and remember that no is a complete sentence. Yeah, it's okay to have boundaries. You don't have to people please. You don't have to be all things to all people. You're allowed to have boundaries. That's essentially what that's saying. Sometimes we need to have boundaries with ourselves. Right? We always get what we tolerate. I'll say that again. We always get what we tolerate. Whatever you tolerate, that's what you get. A boundary is setting up your level of tolerance. I do tolerate this. I don't tolerate that. Right? If you're not somebody who tolerates cheating, lying, and unfaithfulness, that's a boundary. You've set a limit. You've created a boundary around cheating. I will not accept cheating. Right? That's a boundary. That's a good thing. Surrender to inner peace. Cultivate inner peace on a daily basis. In quiet, meditative moments, focus on stillness within and enjoy the inner refuge. Others will feel your good vibes too, and your life will flow more easily. Yeah, it's basically saying, like, whatever it is, when we get pulled into chaotic energy, no decision is going to bring clarity. There's no clarity in chaos. We're responsible for peace, for the peace and clarity that we have in our life. Even in the midst of chaos. You can be in the middle of a hurricane and find peace and clarity if you really want to. It's not impossible. Jesus, for example, slept in the middle of a storm. Right? There's a famous story about Jesus sleeping in the boat in the middle of a storm. His disciples are freaking out. It's like they go wake him up and they go, Master, Master, are you not afraid that we're all going to die? And Jesus rebukes them. And then he rebukes the storm. And he's like, guys, it's okay. Everything's going to be okay. Like there's nothing to worry about. Right? They gave into chaos. Jesus gave into peace. That's how it works. Surrender to creativity. Let your imagination soar. Stay open to all creative ideas about how to pursue a dream or solve a problem. Yes, creativity is not just about creating something. It's not just about music, art, or what we think is creativity, right? Creativity is anything. Is any way that you use your energy is potentially a creative endeavor. Problem solving can be a creative process. So how you solve the issues that you're dealing with is you surrendering to creativity, but it takes a higher level of thinking. There's a famous saying, you can't solve a problem at the same level of thinking that created it. It's a quote from Albert Einstein. What is the hold on. I'll find it here. Yeah, so the quote is, you cannot solve a problem with the same mind that created it. And that's true, right? You can't solve problems the same vibration, the same frequency, the same level of consciousness that created it. It's impossible. That's what surrender creativity is all about here. So what I want to say outside of what the cards are saying, this is more of just an intuitive hunch or inclination, is that for you, for what you're going through, there's a power that you have not tapped into, which is tied to this Queen of Pentacles. energy, but it's also tied to this Eight of Wands energy. You have the power to do things that you don't realize that you have the power to do. And if you were being authentic in that power, if you were owning the power that you have within you to actually tap in and tune into creating the reality that you want to be experiencing, all this would change because of this card. The fated destiny, the wheel of fortune, the inheritance that is yours, but it's dependent upon your ability to step into your power. That's why illumination is here. You have to become aware of the power that you have to tap into this abundance that is already there waiting for you. And until you tap into the power that is yours to have the abundance that you desire, it's not going to happen. Which means you got to take the mask off. You got to stop playing small. You got to stop living in your comfort zone. You got to stop comparing. You got to stop doing all the other bullshit. Anything that's disempowering you from your ability of being authentically who you are. If you don't know what your North Node placement is, I highly recommend that you go check into your North Node. And whatever your North Node placement is, go do whatever that is. And there's a book, a really, really, really good book by what is her name? Hold on, I'll find it. It's called okay. It's called Astrology for the Soul by Jan Spiller. Here's a link for those that are interested. Amazing book. Highly recommend it. Fuck. Okay, the link is too long. Okay, just go to Amazon and search for Astrology for the Soul by Jan Spiller, and just go straight to the part in the book that talks about your North Node. And I promise you, whatever that says, that's the answer. Do what that says. I read that book last year, and it was life-changing for me. Oh, shit. Anyways, I hope that was helpful for you. You're very welcome. Hope that makes sense. Okay, so we're at Aries now. Which month am I more likely to actually find love this year? September or October? Or which month can I successfully manifest for a true love reunion? I've been manifesting love for a while. Let's see if it'll tell us a time frame. If I get the wrong, if I grab the right deck. Well, you have good news. It's not far off, according to this. We have the yes card. You have been manifesting. So this is like a confirmation energy. We have the wait energy, which is like you're not very far off. There's a little bit of a wait still. Not too far off. You have wait. And then you have within the next few weeks. And then we have take action. And this is so interesting because excuse me. Man, this song fuck, this song is so good. You ever listen to one of those songs you hear and it just gives you chills? Like, this is a really good song. So we have take action. So I don't know if you're actually an Aries sign, but if you are an Aries, like officially an Aries sign, then this is a key. There's a level of action that's required from you to make things happen. Manifestation is part of it, but there's other components involved as well. So there's the manifestation process of it, but then there's the practical part of it as well. Right. So I'll just take a look at just a few other random things that you might want to know. Like, what else do you need to know? Okay, super clear answer and message for you. I'm going to throw down a few of the cards from the bottom of the deck just for contrast. Fuck, man, the song. Well, you're not wrong about your observation. You're not wrong about your observation. As a Virgo, I've attracted a shit ton of Aries into my life. I've never had and this is just me personally, but I've never had a like long-term romantic relationship with an Aries, but I've attracted a lot of Aries. So there is definitely there's a very similar or familiar energy that's shared between the two. So it's interesting that you say that. But anyways, I don't want to get distracted by that. So in addition to this, so this is just like extra, right? This is some like additional things to help you out, basically. Think of it as spirit wanting to help you. Not repeat old patterns or distract yourself. You know, it's like spirit's way of wanting to help you really stay focused on the objective at hand here. The thing that's going to help you. So, the first card we have is illusions. And obviously, I mean, that's simple. It's basically saying, like, just be aware of the fantasy element when it comes to relationships. Fantasizing about things, projecting your fantasies upon people and situations that may not be true. You may build people up or make a situation into something that it's not before you have the information to understand what it really is, right? It's essentially just saying don't fantasize about situations or project a fantasy onto things before you really know what you're getting into, right? I'm guilty. I've done that before. The second card we have is influence. Now, influence is saying, again, for you to be aware of how you influence yourself, like the patterns that influence you. Like, what are the things that I do repeatedly that influence me in a way that disempower me, right? I have certain sets of patterns. I always do this or I always do that, right? And that gets me into trouble, or that causes me to believe things that aren't true, or that causes me to pursue people that are bad for me, or it causes me to not see red flags, or whatever the thing is. Be careful what you allow to influence you, right? That's what that is saying. The next card we have is karma. And the karma is saying the same thing that the card at the bottom of the deck is saying. Karma is saying, hey, don't forget the lessons that you've learned. You don't need to repeat old lessons. You don't need to make old mistakes. You don't need to be smacked on the hand again from karma because you went off, you made a similar decision, or you repeated a pattern, you repeated a cycle, you allowed somebody into your life that wasn't good for you, you pursued somebody that wasn't good for you, or whatever that thing is that you do, right? We all have a thing that we do. Spirit is saying, be mindful of karma. And karma is not just bad. Karma is good and bad, but it's karma nonetheless. Karma is just a law. It's neutral. It's not good. It's not bad. It just is. It's just there. It's cause and effect. You make a decision, there's a cause and effect to the decision. You make a choice, there's a choice, right? Everything has a cause and effect attached to it. That's what karma is. Now, at the bottom of the deck, in order, we had the Divine Feminine, the Zodiac, the Building, Lessons, and then Recovery, in that order. So, the Divine Feminine is Spirit's way of saying, hey, embrace and embody your Divine Feminine energy. This is the energy you need to be in. You need to remain in your feminine energy. Now, as an Aries, you have a tendency to go into that masculine mode. The Emperor. That's why the Emperor card represents Aries and Tarot. You can step into that. Aries is like the king of the fire signs. You have Leo, Sagittarius, and Aries. Leo and Aries are kind of neck and neck, but I think Aries would edge out on a Leo. Right? Because Aries are like about winning. It's like an Aries is not going to let a Leo win if it came down to it. Now, a Leo might be more likable or more influential than an Aries, but an Aries is more dominant than a Leo. A Sagittarius is the introvert. A Sagittarius is like, nah, you guys can go fight it out. I don't give a shit. I'm just over here learning my spiritual shit. A Sagittarius is chill. They're calm, they're cool, collected, they're in their books, they're reading, they're learning, they're in all their spiritual shit. And Aries is like, no, I win. I want to be the leader. I want to win. I want to be number one. The Leo might engage in some of that, but really the Leo is just more like, hey, look, cool. If you want to win, you want to win. I'm just here to encourage people, to influence people. As long as I'm getting some recognition for the things that I'm doing, I'm good, right? In that regard. So, you guys are kind of like, Aries are kind of like, in my opinion, the dominant fire sign, right? And so the reason I'm mentioning that, the reason I'm bringing that up is because of this divine feminine energy. You are predisposed to masculine qualities by default because you are an Aries sign. But the divine feminine is saying, hey, be a little more Sagittarius. Be a little bit more laid back. Be a little bit more chill, right? Like, we know that when you feel driven, you're driven. You go from 0 to 100. You're the Fast and Furious, right? We get it. We understand that you're predisposed to that because that's just the way that you are. But we're asking you to learn balance. We're asking you to learn how to be a feminine version of the Aries energy. Like, you can still have those qualities and characteristics, but be more feminine and less masculine. Okay, that's what this is saying. Now, the next card you have at the bottom of the deck is the Zodiac. The Zodiac is saying basically you need to be aware of where you are in your astrology, right? What is your transit right now? What is the timing right now? What planets are affecting you right now in your current astrology? So if you take your birth chart and you put the current transits, what the planets are doing in real time right now, and you look at your current transits, it'll tell you what to expect. And there's tons of apps that do that, right? I'll show you guys one that I use right now that I really like. Well, there's two that I like. There's one that I like. It's called The Pattern. There's an app here called The Pattern. The Pattern app. I'll show you guys what it looks like on the. It looks like this. Oh, hold on. Here it is. This app right here. This is a good one that I use. And there's another one. And you guys can use whatever ones you use. I'm just showing you the ones I use. There's one called Astro Future. And so here is my birth chart with the current timing. You won't be able to see it clearly enough to make any discernment of it. But essentially, this is my timing. So my birth chart with the current planets overlapped on top of it. That's what you're seeing here. And then if I go down here, if I scroll, there's explanations of certain things that are happening for me. The Pattern app has the same thing that just explained a different way. This app, you can actually click on the planets, whatever the thing is, just click on it something, and you'll get information about whatever that thing is you clicked on. Okay. So the reason I'm sharing that, again, is because there was something happening with you right now, astrologically, that you need to be aware of. You're being influenced by something in your chart, astrologically, that you need to be aware of, that you need to account for. So it's not just your manifestation. It's not just about what you're doing or not doing. There's certain things that are outside of your control just as much as there are things within your control, right? If you're in a difficult transit astrologically when it comes to love and romance, it doesn't matter what you do. Like, it's going to be difficult to find love. If you're in a difficult period where the planets are aligning in such a way that are working against you, and I'm not saying they are because I don't know your chart, but if they are, then it doesn't matter what you're doing. It's going to be just a difficult time. The timing is not good for you. And unfortunately, you're just going to have to wait until the timing changes for you to where that situation is good for you, right? It just is what it is. The next card we have is Building. This is like a Three of Pentacles type of energy, but it's a Three of Pentacles and an Eight of Pentacles. So this is just saying, okay, this is a marathon, not a sprint. When you build an empire, when you build a life, when you build your dreams, you build your hopes, you build your futures, whatever it is that you build, it's not a sprint. It's not a sprint. It's a marathon, right? Like, and that's important for us to understand, for us to know. in this regard. Because you're building something. It's going to take time for things to evolve, right? And it doesn't mean, because you got your answer up here to your question. There's a little bit of wait. You could see results within the next few weeks. But again, attracting somebody into your life and building something lasting are two different things. You could probably go out and attract a guy, right now. Like if you really wanted to have a guy, I'm sure you could probably go out right now and get one. It's probably not really that hard. We probably wouldn't be that hard for you to do. But that's not what you want. If you want love, you want a relationship, you want something that evolves, something that grows into something intimate, something connected, something long-lasting, that takes time to evolve and build. That's what this is saying. The second to last card we have is lessons. The lessons card is tied to the karma card. I want you to look at this card. I want everybody to look at this card for a minute. A very powerful image of this person. It looks like a man who's kind of been like burned into a pile of ashes or stone. They've been, like obviously they're charred, they're on fire, they've been burned alive. Right? So it's very intense imagery for lessons that we learn. Right? And so what the karma energy is here to tell you, again, is like a gentle warning about repeating mistakes that you've made in the past so that you don't have to end up like this guy. Like so many people do. So many people, they never learn from their mistakes. They got to go around the mountain again. They got to relearn the lesson. They got to burn and fry again. They got to go through another hell, essentially. And Spirit's saying, you don't have to go through hell again. You've learned this lesson, which is what brings us to the bottom of the deck, the recovery card. And Spirit is saying to lean in and embrace and take the time you need to actually recover. Now look at the difference between these two images. If I can hold them up. You have the man on fire that's burning, and you have this kind of like peaceful, zen person shape sitting in like Indian style with the chakras. I mean, I know which one I want to be. I want to be this one. I want to be this one. Right? So Spirit is saying, don't neglect yourself, right? Like don't neglect your own recovery, the work that you need to do within yourself while you're out here pursuing this. Like, in other words, don't get one-track minded or one-dimensional where you're just so obsessed and so focused on this one thing that you're not taking the time to really work on yourself or evolve with yourself. Because you are the most determining factor of any manifestation. When you change, everything else changes. When you raise your vibration, everything else around you meets you at that level that you exist on, right? Your vibe attracts your tribe. Whether your tribe is a man, whether it's a job, whatever your tribe is, your vibration attracts that thing. So people do this, people get this backwards. They try to manifest things into their life, but they manifest things that they don't want, and they don't understand why they manifest things they don't want. Because you don't attract what you want, you attract who you are. And people don't like to hear that. Right? People don't want to hear the truth. Like, what do you mean attract who I am? I'm like, well, yeah, just what I fucking said. You don't attract what you want, you attract who you are. And people they don't have a value system for their personal development or their personal growth. And if you don't have a value system for personal development or personal growth, then you're going to keep attracting the same old shit, which is why the karma card is here, the illusions card is here, the influence card is here, and the lessons card is here. You're going to keep attracting the things that are trying to wake you up and get you on board with that truth. Like, hey, how many times do you have to touch the hot stove before you realize the stove is hot, right? And you're like, well, most people only have to touch the hot stove one time before they realize, well, the stove is hot. Well, in this case, it's like, nope, stove is hot, got burned. Go back, stove is hot, got burned. Go back, stove is hot, got burned. Well, until you've touched the stove so many damn times that you just burn yourself alive. You don't want to be that guy, right? Nobody wants to be that guy or that girl. So, to summarize all of that, can you manifest something quickly? The answer is yes. Whatever you're doing can bring results as soon as within a few weeks. But, the big but, and another really good song in my ears. The big but. If you don't pay attention to this, the quickness of your manifestation won't matter, because you'll manifest something that it's just going to put you right through hell again. Right? That's what this is saying. In a nutshell, that's what all this is saying. Yes, you can manifest somebody, but you'll manifest something that'll put you through hell if you don't account for these other things that are here that we've talked about, if that makes sense. Hopefully that makes sense. He's kind of like a therapist. NGL. Fire spawn. Who is this? Oh, somebody's bringing some fire spawn energy up in here. Oh, maybe I like your personality too. All right, where are we at? Besides Fire Princess over here, bringing the fire. When Christos will unblock me. When you start being a nice person. I'm just kidding. I don't know. We'll find out. We'll ask. When will Christos unblock me? Fire spawn. Nice to meet you, sir. Thanks for helping my fellow Aries friend. My pleasure. You are so welcome. Yeah, bringing some Hershey syrup, chocolatey energy into the chat tonight. All right. All right. All right. Not this one. This one. Ay, ay, ay. Well, I've got bad news for you, my friend. And I cannot lie to you. I will not lie to you. Right now, the situation you have with Christos is... Yeah, it's... I'm going to say it's over for right now. I don't think he's going to unblock you. We have the world card here, which means it's done. It's done. It's over. Completion. You've completed whatever the contract, whatever the story, whatever it is that you've had with this man. It's done. It's come to its completion. There was a tower. This situation blew the fuck up. Blew way up. Like, the tower is the tower. Like, it blew up. The whole thing's destroyed. Then we have the Five of Swords, which is conflict, aggression, fighting, not getting along. Like, no one wins. There's no winner here. No one wins at the Five of Swords. At the bottom of the deck, we have the Hangman. This energy is clearly attached to you. This is you hanging around, waiting for something to change. The Hangman stays stuck however long it takes until one of a few things happens. Until one, they're willing to let go or make a quote-unquote sacrifice, let go of something in order to get something new, or until they have a new perspective on something, right? Seeing something from a different point of view, right? That you haven't considered before. Or sometimes both. Sometimes you need to have a new perspective and you need to let go of something to get something new. Until those things happen, you're going to be stuck, hanging around. Things are going to be up in the air for you. Not for him, but for you. Underneath that, Nine of Wands. There's been a lot of damage that's been done here between you and this person. Underneath that, we have the King of Swords. So, I mean, he's got his sword up against you. And here's him with his sword up against you. There's him with his sword. And there's him with his sword. The person with this sword is the same person with this sword. And then there you are at the bottom of the deck in the Nine of Swords. So here you are again, and the Nine of Swords attached to the Hangman. You're stressing out about this, and so you're keeping yourself stuck. He's not confused about whatever happened. In his mind, and I'm not taking sides, I don't know your situation. I'm just answering your question. Whatever in his mind, this situation was an attack. He felt he needed to bring out his swords. If you're in a relationship with somebody and you feel like you need to take out a sword to protect yourself from the person that you're with romantically, that's a big fucking deal. I mean, think about that analogy. I need to protect myself in such a way that I need a fucking sword to protect myself from you. Even if it's not literal, if that's how you feel when you're around somebody, that's enough. That speaks volumes in and of itself, right? And so that's how he feels. Regardless of what happened, who was right, who was wrong, or whatever the situation was, he feels he needs to guard himself and protect himself from you. You're still holding on to him. You're holding on to this situation. You're the one who's in turmoil. You're the one who's suffering. You're the one who put yourself in the hangman. You tied yourself up here. By tying yourself to him, you tied yourself up. And you're going to be stuck in this situation. You're going to be stuck in this misery, this Nine of Swords turmoil, until you let go, until you do either one of two or three things. Until you either let go of him, or you see the situation from a totally different perspective than the one you're currently in, or both. That's the only way out of this. But I don't see anything positive here. I have to be honest with you. I don't see anything positive here. There's nothing here about him unblocking you. There's nothing here about reconciliation. There's nothing about love. There's nothing about coming together. There's done, over. There's destruction. There's aggression. There's defensiveness. There's woundedness. There's hurt. There's turmoil, and there's stuck. There's not one positive card here. Not one. Not a single positive card in your situation. And I have to be honest with you. I'm not going to bullshit you. I'm not going to butterflies, unicorns, rainbows, butter your butthole, and tell you some bullshit. This is what it is. These cards do not lie. This is what your situation is with him right now. And there's literally nothing else that I can, like I can't even go off on a tangent about it. Like this isn't a situation that I can ramble about. It just is what it is. Unfortunately. So my advice to you is this. This is the key. It's the problem, but it's the solution at the same time. Right? The hangman is a problem because we're stuck, but it's a solution because it's telling us, I know it's hard to see with this card because it's reflective material, but right here around the hanged man's head, there's this light, there's this illumination, and this illumination stands for the revelation, the knowledge that we receive about how to get out of our stuck position, right? Like, I'm stuck in this tree. I'm stuck. I don't know how to, I want to get out of this. I don't want to be stuck anymore. How do I get out of it? The universe shows you, illuminates you to the truth if you're open to it. But to be honest with you, I'm not sure if you're in a position right now to receive that truth because you're here. And when somebody's in that much turmoil with the Nine of Swords, it's eating you alive mentally, it's really hard to get clarity. You have to create some type of space. You need to interrupt this pattern. You got to get out of your head because the Eight of Swords is somebody who's really, really, really in their head already. Well, this is one level worse than the Eight of Swords. You're in the Nine of Swords. Or another way to say it, you're one away from the Ten of Swords, which is absolute hitting rock bottom, dark night of the soul. Right? So this is a very, very bad place to be in. A very bad condition to be in. And as much as I hate to say it, this is a place that we put ourselves in. We allow our perception of a situation to continue. We allow the story to fester and fester and fester and fester until it spirals and grows bigger and bigger and bigger. We turn molehills into mountains, and then we end up here in the Nine of Swords, which will keep us stuck, keeps us here in the Hanged Man. Overthinking. You're overthinking yourself to death. You're in your head. You're two in your head. You're two in your head. You're two in your head. You got to get out of your head. The longer you stay up here in your head and your ego, you're going to stay stuck. And regardless of him, because at this point he has not, forget him, forget Christos. That doesn't matter anymore. What matters is who are you in spite of what happened with him. Right? Because you can't change him. You can't force him to change. You can't force him to do or become anything else. So if you can't change him, you can't change the situation, and all you can control is you, but you're over suffering and in misery and turmoil and all this over the situation, and he's clearly not. There's no card here that's indicating that he is suffering. He is not in the Nine of Swords. You are in the Nine of Swords. He's not in the Nine of Swords. So he's not over there going, oh my God. He's not over there suffering the same way you are about this situation. I mean, I'm just being real with you. That's not what the cards are showing me. He's not suffering over this. So you're suffering and he's not. Do you want to be tied to somebody who's like, just, hey, you know what? Like, I'm essentially done with you for now, at least. And they've removed themselves from the situation, but they're not even really upset or hurt about it. You're distraught. Like, you're completely fucked up over this situation. He's not. Like, I mean, I know where I would be with that. I know how I would feel about that. I know that if I was with somebody who basically, you know, is completely fine without my presence in their life, and actually at this point would prefer to not have me in their life, then I wouldn't want to be in their life. Like, why do you want to be in someone's life that doesn't want you to be in their life? That's the question. Why do you want to be in this man's life when he clearly doesn't want you in his life? Right? That is the question. That's what needs to be explored here. And when you can answer that question, when you can get real with yourself and answer that question, you will get out of this hangman energy. That's the revelation you need to have. Why do I feel so attached to this man? Why is it so important for me to be a part of his life when he's like, no, I don't want you. I don't want you in my life. Not right now. I'm done with you. That's what this is. I'm done with you. The World card, the Tower, and the Five of Swords. I'm done with you. Right now, he's done with you. Why are you wanting to be impose yourself upon a man who's done with you? He doesn't want to be with you. That's the question that needs to be answered. And I know that's a very direct and blunt and honest answer, and that's not what you want to hear, but I can't lie to you. Because if I lie to you, then I'm enabling your suffering. Then I'm an asshole. I'm a piece of shit. Because I'm just telling you what you want to hear, which isn't going to help you. I'm not being responsible with what I've been given, the gift that I've been given as a conduit, as a messenger of the divine, to speak through me and to tell people, unfortunately, sometimes what they don't want to hear. But if you embrace it and you go work on yourself and you look within and you lean into this discomfort, you lean into this, with a different level of understanding, a different perception, a different approach, the universe, God, source, the universe, spirit will help you, will give you the insights you need to fix this, to fix you, so that you don't have to be stuck in this anymore, and then you won't be experiencing that anymore. You won't be in the Nine of Swords, and you won't be in the Hangman energy anymore. Because I've been here. I have been here. So I'm not judging. I'm relating. I have been here. I was hung up on a woman for 5 fucking years of my life. A woman who left me, who cheated on me, who wanted nothing to do with me. Like completely just 1 minute, we were looking at houses together. We were talking about marriage. We were talking about having a family. And literally the next week, gone. Drop me like a sack of shit. Gone. And then I found out that she left me for her dead husband's best friend. Right? So somebody she was talking to behind the scenes the whole time we were together. So I've been here. And then my stupid ass, long after she left, she was with this guy. She married him. She was popping out his children left and right. And my stupid ass was in this. Amen. Holding on, wishing, hoping, believing, holding on. I was obsessed. I was codependent. I was attached to this woman, attached to this fantasy I had created about this woman. And I just believed that I 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 knew that I knew that I knew that I knew that she was the person I was supposed to be with. And I would not let it go. I was stuck in this energy for 5 years. And this isn't easy for me to admit. It's actually kind of embarrassing that I went through this. But, you know, if it's relatable to people, then I'm willing to share and be vulnerable. But I've gone through that before. I've been like that before. I've gone through this. What you're going through, I've gone through this before in my own way. And so I say this message very directly, but with empathy and compassion, because I know what it's like. I know what it's like to be in this energy. I know what it's like to hurt. And I know that you're hurting. I know that this is hurting and affecting you. That's why the Nine of Swords is here. And I know it's hurtful to hear that he's probably not hurting the same way that you are. Just like that girl wasn't hurting over me the same way I was hurting over her. It sucked. It really fucking sucked. But that was the reality. And no matter how much hurt that I had over that situation, it didn't matter. It didn't change what she did or didn't do, right? Like, I could be hurting, suffering. I could have been dying. I could have been burning. I could have been on fire, burning alive on the side of the road. And that girl would not have come over and pissed on me to put me out of my misery. Like, she wouldn't have pissed on me to put me out. Like, if I was burning alive, she wouldn't have taken a piss on me to put me out. Like, man, damn. Like, after a year of being with her, of loving her 1-year-old daughter like she was my own child, like, after all the things, like, she really just fucking dropped me. Like, I just didn't matter and moved on with somebody else in 2 fucking seconds, and that's that. Yeah, that's that. You mean that people can do that? Yeah, people can do that. You mean people are capable of just, you can care this much and they can only care that much? Yeah. You mean that you can give this much and they can only give that much? Yeah. You mean that things can be unequal and unfair and life can be full of shit? Yeah. 100%. 100%. But, big but, there's always a silver lining. The silver lining is this. There's always a treasure in a pile of shit. There's always a treasure in a pile of shit. So, I know this isn't what you want to hear. I know this is probably not the answer that you wanted to hear. But as somebody who's gone through this, I can tell you that the answer is not to focus on him. The answer is not focusing on him. The answer is not to continue to attach your energy to him. The answer is to accept the unfortunate reality of what is for now. Can things change in the future? Sure. Anything is possible. But even letting yourself go there is still you attaching your energy to something that's outside of you for now. And that's not what you need to do. Right now, what you need to do is remove yourself the way he's removed himself. Your energy needs to match his energy. Like, okay, you're stepping away. Things are over. Things are done. Cool. I'm stepping away. And I'm going to go focus on me. You're going to go focus on you. I'm going to go focus on me. I don't want to, but I can't control this. It's out of my control now. It's out of my hands now. You can't do anything any longer with the situation. You have to go focus on you now. And learn the spiritual lesson that this situation is teaching you. You got to find the treasure in this pile of shit, which will set you free from ever having to go through this ever again. That's the beauty and that's the benefit. Just like me. I had to learn after obsessing over that woman for 5 years. I had to figure out why I was obsessed over that woman for 5 fucking years. And it sucked. But I can tell you this, I learned that lesson and I'll never fucking go through that shit again. Ever. Never, ever, 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 ever will I go through that shit again. So, you can get there. You don't have to go through this ever again either. If that makes sense. Okay. Where are we? Shout out to Jean, my moderator, the most baddest, bestest, awesomest, fucking amazing moderator ever. Where would I be without my Jean? Okay. Oh yeah, where are we at? Okay. So, okay, cool. So, for Jean, may I ask what Libra's thoughts, feelings, intentions, and next actions are towards me? We were good friends who talked almost every day for a couple of years, and I'd help him with work, and now we don't talk at all, and I don't know, understand what happened. We've never fought or had a falling out or anything. It's like, I smell maybe we weren't as good. I mean, obviously I'm gonna pull cards on it, but the first thing that comes to my mind is like maybe he started talking to somebody else, like maybe he got romantically involved. I mean, that's the thing that makes the most logical sense. All right, let's find out. Okay, here's some. He's had a girlfriend the entire time we've been friends. Oh, Gene, my love, you left that important detail out. You left that important detail out. He's had a girlfriend the whole time. I mean, his girlfriend's probably like. His girlfriend's probably cock blocked him. His girlfriend's probably like, I don't want you talking to this other woman. Girls get jealous, man. I mean, I mean, we'll find out. That's just my intuition. Here's some music. I'm just throwing, here, you guys. Listen to some music. It's some good music. I gotta find something here. I gotta find something here. What do I need? Ooh, let's do this. Okay. This is the song of the hour. Yeah, here we go. Okay. Whoa. Okay. Let's take a look. For Gene. Why did Homeboy stop communicating with Gene? Making me think. Making me work for it. So, okay. This is complicated, G. You got yourself into a complicated situation. Happy 222, everybody. 222. Everybody is 222. Happy 222, everybody. Ace of Cups. Somebody got an Ace of Cups coming. Hopefully it's me. I just finished my Ace of Cups. No more Ace of Cups for me. Gene. Well, you have a very complicated relationship with this man. I'm going to tell you that. Very complicated. Interestingly, if I take some of these energies off at the bottom, we get down here and I notice that we have the soul contracts here. So yeah. This is a hairy situation. This is a hairy situation. Like, I get the energy, but how to decipher it and how to explain it is kind of where the... Like, I'm trying to figure out what is relevant and what's not relevant, right? Like, it's like, what do I need to explain versus what I don't need to explain? What is relevant? What's not relevant here? Because some of this is like, I get it, but it's just like, okay, that's fine and that's great, but it's not. It's not necessarily important. Okay. So this is all right. So this is really good line on that song. Okay. So we get the Sixth Synth, we get the Zodiac, we have Manifestation, we have the Matrix in reverse, we have Love, and at the bottom of the deck we have Conquer, we have Validation, and we have Soul Contract. So obviously, this is where the card that stuck out to me was obviously Soul Contracts. I mean, Love obviously stuck out to me, but Soul Contracts stuck out to me more. So, okay. The Sixth Synth energy. This is like the High Priestess in tarot. So intuitively, spiritually, you are connected. You know you're connected to this guy, whether you're completely consciously aware of it or not, whether he's conscious aware or not. There's a underlying sense of their connection. Things are complicated because, yes, he is in a relationship. He's got a girlfriend. Obviously, I feel he has feelings. He has... the best way to describe this is like the movie My Best Friend's Wedding. If you've ever seen My Best Friend's Wedding, this is what this is. This whole your whole reading, Gene, is the fucking best friend's wedding is essentially what this is. Okay? There is this I mean, whether it's like platonic to you or not platonic to you, it's like, okay, yeah, right, it seems that way, but really it's not. You have a soul contract with this guy, and not all soul contracts have to be romantic, but there's an energy that you can't ignore, that he can't ignore, that's pulling you guys together. And it's the soul contract energy. And this is just my perception of the energy that it is. You guys definitely were probably had a past life relationship together. So regardless if there's any romantic feelings with him in this life or not, you were romantically involved in a past life. Okay. That's what it is. You were romantically involved in a past life, regardless if you were romantically involved, whether you have feelings for him or not. Now, underneath all of this, there is a love that's tied to the soul contract. And so, again, it doesn't have to be romantic. Sometimes it's just a soul tribe. It's just like your soul family. Like when I'm with you, I feel at home. Like I have a friend who I have no romantic feelings for at all, but she is my best friend. She's soul family to me. You know, like I could tell her anything, she tells me anything, like, but there's no romantic interest there. So technically, yes, we have a contract in this life. Like we know that we were going to meet up in this life. There is a brother sister type of love, I guess, if you want to call it that. There's not a romantic vibe, but there's an understanding, a soul contract type of vibe there, right? That it totally exists. So the complication here is there's an overlap of three different things. So there's the obvious thing. He's got a woman that he's obviously with, and that's always going to create issues, just like my best friend, this girl I was telling you about. She's seeing a guy. She's in a serious, committed relationship with a guy, and he was on it. He admitted to her that he was jealous of the friendship that I had with her, even though it's completely like, if me and her were the last people alive on the face of the planet, there would be no romance. Like, I have zero romantic feelings for this girl. I'll never have romantic feelings for this girl. I'm not physically or romantically attracted to her in that way. But on a soul level, she's like a soul sister, you know? And that's all they would ever be. But we live in a very superficial world where, you know, people don't buy into that. Like, it's not culturally acceptable for men to have female friends or females to have male friends. You know, like, culture and society will tell you that if you have a male friend or a female friend, that no matter what they tell you, oh, they're just a friend. Well, that's a red flag. They'll tell you it's a red flag, and it's like, no, that just means I'm fucking them. Like this is the person that they're fucking. If they say I have a friend, they're just a friend, then they're the person that I'm fucking. They're the person that you're cheating on me with. And no matter how untrue that is, that's what people believe. That's how superficial our society is, right? So, and that's where this is complicated. Because there is I sense that he understands that there is a spiritual connection that he has with you. And I feel that he senses that there's something more meaningful, even if it's not romantic. But there's also the conditioning of society. There's the expectation of his girlfriend. There's all this other bullshit that is affecting, you know, that's present, that's affecting it. Like, it's not as simple as just honoring the fact that, like, it's not just as simple as, like, well, she's just a friend. It's just a friend. It'll never be anything more than a friend. But it's somebody I deeply care about, who matters to me in a deep way in my life. And unfortunately, most people don't have the balls to stand up and say, "Hey, look, I can't. It's not. I can't control that you have an insecurity. I can't control that you don't trust me to have a male or female or an opposite sex friend because you think that me having an opposite sex friend means that I'm going to be romantically interested in them at some point or that I'm fucking them. Because that's the expectation. That's what we hear. That's what everyone thinks. That's what everyone believes societally or culturally, right? Even if it's the furthest thing from the truth. So people's insecurities get in the way. People's jealousy, all the things start to affect that, right? People become territorial. It just takes a very, very deep level of trust with your partner to get to a place to where you can genuinely believe and trust that, hey, you know what? This person would never betray me. They would never cheat on me. They would lie to me. So if they have a girl that's just a friend, like as a dude, if I have a girl that's just a friend and I say she's just a friend, I mean she's just a fucking friend. And my female romantic counterpart, you know, for her to get to a point where she could believe that about me would take a great deal of trust. And she would have to be on the same level that I am spiritually to get to the place of like, hey, you know what? I believe him. I know he's not lying. I know he's not bullshitting me. Like he says that this, when he means what he says. This woman who's a friend of his is just a friend. I have nothing to worry about. Like this woman would never in a million years come close to being what I am in this place in his life as his romantic partner. You know, so that's where the complications come in, and it's very complicated. And that's without going into a lot of other things. That's the nutshell of a huge part, a huge component that what this is selling is what this is saying. Particularly with the Sixth Sense energy, the manifestation energy, the Matrix card in reverse, this love card, this soul contract, and this conquer card, and this validation card. So, like, almost every card except for the zodiac energy, essentially, is affecting that part of it. And I could probably pull a little bit from it, but the zodiac energy, the reason that this is kind of isolated, and I didn't include that, is because for him or for you, I'm not sure which one of you, you're timing the energy of what's happening for you, for either you or him, maybe both of you, maybe his partner, I'm not sure, but somebody involved in this situation is going through a period, or their timing astrologically is affecting their relationships as a whole. It's not like it's just about you. It's not just about that person. Like if it has to do with him, which I don't know, because it's not, the energy isn't clear enough for me to specify that. But if it had to do with him, or if it's you, or if it's whoever this has to deal with, whatever that is, astrologically, the planets are affecting whoever it is in such a way where relationships are going to be a point of tension for that person, right? Like we all go through this. Everyone, at some point, the planets are going to align for you in such a way where relationships are favorable, and a time when relationships are not favorable. Regardless whether it's family, whether it's platonic, whether it's love, whatever the fuck it is. That's what this is saying. It's saying, you know, you need to know what's happening astrologically with you at this point. And again, I don't know who, whether it's you, whether it's him, whether it's his girlfriend, whoever it is, whatever's going on with you astrologically, based on where the planets are and how they are affecting your chart, it's impacting and it's affecting the situation. So that's what this card is. So if I take this card and I move it aside because we've addressed it, okay, we've addressed this. We've talked about that. Let's take it. Let's just move it over here because we're not going to talk about it anymore. Let's talk about these other ones besides what we've already mentioned. So we've addressed the fact that there's a soul contract. You and this guy, there's a soul contract. There's love here. Whether it's romantic, whether it's meant to be romantic, whether it's not romantic, but it's twofold. He's got a situation he's dealing with, but there's a soul contract love that he has with you. It is what it is. So there's two energies involved. There's a love that's a romantic love that he's got, and if you think it's not with you and you're sure that it's not with you, then obviously it's with his girlfriend. But regardless, there is still a supernatural love that's a soul contract love. However you want to relate to that, however you want to categorize that, label that. Family, a sister, soul tribe, however you want to. This man has love for you. And again, it doesn't have to be romantic, sexual, physical, or any of that. But there's a knowing, there's a soul contract, right? So, and there's a knowing there. That's what the sixth sense energy is. The high priestess. There's an intuitive understanding. In other words, words aren't necessary. When you know that you know something, you know. You don't need to articulate it. You don't need to speak it. You don't need to say it. You just know that you know what you know, right? And when two people are having a knowing about something, then what is understood doesn't need to be discussed. That's what this is saying. This manifestation energy is interesting because, and this is one of the reasons that I was confused, is because it's very it's very untraditional. This manifestation energy is really about, it's not like literal manifestation. It's, how do I describe it? It's an energy of how do I put it into words? It's an idea, it's an energy of understanding the reason why a soul contract even exists to begin with. Right? Like, and if we take the concept of a soul contract out of the realm of just romanticism, right? Because most people, they want to pigeonhole something and say, well, it has to be romance, right? Well, if we take soul contracts out of if we stop pigeonholing soul contracts as being, it has to be love, it has to be love, it has to be romance, then there's still a purpose for a soul contract. For you and him to have a soul contract together, that means that there's a reason and a purpose that you have a soul contract together. There's a reason that you guys would meet in this lifetime to complete a soul contract, even if that soul contract doesn't have something to do with love. The manifestation card, or the energy that's associated with this manifestation card, has to do with whatever that is. The purpose for which you guys decided to meet up in this lifetime, whatever that is. There's a reason, there's a purpose, there's a meaning, there's something that needs to be accomplished. There's something greater than just you meeting him in this lifetime just so you can recognize, hey, I think I have a soul contract with you. Even if we're not supposed to be together, even if it's not love, even if it's not romance, even if it's not any of that, right? There's a reason that we decided to meet up in this lifetime. That's what this manifestation energy has to do with. It's a very untraditional take on a manifestation or a magician card type of energy. Now, the Matrix in reverse is very interesting because this to me is kind of like the clue. This is really about the Matrix in reverse has to do with everything. So the Matrix upright is the Matrix. It's the red pill or the blue pill. Are you a sheep? Are you a follower? Are you asleep? Do you believe that this world is the five senses, what you can see, taste, touch, smell, hear, and feel? Do you believe that you are your body? Do you believe that you are your name? That this is what you are, this avatar, this meat suit? Do you believe that politics and the rules and all the bullshit that, the purpose of life is for you to go to school, get an education, get a degree, get married, pop out some kids, have a dog, have a cat, buy a house, grow old, be grandparents, retire and die? Like the cookie cutter bullshit matrix life, right? That you're just a human. You're nothing more. You're just a fucking human. You're not a spiritual being having a physical experience. And there's nothing more greater, there's nothing more than this, that you didn't incarnate, that there is no life after this life, that things are only based in the reality that you can see and you can interact with, right? Like, that's the matrix. It's all the bullshit of society and conditioning and reality. The life that we are raised to believe is the truth, right? Where the red pill is the actual truth. The red pill is, no, this is just a fucking video game. It's a simulation. That I am not Eddie and I am not this meat suit. Eddie is a name that my parents gave me, and this body is an avatar given to me because my parents had sex. My parents hooked up, which created a body, and my soul was injected into the body, and the soul that is in this body is what is communicating with all of you, right? I am a spiritual being having a physical experience. That's what I am, right? And with that understanding, I live my life according to that understanding. I don't live my life according to the matrix anymore. I don't believe in that shit anymore. I disregard that. I disregard politics. I disregard religion. I disregard all the things that were limiting, right? All the control mechanisms, all the false beliefs, all the bullshit. So in reverse, so that's the matrix upright. The matrix upright is saying, there's a choice, there's a decision to awaken to the spiritual truth, which is taking the red pill, or stay asleep by taking the blue pill. The matrix in reverse is somebody who refuses to. There's somebody who's either refusing or they're resistant to spiritual truth or understanding. In other words, it's somebody who's like, I'm asleep. I've taken the blue pill. I didn't take the red pill. I took the blue pill. And you're over here saying, well, here's the red pill. The red pill is the truth. You were supposed to take the red pill. You were supposed to take the red pill. You're supposed to wake up. You're supposed to understand all this spiritual shit and understand who the fuck you really are and not be entrenched in the matrix and the bullshit and all that. And like, no, I didn't want the red pill. I want the blue pill. I want to live in the fantasy. I want to live in the false reality. I want to live in the video game. I don't want to know what the truth is. I don't want to know all the spiritual shit. I don't want to know that I'm a spiritual being that's having a physical experience. I don't want to know all that shit. I want to be asleep. I want to be a sheep. I want to be a follower. I just want to enjoy this life and this reality for the superficial reality that it is, with no understanding of true awakening. Essentially, that's what that's saying. So you can interpret that how you want, but essentially the way that I read that is, again, this is in reverse, that he's not going to understand the spiritual contract that you have with him the way that you feel it and understand it. He's just not going to be on the same page with you right now because he's not on the same page with you. You took the red pill, he took the blue pill. He doesn't understand what you know. And he's not going to understand what you know because he's not interested in understanding what you know. Because any curiosity or any desire to know something more than the blue pill would imply. That's what these last two cards are alluding to, that there are situations, there's hurdles, obstacles, and challenges in his life that he still has to overcome, which is with this conqueror. There are challenges and obstacles that he has yet to conquer because he took the blue pill and not the red pill. There's this card, this sense of validation. I don't think this is either of you. I think this is tied to his girlfriend. She, how do I say this? How do I say this in a nice way? His girlfriend is an attention whore. That's the nicest way I know to say it. His girlfriend is an attention whore. She wants all the attention. She wants all the validation. And if he's giving anything to you, then that's something, that's time, energy, resource. That's something that he isn't giving to her. And she doesn't want something, anything really, that he has to give that he isn't giving to her. So if he's giving anything to you, then that's something she's not getting from him. He's not giving it to her because he's giving that thing to you, even if what he's giving to you has nothing to do with her. She doesn't care. She's like, nope, that's mine. That's the way she perceives it. It's mine. He's mine. His energy, his time, his communication, his validation, it doesn't fucking matter. Anything that he has to give, he gives it to me. He doesn't give it to you. That's what this validation is saying. She's an attention whore. She wants to be the center of his world. He knows this. This is the thing. He knows this. He knows that she is a needy bitch. Yeah, my bitch, she's needy. She's a needy bitch. I know she's a needy bitch. She doesn't hide the fact that she's a needy bitch with me. Now, do other people know that she's a needy bitch? Probably not. But he knows she's a needy bitch. She knows she's a needy bitch. But other people probably don't know that she's a needy bitch. And he's not going to throw her under the bus. He's not going to come out and go, hey, you know what? She's a needy bitch. Right? Like, he's not going to come tell you, Gene, like, yeah, well, you know, my girlfriend, she's a needy bitch. And she's, you know, like, she doesn't like that I'm giving you attention, that we have a friendship. And even though I've told her 1,000 times, it's not like that. And it'd never be like, blah, 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 like whatever the thing is. She's like, I don't care. You know, I'm a needy bitch. I'm the only bitch. There's no other bitches but this bitch. I'm the bitch. So, but you know, it's simple, but it's complicated. Because despite the fact that I think that he knows that about her, he can't escape the fact that he knows what he has with you, which is a soul contract. Because his spirit, his heart, his gut can't lie to him. When you know that you know that you know that you have a soul contract with somebody, I don't give a fuck who is in your life. I don't care who you're tied up with. I don't care who you're married to. I don't care what the situation is. You know, people want to be judgmental. They think life is black and white. They think people, it's like, well, they're married. They're not married. They're this, they're that. They're taken. They're not taken. It's like, no, I get it. And I'm not saying that you just violate, you go out and you be unfaithful and you go out and try to steal somebody's person because you're like, well, I think I have a soul contract with them. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying that you just go out and you just take whatever it is that you think that you can take, or have whatever you think you can have because since you have a soul contract with them. And you may have a soul contract with them. That doesn't mean that you go out and you start violating, the fact that they're with somebody, right? Like we don't just go out and do whatever the fuck we want just because we think we have a soul contract with somebody. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is that it's complicated because in my experience, when you have a soul contract with somebody, you're essentially tied to that person until some type of, like that contract is, you choose to have a contract with that person in this life for a reason. And until that contract comes to some form of resolution, it lingers. It's a very fascinating subject. It's something I'm currently researching. And when I get finished writing this second book that I'm working on, that I'm almost done with, there will be a third book. And my third book is going to be all about this, soul contracts, because it's fascinating to me. There's this whole thing about soul contracts that we don't completely understand. I'm trying to figure it out because I've seen it in my life. I see it in the lives of the people that I help. So there's something to this. There's something about this whole soul contract thing that I've been paying attention to over the years. And from my experience, what I've learned is there's a reason for it, obviously. It's different than just somebody you meet that you don't have a soul contract with. And basically at this point, and again, it's something I need more information to really come to more conclusions about. But at this point, based on what I've learned, when you have a soul contract with somebody, you're not released from that energy until you complete it. And completing a soul contract could be God knows what. Who knows what that means? That's why I have to understand more about this subject, right? But it's fascinating. It's a totally different situation. I'm not going to get into it, but it's fascinating nonetheless. So, to answer your question, this very complicated, very complex situation, whoever this guy is, there's a lot of moving pieces. There's a lot of pieces involved in this. It's not just a single one thing that's affecting your relationship with him. It's way more complicated than that. But you do have a soul contract with this person. I do think you and him had a romantic contract in the past. I do believe that. Doesn't mean you have something romantic in this lifetime, but you had something romantic in a past life, I feel. The manifestation card, this is where all the uncertainty really is. It's this card. I don't know what it is that's infused in this thing. Like what it is you guys are coming, you were meant to come together to have a meaning and a purpose for something, a manifestation. Your energy colliding with his energy was meant to produce something in this life. And whatever that thing is whatever the soul contract is tied to. That's the thing that I don't know. And unfortunately, God, source, the universe, spirit, whatever you want to call it, isn't telling me. It's not very clear what that is. It's almost like they have to figure it out. They have to figure this out. You can't, it's I don't know. There's, sometimes the universe is silent, is quiet on purpose. And I think as difficult as is to accept that when it happens, which is rare. I think it's more rare than not. I think the universe is very generous in giving answers when we seek them. But I think that there are times where we receive silence or we receive things are unclear. We don't get a lot of information about something that we're inquiring about. And I think there's a reason for that. I think that it has something to do with us having to go through an experience that is not meant to be invaded upon by external influences or external sources. It's just you go into this experience, whatever happens, happens. And the result of that happening, the result of that experience is what you were meant to take away from it. And then if you circle back around to God's source, the universe at that point, then maybe there's information to be had. There's clarification to be had at that point. That's kind of the perspective that I have on this. It's so to summarize all of that, there's elements of this that are clear, that make sense to me. There's elements of this that that aren't clear because there's no information. And I'm not going to make something up. I'm not going to pull bullshit out of my ass and say, just start making shit up when I don't know. I'm going to admit to you and tell you, I don't know. There's some things here that I don't know. The card came out and I was just blank. The universe didn't tell me anything. The universe like, yeah, I don't have anything to say about that. And if the universe doesn't have anything to say about it, then I don't have anything to say about it. Because all I'm left with is an image and a word on a card that could mean anything. So without the universe giving me an explanation, this doesn't mean shit to me. This means nothing to me without an explanation coming from a higher source. Just for those of you out there that are wanting to know how this actually works to be the messenger, that's how this works. I don't just come up with creative thinking or creative ideas to explain what the fuck these cards mean in a million different ways, because these cards have come out for 20, 100, 1,000 other people before you. These cards are not. This is the first time these cards have come out for somebody. And there's a limited number of. If I was bullshitting, I wouldn't be able to pull out, infinite numbers of bullshit from my ass and just go, okay, well, this card means this. This card means this, and it's like different and different and different and different. It's like I'm not that smart. I'm not that creative, right? Like I rely upon the divine to give me information. That's why I come here and I do this. And it's an act of courage, because when I sit down to do this, I have to just trust that the divine is going to show up and do its part, because I'm here to do my part. Because if I show up and the divine doesn't show up, then I'm fucked. Because now I'm like, well, this is a live reading. I can't hit record and then like, well, the divine didn't show up, so I'm going to stop recording and then delete the reading and I don't have to post it. No, this is fucking live. Like, you guys are here. It's real time. The divine doesn't show up, then Eddie's a fraud, right? Like, I'm fucked. So I'm just saying that I'm not somebody that's going to bullshit, because I can't. The information is either here, the explanation is here, or it's not here. And if it's not here, I'm not going to force something. I'm not going to make something up just because there's a card on the table that needs an explanation, right? There's either a divine explanation for that card being here, or there's not. So, that's just me being vulnerable and honest with you all. And that's what this is for you specifically, Gene. You have a soul contract with this guy. I don't know what it is. It doesn't have to be romantic. It could be romantic. I don't know. I don't think he has a spiritual awareness that you have. I think there are things astrologically affecting this. I think his girlfriend is affecting this. I think there are things that you guys were meant to meet up in each other's lives because of this soul contract. Whether you get to explore that, finalize that, finish that, manifest that, whatever this manifestation energy is, I don't know. But he is facing hurdles, obstacles, and challenges that he has to overcome that are not related to you. So I guess my advice to you is to just honor whatever action is that he's taking, regardless of the fact of how shitty it is, how disconnected it is, how unfair it is, or how whatever it is. Like, he just took a major step back from me. There's no explanation. Everything was great until it wasn't. And, I just feel outed and blindsided. And he just, okay, like, it sucks. But my advice is just to honor it and say, hey, look, he's doing, for whatever reason, he thinks that he believes he needed to do this. Even if I don't understand it, it hurts and it sucks. But I'm just going to step back and honor it and just trust that he needed to do whatever the fuck he felt he needed to do for whatever reasons he felt he needed to do it. And I'm just going to keep focusing on myself. And if he circles back around with an explanation about why he did it, I'm here to listen. I'm available to hear him out. Like, okay, this is why, you just stop talking to me for whatever reason, right? And I think that he will. Like I think that whatever this happened, for whatever reason this happened, I think he will. I think he'll circle back around, and I think you'll get an explanation from him. It may not be. I don't know when it'll be. I can't lie, so I'm not gonna make some shit up. I don't know when it'll be, but I do think that at some point he will explain himself. Whatever his reasoning for behaving the way that he's behaving right now, I think that he will circle back around at some point and explain himself. But I don't know when that'll be. I know that was a mouthful. I know it was a lot. And I know it was kind of all over the place. But again, that's the best that I have for a very convoluted energy about that. Jennifer Lopez did not write this song. This is bullshit. This song is not by Jennifer Lopez. She did not write that song. Just so you know. It was originally done by this group. Just for clarity, we got to keep it real. We got to call people out for their shit. I know that this is like very important to all of you to know. So Third Party Alive was like 1996. Jennifer Lopez was like redid the song in like what, 2002? Something like that. Okay. I have to take a quick intermission. Quick intermission, everybody. I have to use the restroom. Quick break. Take 5. I gotta pee. Oh shit. That wasn't good. No wait, what's her name? No. I gotta spell. Oh. Ooh. That's it. Okay. All right. Welcome, 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 everybody. Everybody that's here still or not here. Welcome to the Human Innovation Tarot. My name is Eddie with Imagine Life Development Center. Appreciate you all participating, hanging out tonight in the wee hours of the AM. I am about to go relieve my bladder. Please feel free to do the same, and we will continue on. But before we do, we're gonna do a quick little. Quick little something something here. I don't know. See what somebody needs something. All right. We got the Sun card. Wonderful. The Sun. Things are about to get bright and happy for people out there. We just got out of Leo season, coming into Virgo season. Let's see what else. I'm not looking. What is this one? This one is the Ace of Wands. It's time for a passionate new beginning for all the people out there. Some of you guys. So we got a lot of fire energy here, Leo energy with the Sun. We got the Ace of Wands here, a passionate new beginning. Lots of opportunities, creative ideas, creative passion. Your desires are boiling up. Listen to your desires. Listen to your inclinations. The things inside of you that are urging you and pressing you towards your fulfillment with the Sun here. And then we have the Moon. Interesting. Cancer, Pisces energy here with the Moon that is opposing the Sun. So we have a little sandwich energy here. Before I go take a pee break, we have the Sun on one side, we have the Ace of Wands in the middle, and we have the Moon on the other. Very interesting dynamic here. And so the way that I would interpret this is really about embracing the duality of life. Understanding that life is full of changes, it's full of ups and downs, it's full of, the changes of season. The sun comes up, the sun comes down, it goes down, the moon goes up, the moon goes down, right? Like, there's a lot of duality involved in life. It's not just the good, it's not just the bad, right? And so between our happiness and between our fears, there is the middle path, really, right? This is really the path of duality, or the tree of life, Kabbalah, or the high priestess, or the Hierophant, or even the moon, right? Like, you have the two pillars on both sides of the moon, and you have the moon in between, which represents the middle path. You have the white pillar and you have the black pillar on the high priestess card, and you have the high priestess sitting in the middle. So it's really about the middle path. The Ace of Wands is saying, like, we live in the realm of duality. We live in the realm of, and the Chariot. The Chariot is another one. You have the white Sphinx, and you have the black Sphinx, and then you have the Emperor that's driving the Chariot. That's like the middle path. So it's this reoccurring theme in tarot and in esoteric knowledge, which relates to the law of opposites, or duality, that we live in a dualistic existence, which also the yin and yang symbol, right? You have the yin and yang, which is the circle. One side is white, one side is black, and then you have the two dots within the circle. And within the white side of the circle, you have the black dot. Within the black side of the circle, you have the white dot, which again is showing that duality is a fractal that exists within everything in this realm. So the Ace of Wands is showing us the middle path here. The Ace of Wands is showing us that our passions and our desires are there for us to hold and for us to grab hold of. But we have to grab hold of the wand. We have to accept the wand. We have to tap into and tune into our passion, the things that drive us, if we are going to find fulfillment in the middle path. And it's also about accepting the two realities and not demonizing one over the other. Now, of course, on the one side, we would look at the sun and go, well, but the sun has had the happy path. That's the happy card. But too much sunlight and you get sunburn, right? Like too much of either one is out of balance. If you have too much sun, you get sunburn. You're hurting. So too much sun is not good for you, right? Just like you can't live in darkness either. That's not good for you, right? But a balance of both. The balance of understanding that we have this much sunlight, we have this much darkness, right? We spend time during the day doing things we need to do, but then at night we rest and we go to sleep. Both things are needed. So it's about understanding. Really, the message here is about balance, balancing life with our desires in mind. So the focus is on this one, the Ace of Wands. What are your passions, your desires? What are the things in life that motivate you? What are the things that would get you out of bed in the morning and inspire you and say, man, if I could do this the rest of my life, I would be completely happy and fulfilled. I would be excited, right? What is the meaning and purpose of your life? And when you find that, it's just about embracing duality and going, hey, you know what? I understand that there's a light side and a dark side. I understand that there's ups, that there's downs. I understand that there's ebbs and flows. I understand that there are successes and failures, that there's lessons and opportunities, or lessons and blessings, right? And it's really just learning to stay in the middle of your path. That's really what this is saying. And so when you're connected to your purpose and your passion in life, it's just about you staying in the middle lane. Right? It's not going over here, too much over here into the moon or the darkness. And it's not going over here and so much trying to live so much in the fake reality of eternal happiness and getting sunburned. Because it's impossible. You can't, life isn't all sunshine, unicorns, and rainbows. Just like your most difficult pains, hurdles, obstacles, and trials don't last forever. The most painful things that you exist don't last forever, right? Like we don't spend forever in either one of these arenas. We don't live our lives at the highest of our highs, and we don't spend the entirety of our lives at the lowest of the lows. We live most of our life in the in-between. Most of our life is spent in the middle ground, between the highs and between the lows. Yes, there are moments where we peak and we have really, really wonderful, beautiful moments, the sun. And just like there are moments where we hit rock bottom, we have pain, loss, tragedy, and life is very uncertain, very painful, very difficult. We live, but those are moments. They're not the majority, right? They're the minority. We live in the in-between. We spend most of the time in the in-between. So as we move into September and Virgo season, there's a little bit of a message here coming out of all the 8-8 portal shit that we just came through, right? We had a lot of 8-8s in August. We had August the 8th, which was an 8. We had August 17th, which was an 8. And we had August 26th, which was an 8, which was all occurring in an 8 universal year, because when you add up the year 2024, you get 8, because 2 plus 2 plus 4 equals 8. That's where you get all the 8, 8, 8, 8, 8 shit from. We just came out of that. And so for those of you who understand the metaphysics of energy, and energy being everything, the quantum element of all of this, here at our intermission, I just want to leave you guys with this thought. For those of you who can retain this and sit with it and, maybe consider this. So we're what? So today is the last day of August. It is officially, and I don't know where you guys are in the world, but here in the United States where I am, it's about 3:18 a.m. in the morning. It is August the 31st. It's the last day of August. Okay. So, so Sunday is the 1st, September the 1st, right? Is that correct? Yes. So Sunday, tomorrow, not today, because technically it's Saturday. Technically today is the 31st. So tomorrow is Sunday, September the 1st. We have September, October, November, and December. We have the last, we have gone 3/4 of the year, basically. We are at the last stretch of 2024. 4 months left until the end of the year. It's crazy how fast time has gone. So my question is this. Despite what's happening in the world, right? All the bullshit going on politically, whatever, all the shit's going on in the world right now, right? Take that out of the picture. Despite whatever else has happened up until this moment, because we can't go back in the past and we can't change the past. What do you want to see happen between September and December 31st? Between now and December 31st. How do you want to close out this year? How do you want to finish out this year? Right? How do you want to utilize and tap into this 8 energy that we have available? Before we move into 2025, which is a 9 universal year, which is all about endings, closing out cycles, and finishing and being done with things, right? So before we even get into that, how do you want to finish out this year? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you haven't done. It doesn't matter how your year's gone so far. None of that shit matters. All that matters is right now. What you decide to do, what you choose right here, right now, moving forward, right? Because a lot can happen in a small amount of time. A lot can happen between now and the end of the year, between now and December. And so what would it look like for you? What have you learned up until this point this year? What haven't you learned? What are the current hurdles, obstacles, and struggles? What would you like to see different? What would you like to change? What needs to change? Like if you take inventory, almost like this was your new year. Right? What do most people do every new year, right? They have New Year's resolutions. They set the tone for the things that they want for the new year, right? That's kind of just like a tradition. And most people, don't really follow through. That's fine, whatever. But if this was your new year, what would you do? What would be your New Year's resolution if it was, the beginning of a new year? Like, what is your resolution for now between the rest of the year? Set that intention. And don't worry about, doing it perfect or whatever, but just more about focusing on progress, right? Like, what can you do to move the needle in your life between now and December in a way to where any amount of progress that you can obtain would be fulfilling and rewarding for you. Any amount of progress. Any amount, right? That's the thought I want to leave you guys with while I go relieve my bladder real quick, and then I come back and we'll continue on. But just something for you guys to ponder during our quick little 5-minute break. Because I personally believe that, yes, while we are in a great time of uncertainty, yes, our world and the collective is going through some very interesting and bizarre shit right now. I also believe and know intuitively that despite all of that distraction and all that energy, those of us who aren't distracted by it, we have an opportunity available to us to grab hold of our torches, so to speak, and make whatever adjustments we need to make based on what we've learned up until this point of this year. And, you know, we can ride out these last few months of this year in an incredible way. And in just the last 4 months, I really believe that we can produce results and make changes and end this year in a way that maybe we didn't think was possible, right? Like, hey, we started out in January, we got all the way here to the end of August, and maybe things don't really look the way you thought they would look this far into the year, right? Like, I can say there's things that I hope to have had accomplished by now that I haven't accomplished. Okay, no problem. Not a big deal. I have until the end of the year to accomplish those things, right? So I can reset, I can refocus, and I can get clear on how I want to end this year, right? And so that's the beauty of this. Every day we have an opportunity to make that change, to reset, to refocus, and get clear about how we need to readjust our lives, because we get so habituated. Time goes so quick because we're on the rat wheel, right? Like the mouses that running on the wheel, the rat race, just running, right? And feeling like we're getting nowhere. So we can get off the rat wheel anytime we want and actually go somewhere, is what I'm trying to say. And I think a lot of us, we need that right now. We need that. We not only just need it for ourselves, but we need it for where we're going collectively as well, right? So a lot of you people are spiritually talented. You're spiritually gifted. You're creative. You have ideas. You have things that you haven't tapped into, gifts, talents, abilities that you've been sitting on for your entire life. There's lots of people right now who are being called and pulled on and tugged on, urged spiritually to come out of the closet, to bring your talents and gifts to the table, to step out, to take that risk, to take that leap of faith, to go do that thing that's been, you've been thinking about doing for a really long time that you just have not done yet. Myself included in this, by the way. So this isn't, I'm preaching to the choir here. So whatever those things are for you, just know that your time is now. The need is now. The collective needs us now. Where we're moving as we've just barely step foot into literally the age of Aquarius, astrologically, we are the baton passers. We are the torchbearers. It's up to us to come into this thing and to kind of, lay the foundation of what this new world, this new reality, whatever that is going to become or what it looks like. We're just here to lay the foundation. But it's also where our fulfillment is, and anything that we're doing where we're settling because it's known, it's comfortable, it's safe, it's secure. Yeah, I mean, it's comfortable, but it's not fulfilling, right? And I know it's hard. It's hard to take steps. It's hard to step out of our comfort zone and do things that we've never done before. Whether it's start a business, whether it's, use a gift or an ability or a talent, something that we've never used before, because we're afraid or we're insecure, we're not sure how good we are, whatever the thing is, right? So my encouragement with this is, again, to be reflective. This is kind of like I guess you could say an unplanned off the cuff collective message for those of you that are here listening to this. Um, don't just ride out the rest of this year passively. Okay, that's what I'm trying to say. Don't waste the rest of this year passively. As we move into September, refocus, get refocused, get engaged, get plugged in, get tuned in to your fulfillment. Let go of like whatever you didn't do, whatever didn't happen, whatever, all the shit up until this point, it doesn't matter. That's the past, right? Like, renew whatever you need to renew with yourself, that commitment spiritually and with yourself. Renew that commitment to yourself and to whatever it is spiritually that you feel that you need to do to move the needle in your life, to find fulfillment, to have purpose, to have meaning, and just start working at it. Don't give yourself a hard time. Don't be perfectionistic about it. Just focus on doing what you can do with what you know, and allow whatever amount of progress that you produce as a result of that to be what it is, right? Don't judge progress because you're comparing it to something else or someone else, right? Just say, hey, I'm going to do, this is the plan I'm going to set for myself. And if I get there and I do it and I fulfill it, great. If I don't, I'll be a hell of a lot further along because I was trying to get there. I'll be much further along by the fact I was even trying to do it than if I had done nothing at all, right? That's the bottom line. Just move. Put one foot in front of the other and just keep moving towards whatever that thing is for you. And I truly believe that most of you, if you are willing to do this, myself included, I think a lot of us are going to be very surprised by where we are in a short amount of time based on now and the end of the year. Like if we by 2025, when we look back at this whole year, we're going to go, man, most of the things that really happened for me happened at the end of 2024. It wasn't all of this time at the beginning when like most things, like it just a whole lot really wasn't happening. Like most of all the things really started to happen at the end of the year. It was that last 4 months where all the shit just started kind of happening. So it's almost like the way that we will remember 2024 will be the things that happened at the end. It's not going to be, the first 8 months of the whole year. It's going to be this tiny little bit at the end that happened. We're going to be like, man, that was really when all the things happened. But only if we do our part. I don't think it's not just going to happen just because, right? Like we have to do our part. We have to put effort, right? So, it's just a little side message, that was coming through for everybody. It's just a little side collective message. I'm going to go use the restroom real quick. You guys take a break, come back, take 5, come back, and we'll continue on. All right, you crazy people. Let's rock and roll. Let's rock and roll. Whoa. There's some wild shit going on in the chat. Bastard tricked me. He was working for the dark side the whole time and just putting on a show. Use my clean life as his cover all these years. That's why I was able to handle him. I saved his life in 2008. They murdered my whole crew in 2012. Some crazy shit going on there. We we were just talking about comfortably numb having the Illuminati experience. Welcoming a man from the bathroom, I feel so Victorian. Fuck yeah, you do. Fuck yeah, you do. You welcome a king from his bathroom if you know what's up. You know what's up when he come back from that bathroom. Everybody wish Jean a good night. The mod of all mods. She gotta go to sleep. Jean, all love, my friend. Thank you so much for hanging. You guys also have a wonderful Happy Liberty weekend. Get some sleep, my friend. Love you. My bladder absolutely had a great release. Fire Spawn is she's enraptured by my bladder. What's up? I'm good with that. We all need a little bladder love here and there. Oh, I'll hold on. I got my song on, so. Illuminati is like seeing a literate person, someone who can see the unseen world. Man, this song. Woo. I like what happens up in here in the wee hours of the morning. We're like the chat's turning into the red light district. Well, too bad for you guys. We we accept the freedom of speech up in here, so let me see. Hold on, I gotta scroll up. I didn't see it. I don't see it. I scrolled up. I don't see it. Unless I'm blind as fuck, which I could be. I scrolled way back. I just wanted to know. Okay, wait. I just want to know if my secret admirer has seen what I recently posted online. Okay, I think I see it now. I think I missed it. Okay. Snooping, I see. We're snooping on the secret admirer. All right. cards are flying out everywhere. Ooh. Well, interesting. Well, so far we have Leo, Scorpio, and we have a King of Cups, which is Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces. So maybe your secret admirer is a Scorpio. Maybe. Maybe you're a Leo. Maybe. What in the Jerry Springer do we have happening here? So, when you were saying secret admirer, were you talking about multiple secret admirers? Because there's more than one person here, by the way. Multiple people here. Not just one person. We have a Two of Wands, two people. We have two kings, two people. There's an energy here, and I don't know if this is you or one of these kings. Really fucking stressed out energy here. Nine of Swords, really stressed out. Looks like somebody. There's definitely a suck energy, or somebody's hung up. Quite literally hung up on one of these two. Or there's, if it's not being hung up on one of the two, there's a lot of, somebody's really stressed the fuck out about not maybe knowing which one of these two is the right choice to make, because the Two of Wands is about making a choice. And the Eight of Cups is here. So it's like, this is the uncertainty here, this Eight of Cups energy. So this is either about abandonment issues in the past, or wondering which person, like either you got left or somebody's left you, or figuring out there's more to this than you're letting on. I'm just going to say that. There's more to this going. There's more to the story than you dropped in the chat box. I'm just going to say that right now. Okay, I think I have an idea about some things. Okay, so it's either there's somebody new that you're entertaining while you're in the process of letting go of somebody else. Because the Eight of Cups and we have the Release card, these two cards are telling the same thing. There is either somebody who's you're trying to release or walk away from, or somebody is trying to release or walk away from you. And I don't know which person it is. I don't know if it's the King of Cups or the King of Swords. There's a celebration energy here, so there's an excitement here about the possibility of one of these two. Again, I don't know which one it is. But we have the Sickness card and we have the Prisoner card. And the Prisoner card is obviously tied to this Nine of Swords energy here, which is also tied to this Hangman energy. So I don't know if this means that you're being affected, or maybe you haven't gotten over a potential situation that, like, maybe something ended here with the Death card recently, and so you're trying to get over that, or this could be the other person. Roles could be reversed here. I don't know which person this is related to, because there's some drama. There's some drama going on with all of this. I'm not getting a clear answer about your question. I'm getting a lot of details about whatever this drama is that was not your question. Hangman twice. I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no. I don't think that they have noticed whatever it is you've posted online about them. And this is why. This is why I don't think that they have noticed. So we have the High Priestess, we have the Four of Swords, we have the Three of Wands. The back, the Three of Wands, this person is looking elsewhere. The Four of Swords is somebody who's checked out. Like they're, it's a card of healing. It's a card of reflection. It's a card of taking a time out. It's a card of silence. You're not talking, you're not speaking. There's a lot of things that this card could represent, this energy could represent. The High Priestess is another card of silence, of not talking, staying quiet in its own right. Or secrets, things that are not known. We have the Hangman twice. So at the bottom of the deck, underneath the Empress, we have the Hangman here, and we have the Hangman here. So there is a perception. There's reality, and then there's a perception of reality, right? The Hangman is somebody who thinks reality is holding on to a reality that isn't the real reality. That's why they're stuck. The Hangman, it believes in a false reality. The Hangman is over here believing something that isn't real. And that's why they stay stuck. And it's not until they wake up to the truth, or they wake up to their true reality, that they get out of the Hangman tree. And so we have that energy twice here. So there is a bit of there is a bit of a deceptive energy, but it's not deceptive in the sense that it's malicious. It's deceptive in the sense that it's more of like a pattern. Right, because we have the Sickness card here. And so this essentially, the Sickness card in this deck means a lot of different things. But here is basically alluding to the fact that there is an infection. There's something that's unhealthy that is affecting a person, right? It could be literal, it's metaphorical, it doesn't matter. It's an energy that is affecting somebody in an unhealthy way, right? At the bottom of the deck we have the prisoner energy, right? Which means, again, it's implying that somebody is stuck, or feeling trapped in a situation where they're not really trapped. Just like in the in tarot, when you pull the Eight of Swords, which is what essentially this card is, the Eight of Swords is a self-imposed prison. It's the illusion that you're stuck. It's the illusion that things are bad. It's the illusion that I can't get out of this. It's the illusion that there's no good way out of this, or there's no right answer. It's the illusion that no matter what decision or choice that I make, I'm fucked. Right? There's an energy of that. So all of this to say, whatever this situation is, there's two energies, there's two wands. These two wands are clearly related to these two kings. There's a lot of stress and anxiety with the Nine of Swords. There's a stuck energy that showed up twice. Well, three times really. The Hangman twice, and this prisoner energy. There's something that's been, there's some type of negative energetic influence, like an infection, an energetic infection that's affecting or influencing this. It doesn't have to be you. It could be one of these other people. I don't know. It's not clear. But I don't think that I sense a very casual energy because we have the celebration card. This is like a Three of Cups energy. But whatever this is, no, I don't think that these two energies are aware. So whatever it is that you're wanting either one or the other person, or maybe both of these people, to be aware of, I don't think there's an awareness. Like, you know, this Two of Wands is connected to you, so that's not you. I mean, that's not them, rather. Eight of Cups is walking away. That's your back is turned. That's back being turned to something. Three of Wands is looking at something else, back turn. Four of Swords, checked out, asleep, not paying attention, not conscious. Hangman, same situation. I'm not tapped in. I'm not tuned into a reality. Prisoner, I'm stuck in a jail cell. It's dark. Can't see. I'm stuck. There's no energy here on the table. And then under this, we have this release energy, which is essentially the Eight of Cups again. So this card is essentially the same thing as this card. Two cards, basically, and you can see here, again, back turned. This person's walking away. They're not walking towards, they're walking away. You have more energy on the table indicating silence, secrets, quietness, back turned towards. There's no energy here that's any type of acknowledgement of whatever message that you put out there, whatever you're putting out there for someone to see. I don't think that they're seeing it. If they've seen it with their physical eyes, they didn't see it and think, oh, that's for me. That's an encrypted message. That's a secret encrypted message that I posted thinking it was for them, right? Like on social media, like if people, they break up and, they post a meme, or they post a song, or they post poetry, or, whatever the fuck they post, thinking that, or hoping that the person that they broke up with is going to see it and think, oh, that's for me. Like, that's totally for me. I know that's for me. That's not what's happening here. Like, if this person has seen this, That's not what they're thinking. This person didn't see this and go, "Oh, wow, that's for me." Um, that never crossed their mind. If they saw it, I don't think they saw it, but if they saw it, um, if they saw it, I don't think that they understood it. They didn't see it. They catch the message and go, "Oh, she posted that for me." That's a hidden, encrypted secret message, um, to catch their attention, to let them know whatever the intention was. I don't think that person has that. In fact, I don't. The energies that are on the table, if I'm to be completely honest with you, out of these two kings that are on the table, I think their attention is elsewhere. I think this King of Cups, this water sign person, if they're a water sign, their attention is elsewhere. I think this King of Swords, their attention is elsewhere. I don't think either one of these kings it has their attention on you. I don't feel that. I don't see that anywhere in this energy either. Like they're oblivious. Completely oblivious. Getting caught up on the chat here. Okay, this makes perfect sense. Okay, so I was kind of, because when I get a reading that doesn't really have like a resolution. Like I don't. It's not really my style. So I don't. I don't typically. How do I describe it? Like when things are just kind of left open ended or up in the air. To me, it's like, what's the point? Like information for the sake of information, like sure is maybe better than nothing, but as a reader, like I'm looking for like what's the point, right? Like there needs to be a definitive point or purpose to something. Like okay, what do I need to know about this? Even if it's not the answer that I want or the situation, it's like where do I fit into this? Where's my power in this? How do I fit into this? What do I need to know about this? And so I wasn't getting that. Like I was getting a bunch of information that didn't really, it just seemed like okay, it's information, it's kind of drama, but I didn't. There was no like where do you set foot into that, right? Like there's nothing to anchor onto. There's no empowering meaning. It's just a situation that doesn't really, It's like trying to ask tarot cards why, somebody wants to buy a certain pair of shoes at the store versus another pair of shoes. It's like, okay, that's fine and dandy, but why do we need to explore that, right? What's the purpose? So I pulled these cards to try to figure out what you really need to know. What do you really need to know beyond just the question itself? And so, first of all, chaos and conflict. So this chaos and conflict card is entirely related to that Nine of Swords energy that was on the table a second ago. And that Nine of Swords energy is also tied to the never-ending story energy, which is about overthinking things, being up in your head, obsessively thinking over things, obsessively wondering, excessively thinking, like any type of obsessive thinking, being in your head, constantly thinking, wondering, obsessing, is a never-ending story. So this never-ending story, which is about obsessive thinking, which is the Nine of Swords energy, is fueling this chaos and conflict energy, right? And so these two energies alone are going to cockblock you. These two cards are fueling that Nine of Swords energy that was on the table earlier. This energy is going to ensure that you do not get what you want. I can tell you that. This is the answer. The answer is this mending card. This mending card is the answer or the solution to why we have that sickness card out on the table a second ago, which is basically essentially saying that there are things within you, and we all go through this, so I'm not here to judge. I'm just here to be the messenger. Don't shoot the messenger. That there's healing required. There's a level of healing that needs to be done before you should, entertain relationships, essentially. In other words, if you push forward and you pursue a relationship at this point, you're putting the cart before the horse, which is going to ensure that whatever happens is probably not going to happen for your highest good, because you're probably going to have to repeat a lesson. You're probably going to have to go around the mountain again, and it's probably just going to be whatever negative shit show experience that you've had in the past. You're probably going to have another one of those experiences. Now, it'll be a different person, right? It'll be a new person. It'll be, but a same experience. New person, same experience. That's essentially what this is saying here. However, if you heal, if you focus on whatever that thing is that needs to change within you to get out of this chaos conflict energy, to get out of that Nine of Swords energy, then you have this beautiful, this is my favorite card. My favorite card in this Oracle deck is this card right here. And it's actually one of my favorite movies, which is Serendipity. Serendipity is all about the fate, destiny, and surprises that await you when you dare to venture into the land of the spiritual unknown. But before you venture off into the land of the spiritual unknown, you have to prepare for the journey, right? It's sort of like Lord of the Rings. So, there's a story of obviously there's Frodo who ends up with the ring, and he's essentially the guy who has to bear the burden of taking the ring and getting all the way to the volcano and throwing the ring into the volcano to destroy the ring. But there was his predecessor. There was Smeagol. Smeagol was also a hobbit who had the ring and became seduced with the power of the ring because he was not ready to go on the journey, right? And so that's essentially what this is. It's a similar type of it's a similar vibe. It's like when we try to push forward, we try to put the cart before the horse. We just keep going. It's like, nah, I don't need to heal. I don't need nothing wrong with me. I don't need to address my shit, my baggage, or whatever it is. It's just, there's a saying like, to get over one person, get under another person, right? That kind of thing, where it's just like, okay, cool, this person hurt me, no problem. Then I'll just go over here and I'll just fuck a new person. I'll just sleep with another person. I'll just get a new boyfriend. I'll just get a new girlfriend, right? It's the absence of doing the real work. It's the absence of going within and addressing whatever the problems and issues that we have. We're not we just put band-aids on things, right? We jump out of one thing into another thing. Right? We're medicating. We're searching for the next thing, right? We're not wanting to have to sit within ourselves to do whatever it is that we need to do to heal, become whole, to figure out why we do this, why we attract these people, all the things. And I've been there. So I'm guilty of this. I've had to go through this, all the things. Essentially, in so many words, that's what this is implying. That's what saying this is what needs to happen. The mending needs to happen to overcome the energy of these other two cards, the chaos and conflict and the overthinking because of the negative, the never-ending story. If and when the mending is done, you are going to experience the serendipity. This is a very fast energy. It's like, and again, it's not about you have to become perfect. You have to heal everything all at once. It's not about years and years and years and years of therapy and healing and all these things. It's essentially just a willingness to draw a line in the sand and say, I will no longer tolerate this with myself. I will no longer be in this energy. I will no longer pursue this. I will no longer have this. I will no longer attract this. I no longer desire this. You draw a line in the sand and you decide what you're going to tolerate, because we all get what we tolerate, period. We all get what we tolerate. And it's about you having clarity about what you're not willing to tolerate anymore within yourself, because you're the only thing you can control, which sets you up for the things that are actually in alignment for you when you become the version of you that's in alignment with those things, because you're no longer being a lesser version of you. And there's a point in everyone's life where we are being a lesser version of ourselves. Not because necessarily we choose to be a lesser version of ourselves. It's just because that's the version of ourselves, the only version of ourselves that we knew to be, because no one ever taught us to be any other version of ourselves, right? It's like trying to convince, a person who's in an abusive relationship with somebody who beats the shit out of them, punches them in the face and throws them down the stairs. And, you're like, hey, why don't you just leave? Right? Like most people would logically look at a person who's in a domestically violent, abusive relationship and go, this person smashes your face into the wall, they punch you in the face, they bruise you, they break your nose, they throw you down the stairs, they've hurt you, you've had to go to the hospital, but you refuse to leave this person. Yet you know that you stay with this person and they keep doing it to you over and over again. Like, they are violently attacking you. They beat the shit out of you. Not metaphorically, they literally beat the shit out of you. Why do you stay with them? Right? It's easy for somebody who's not that person to logically reason the absurdity of that person's choice to stay there. It's absurd. This is insanity that you would stay with that. The logical, common sense thing to do is to leave that person. It's a violent, toxic relationship. It's life-threatening. But in that person's world, it's the only reality. It's the only thing that they know. And it's actually more frightening and more scary to embrace the unknown. Because in their little bubble of violence, it's predictable. They know that it's violent. They know that when they do this, it's going to trigger that person, and that person is going to come and beat the shit out of them. It's predictable. So for them, it's a lot. It feels a lot more safe and secure, even though it's violent and abusive, than the thought of, well, I don't know what's out there. If I leave this person, I don't know what it's like out there in the land of the unknown and the uncertain. Here, I know. Here, I know what to expect. Out there, I have no clue what to expect. There are some people that fear the unexpected, that fear the unknown so much that they're willing to put themselves and leave themselves in a place that is so violent and so abusive for those reasons. For the rest of us that are not wired like that person's wired, it's easy for us to judge and say, hey, this doesn't make any sense. You should just leave that person, right? But if it was the easy, they would do it. So I'm not suggesting that the process of healing is easy no matter who it is. I'm suggesting that it's unconscious. Most people don't understand what they don't understand about themselves because they haven't gone within themselves to understand the depth of whatever it is that they need to resolve. And whatever it is within the depths of us that needs to be resolved is tied to that part of us that would set us free and give us access to the things that we truly, truly need, want, and desire. And that's what the serendipity card is here. Because the serendipity card is, it's essentially saying that there is beauty in the unknown because of what serendipity is. It's an unexpected. It's serendipity. It's a blessing. It's a miracle. It's something you don't see coming, but it's everything that you want. It's a synchronistic, divine organization, the universe coming together. It's a divine appointment, a divine intervention. It's something divine that occurs in a moment when you least expect it, right? It's things coming together, fate, destiny, right? A miracle. It's like the universe organizes an event for our benefit. It's a treasure. It's you win in the lottery. It's this beautiful, wonderful thing. The serendipity. That's why it's the four-leaf clover at the top of this card, because it's talking again. It's about luck. You know, it's something incredible. It's something amazing. Something exciting. Something enthralling. It's the thing that you didn't. It's the thing you never thought that would happen for you. The blessing you never thought you would have. The miracle you never thought you would receive. That's what serendipity is. It's not just some petty little nothing that you don't give a shit about, right? Like, okay, well, you know, I got a 10% coupon, a 10% off coupon at Kohl's. You know, maybe you shopped at Kohl's before or some shit, you know what I mean? Or 10% off coupon at Target. It's like, okay, well, that's great. You know, I don't care. It's not a big deal, right? This is something significant, life-changing. Serendipity is the universe handing you something that you've always wanted, but you don't believe is possible for you. You don't believe it. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't believe it's possible. You don't even, it would never even cross your mind, basically. It's just, it's something so outside of your realm of thinking that you just, you know, that's why it's such a surprise. That's why it's literally serendipity, because you just would never have thought about it. You wouldn't have expected it. You would have discounted it. You would have, you know, not included yourself in the realm of possibility of receiving whatever that thing is. And so there's a distance, there's a gap, right? There is where things are, which is here. Right? This is the current energy. There's the chaos and conflict, and then there's the overthinking. There's a negative story. Then there's a bridge. There's a gap between where you are and where you want to be. And the gap between where you are and you want to be is this mending. So the bridge to get from here to here can only be traversed by crossing this bridge. If you want to walk from the land of chaos, you want to travel to the promised land, you have to walk through the land of mending and healing to get to the promised land. The serendipity is the promised land. How you get to the promised land? You have to go through the healing. Without this, there's no way to get here, right? It's like a castle in a moat. Well, without a bridge to cross over the moat, there's a chasm. You can't get to the castle. You can't get to the treasure. The bridge is here, and it's available for you, but you have to cross over it to get to here. These things are the things that are going to keep you stuck. This is the thing that's going to give you freedom. And when you get your freedom, you get your blessing. So the universe is wanting to hand you treasure and not piles of shit. Right? Because a lot of times the things that we pursue are piles of shit that we think are treasures. But that's only because we're using a limited lens because we're used to shit. Right? It's like people who eat fast food forever. They eat it and they eat it, they eat it, they eat it, and their taste buds get used to fast food. And they become really unhealthy. And then it takes them a while to start eating healthy. Right? And their body rejects it, their body doesn't like it. They go through cravings and all the things. They have to detox from the garbage that they've been habituating their body to, right? But once they get detoxed, their taste buds change, their cravings change, and they no longer desire the fast food anymore, right? That's what this is really about. It's about energetically detoxing from an energy that that's been present for a while that you've grown accustomed to. It's familiar to you, which is why that sickness card was here, which is why I use the reference to the abusive relationship. You know, it's like, well, I stay in the abusive relationship where someone punches me in the face and beats the shit out of me and throws me down the stairs because it's what I know. It's all I know. You know, it's toxic, but it's my toxic and I'm used to it. Right. And it's just, but Spirit's like, well, that's fine and dandy, but I didn't create, you know, I'm not here to support toxicity. I'm here to support freedom. I'm here to support empowerment. I'm here to support your highest and greatest good. So that's really what this message is about for you. So more importantly than whatever the backstory is behind the confusing, complicated situation with all the things and the Jerry Springers and the dramas and all the things, is it's almost like Spirit is saying, like, that's inconsequential. All that is inconsequential. What matters is you becoming a new version of you so that you can actually have something that is worthy of you. You can acquire something that's actually worthy of who you are instead of all this other bullshit. And that's really what it boils down to. And I hope that makes sense. Maybe it does. Maybe it doesn't. I don't think anybody ignores me, and it's okay if people ignore me because, you know, it's all good. I'm just here to be the messenger. I'm just here to be the messenger. What I can tell you is you have you have a very attractive energy about you. And I can sense that. I sensed it when you first started typing in the chat. Don't throw your pearls to swine. Right? Like, if you don't treasure your own pearls, nobody else will. And that doesn't mean you have to be conceited. That doesn't mean you have to be egotistical or any of those things. But it also doesn't mean that you give away your treasure to just anybody, regardless of whether you like them or whether just because they like you, right? Like, there needs to be a mechanism in place within you where you sense and you understand and you recognize that who you are and what you are is deserving of something beautiful, empowering, beneficial, something encouraging, supportive, reciprocal, and something that doesn't bring drama, chaos, bullshit, or any of those things, any of that shit to your life, any type of low vibration, any things that feed old patterns, things that keep you going in circles or keep fueling old ways of thinking and being and doing, all of that, right? And it's easy to do when you have an attractive energy. And some people are blessed with things that, like, it's a blessing and a curse, right? Like beauty, for example. Beauty is a blessing and a curse. If you're a beautiful woman, that's a blessing and a curse. On one hand, you're going to get everyone's attention because you're beautiful. On the other hand, just because you're getting everyone's attention doesn't mean the attention you get is quality attention, right? And then you have to question everybody's motives because, well, are they just attracted to me because they're beautiful and that's what I'm used to? I'm used to a bunch of people coming after me and being attracted to me because they think I'm hot, but they never understand and never see my soul. All they see is this out here and they never get connected to what's in here. So it becomes very lonely. It's a blessing and a curse. And so there's a part of your energy that's like a blessing and a curse. I mean, you have a very attractive energy, and I feel that brings a lot of things to you, but there's the flip side of it, right? The blessing is sure, you have a very attractive energy, but the curse is what is that energy? Is it something that you can you can relate to or connect to on a soul level, or is it superficial? Is it bullshit? Right? So I don't know. It's just something to think about. Don't throw your pearls to swine. Right? It's time for you to stop throwing your pearls to swine. That's what I keep hearing. What is a pearl, by the way? How are pearls made, by the way? Well, pearls are dirt, essentially. Dirt gets inside of a clam. The clam protects itself from the dirt by calcifying that dirt and turning into this beautiful pearl, which people go in search of, that are invaluable, worth tons of money, just like an antique. Like, people will go to an auction and they'll pay thousands and thousands of dollars for a beat up piece of shit that's 1,000 years old or however old it is. It's all beat up. It looks like a piece of garbage, but they'll pay a shit ton of money for it. And the question is, well, why would you pay so much money for this when you could go out and you could buy something that's brand new for 1/1000th of the price, a fraction of the price? You could go buy something that's brand new, no blemishes, no flaws. And it's like, no, you misunderstand. The reason that this thing is worth what it's worth is because it's got blemishes. It's because of its scars, because of its flaws, because of the story that's attached to all the things that this thing has been through that has made it what it is. It is the scars. It's the fact that it's gone through hell and back. That's why it's worth something. because it's survived something. It has a story. It has scars. It's blemished. And there's no other piece of anything, no other artwork, no other furniture, whatever that antique, there's nothing else like it that has those scars, that's gone through it, that story or whatever it is. And that's who you are. And that's why you have to stop throwing your pearls to swine. You have to start seeing the beauty and the value of who you are and stop putting your value and your worth in the eyes, the opinions, or the hands of others. It's not up to them to decide what you're worth. It's up to you to decide what you're worth. Stop throwing your pearls to swine. And I feel that. I feel that heavily and strongly for you. Because this is what you don't see. A continuation of what was shared out here with that serendipity card. That love you've been longing for and searching for, it's always felt like the carrot, the dangling carrot that's just been out of hand's reach. It's like right there, but you can't quite get it. You can't quite get it. You can't quite get it. The carrot that's dangling, you can't quite get it. You can't quite get it. And Spirit's saying you're about 2 centimeters, 2 millimeters maybe even away from grabbing the carrot. That thing that's just been just out of reach for you. Up until now. That love you've been longing for that's been just out of reach. You're this close. You're a 2 millimeter difference away from the thing that's evaded you your whole life. It's just out of reach. So again, the advice isn't about this big old major take 10 years to figure your shit out and fix yourself and heal yourself and become perfect. That's not what this is about. That's the illusion and the lie that so many people believe about personal growth and self-development. Because they think they're going to have to spend 20 fucking years of their life fixing themselves and becoming perfect to deserve something, which isn't very motivating. Who would be motivated by it? If you thought it was going to take you 20 fucking years to become perfect, which is impossible, nobody's going to be perfect. It's not a whole lot of motivation, right? Because you're like, I don't want to wait 20 years to become perfect to get the thing that I desire. Nobody would want to wait that long. So people disqualify. People just don't do anything at all because they think that there's no point. They think there's so much work that needs to be done, or it's going to take too long, or whatever the story is, that they just do nothing. They stay where they just stay doing the same thing and expecting a different result, which is the definition of insanity. That's not what that is. And I just want to be clear about that with you. It's not about a big old thing that needs to be done. It's just about starting. Because when you start, and it's about the motivation and the intention behind why you start. That's more important than anything. Because when you draw a line in the sand and you say no more is no more, and you say enough is enough, and you mean it, then it just simply means that you're never, no matter what you do or what you don't do, you're never going to go back over here. You're never going to tolerate this anymore. It's like, hey, I'm done with that. That I do know. I'll never go over here and mingle or have or do any other shit with this over here. I'm done. I draw a line in the sand with myself, and that door is closed. I may have a lot of work to do. I may not have a lot of work to do when it comes to the healing and the things I need to do over here. But what I do know is I'm done with this over there. That's really the main thing that needs to be done. The minute you close the door on all of this with yourself, and you're like, I'm never, ever, 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 ever going to go back to any of that anymore. That's really the major thing. The work that you start to do from that moment going forward isn't even really the mechanism that brings in the thing that you're waiting for. It's really just you drawing a line in the sand about the things that you're not going to tolerate anymore. That doesn't mean that the work that you decide to put into, the work that you do on yourself moving forward isn't important. I'm not saying that, because that will affect whatever blessing you have. If you get a blessing, you don't want to fuck it up, right? Like if you met the man or the woman of your dreams, right? If you were blessed with that, you don't want to be in a position to where you could lose it because you didn't have the skills to keep it, right? That's what the work is about. Doing the work isn't about getting the blessing. It's more about keeping the blessing when you receive it. It's about, hey, I'm so lucky that the woman of my dreams is coming to my life. But I need to be able to keep her in my life. It's one thing to attract something. It's another thing to keep it, right? It's one thing to go get a pet from the pet store. It's another thing to have the capabilities of caring for that pet when you bring it home. That's the idea. So it's not so much, again, about you needing to heal 100% to attract this thing into your life. It's more about just saying no to the things that would keep you sucked into that old vortex, and then just taking one strategic step at a time in making growth a lifelong mission. Knowing you're never going to arrive. You're never going to do all of the work. You're never going to one day wake up and be like, I'm 100%, I've arrived. No one arrives. It's a lifelong mission. You just make a commitment to personal development and personal growth. It's like, I'm going to be committed to my personal development, my personal growth for the rest of my life. That's never going to change. That's it. And I'm going to take it serious. Whereas in the past, I didn't take it serious, right? Most people don't take it serious. They don't see the value in it. So they don't invest in it, right? But when you start to see the results, because you do take it serious, and your whole life starts to change, and you start to become somebody that you never thought you could be, and you fall in love with the person that you've become as a result of doing that work, you're like, oh my God, now I'm on board. And then you'll become a crazy motherfucker like me who goes out and that's your, like, essentially all you do. You go off on these tangents with people, and, not because I get anything from it. I'm not here to get anything from anybody, but I'm here to tell people all day long, for as long as they'll listen to me, that the best thing you can do is change your value system and essentially invest in your personal development, because you'll fucking love the person you become, right? And that's the greatest gift you can give yourself, is when you love the person that you are, regardless of anybody else. No man, no woman, no ex, no job, no money, no anything else. You fucking love you because you fucking made you. Like, I am me because I built this motherfucker. I made who I am. I put the work into who I am. I scratched, clawed, sweat, blood, and tears through all my shit to become the man that I am. And this is who I am, and I'm fucking proud of it. Not because I'm perfect, not because I don't have shit that I'm working through, or that there's not some other, new level, a new devil, new level, new challenge, new mountain, new obstacle, right? Like, it's never ending. But holy shit, who I am today versus who I was last year versus who I was the year before that, and 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 all the other 43 years before, who I am today, holy shit, fucking love who I am today, right? And that's not me being egotistical. That's not me bragging. It's not any of that. That's me just simply saying that where I am and the decisions that I've made for my life, I'm proud of the work that I've done to get to where I am today. Now, have I arrived? Is this the end all be all for me? Of course not. Is there more? Is there more work to be done? Absolutely. Is there more that I need to accomplish? Absolutely. Have I achieved my goals, dreams, and desires? Do I have the love of my life? Have I attracted all of it? Not yet. No. Am I working towards those things? Absolutely. Does it motivate me? Am I motivated to work towards those things? Absolutely. Why? Why am I motivated? Because of the effects that I have seen within myself, because I proved it to myself, right? And when you're motivated by external stimulus, when you're looking for a reward, when you're like, well, I'm only going to work on myself if I get this out of it, you're doing it for the wrong reason. It's not sustainable. You'll get bored. You'll get tired of it. You're not going to follow through, right? This is why people who are overweight, they don't lose the weight, or why they lose the weight and they earn it back, because their self-image never changes. It's like, okay, cool. They start to see progress. They get excited. Oh, look, I lost some weight. I'm 5 pounds lighter. So they keep going to the gym. They change their diet a little bit more. They lose a little bit more weight, right? But their self-image never changes. So they might lose 20 pounds, but they earn it all back because, it's not enough to motivate them. Their focus was on losing the weight. Their focus wasn't on changing their self-image, right? That's why they earn all the weight back, because their identity, their self-image never changed. They were doing the thing for the wrong reason. I'm trying to lose weight. Well, if you try to lose weight, you're going to gain all the weight back. Stop trying to change your weight. Stop trying to lose weight, and instead change your perception about yourself. When you change the perception about yourself, not only will you lose the weight, but the weight will stay gone because you'll become a new person. That's what the name of the game is. The game isn't about, I do this so that I can get that. The change is, I change me so I become a different me. And when I become the different me, everything about the world that I live and exist in is different because I'm a new me, right? That's the whole point. The whole point is you don't attract what you want, you attract who you are. And when the who you are part of things changes, everything that you attract as the new you that you are also changes. That's how it works. But that's the part that people get confused about. And that's why so few people follow through, or they don't stick with personal development, or they get on the bandwagon, they fall off the bandwagon. And it's not just, it could be anything, whether it's losing weight, whether it's relationships, whether it's manifestations, whether it's law of attraction, whatever the thing is that they're doing. That's how this stuff works. And I've experienced it in my own life. So I'm here as a testimony to you to tell you that I know that it works because it works. It's worked for me. And again, I'm not perfect. I haven't achieved all my levels of greatness or whatever that is. But I do know that I have evolved so far beyond versions of myself to become who I am, and who I am is a version of me that I never thought I could become. I never thought I could be here. And here isn't even like where the end all be all of where I want to be. But it's enough to keep me motivated to keep moving in that direction, if that makes sense. So I know that I'm kind of repeating myself, but I wanted to reinforce that for you. But I felt the need to reinforce that message to you. And it's okay. It doesn't matter if you're however long your reading is. Your reading is as long as it takes when the message comes, right? And sometimes that's how the messages come through me. Sometimes we need to hear something again and again and again and again and again and again and again, because maybe we didn't hear it the first time, the second time, the third time, the 10th time, the 100th time. Maybe it was the 101st time that we finally heard it. It finally made sense. It finally connected. It finally motivated us, right? So, yeah. You got this. You got this. I believe in you. You got this. You wouldn't have received this message tonight if it wasn't your time to receive it. So you being here is part of the bigger plan. You being here to hear this, you could have been doing anything. You could have been talking to anyone. You could have been any other tarot reader. But here we are. So again, serendipity. Serendipity is not just about the things coming. Serendipity is also the things that are happening now to get you to the serendipity of the things to come. That's how much the universe has our back and how much the universe cares about these things going on in our life. All right. 448. Who we got here? Let's see if we can do some speed reads now that we're getting into the butt crack of dawn hours. Let's see who's next. Who's next? Who's here? Who's awake? Let's see if I can knock some quickies out. Let's see if we can do some quickies. Okay, so the list has vanished. Okay, so Aniket. All right. Aniket, what's your question? Shoot. So we'll do Aniket, and then we'll do anime. And then we'll do Adna. So, because I have no clue where the list was. My mod went to sleep, and she's badass. So here we go. September. General reading for the month of September. All right. Interesting. A lot of the same energies coming out tonight for people. It's very interesting. All right, so this is kind of like what you need to watch out for kind of thing going on up there. Hold on. What do I need? I need something here. Okay, so what's coming up for you in September? So, the first thing that you're going to want to pay attention to is you're going to want to pay attention to some placements in your astrological chart, your astrology chart here. We have the first house here, so check whatever's in your first house here. So this is all about what people see, your first impressions, what you give. Like, you know, you can. I mean, I don't really super well versed in astrology. I don't have the houses memorized and all that, but you can Google what the first house means. You need to see what placements you have in your first house. Check your Chiron, where Chiron is in your chart. This energy usually refers to areas in our life where we have potential struggles and challenges, like a weak spot in our life, at least from my research of that in the past. You have Vesta here, so see where this shows up in your astrological chart as well. So these placements are important. And then at the bottom of the deck, you have the fifth house. Basically, this is where romance, fun, and creative things are. So check your fifth house as well. So you have the fifth house you need to look at, the first house. Where is your Chiron placement and where is Vesta in your chart? And see how those energies are affecting you right now astrologically. So there's something there that you need to look into or research. Next, this was kind of like a heads up energy. This is the first cards that it came out. So we have chaos, we have validation, we have superficial, we have mentorship, which makes sense to me. When I pulled the tarot here, I understand why that's here now, as well as the surrender cards. So what's coming up for you in September? You have opportunities here. You have the Ace of Pentacles, you have the Page of Pentacles, which are essentially two energies saying the same thing. There's an opportunity here for you to begin something new. Or you'll be offered something new, but it's something lucrative. Like it's something secure, something solid. It's something that it's like a seed. You plant the seed, and at first, it may not become or may not turn into, you're not going to become like a millionaire overnight, right? However, in time, if you stick with it, it can become something. It can become something very, very lucrative, right? And this could be in anything. This could be in love. It could be romance. It could be a new job. Whatever this thing is. It could be an idea that you've had that you haven't maybe implemented or taken seriously yet. But the Ace of Pentacles is either the universe offering you something valuable, like something secure, solid, new that you can take hold of, a seed that you can plant, an investment, something you can run with, the beginning of something that can, if you invest it appropriately, it can turn into something beautiful over time. So that's the Ace of Pentacles and the Page of Pentacles, and the Page of Pentacles is literally the same thing. The Page of Pentacles, is just saying it a different way. You still have the Pentacle. It's just essentially, here, the universe, the Pentacle is being handed to you. It's coming out of this cloud. The image is this hand coming out of the cloud. It's being offered to you by the divine. That's the opportunity, right? Like you're being handed something by the divine. Here, the page, this is you actually holding it in your hand. So now you have it, right? So it's gone from the immaterial or the untangible realm to becoming tangible and physical. So it's gone from being in the invisible world where the universe, spirit, God, source, whatever you believe in exists, to the tangible. It's been passed to you. It's like, hey, here's this blessing. Here is this idea. Here is this, whatever that thing is. It's been handed to you, and this is you holding it in your hand. So now it's up to you. That's what the Page of Pentacles is about. It's up to you as the page to decide, what am I going to do with this, right? How am I going to use this? How am I going to plant this? How am I going to be responsible with this? That's what that is. Now, interesting. So the eight of Pentacles is here, but it's in reverse. Now, this is kind of the center of your reading. All right. So like, yes, it's on either side of the Eight of Pentacles in reverse, you have these opportunity cards, right? Like, so here's the blessing, here's the opportunity being handed to you. On the other side of the Eight of Pentacles in reverse, here is you holding it in your hand. What are you going to do with it? When the universe shows up and hands it to you, what are you going to go do with it? The Eight of Pentacles is here basically saying, hey, if you do nothing with this, if you take no action, you don't use what you've been given. There's a verse in the Bible that says, let me get the actual. I'll butcher it. Hold on. Yeah. So it's a verse from the Bible that says, for those who have been given much, much will be given. But for those who don't have much, what they have will be taken away. It's a parable. It's a metaphor. And essentially what the parable or what the metaphor means is essentially when you have something, whatever that thing is you have, if it's a talent, it's a skill, it's an idea, whatever it is that you've been given, again, by the universe, like you came into this world, you incarnated with gifts, talents, abilities, with ideas, with creativity, whatever it is that you have, right? We all have something that we came into this world with, gifts, talents, abilities. If you don't use what you have, then what you have will be taken away from you. Not literally, not taken away from you in the sense that you won't have the opportunity or the ability within you to ever do that thing. It's a metaphor. It's simply saying that you lose opportunities that you don't take by not utilizing the gifts that you have, right? Like if you've been given this idea to like create a certain product or create a certain business, and you're like, oh man, that'd be a really good idea. No one's done that before. Well, the idea was given to you. And let's say it was $1 million idea. And you're like, man, wow, that's like $1 million idea. And the universe is like, yeah, I know. You could be the next Elon Musk. I'm literally setting you up to be the next bajillionaire. I gave the idea to you. And you're like, oh man, it's a really good idea. Eight of Pentacles in reverse. You don't do anything with it. Well, guess what? That idea is going to be taken away from you. That idea is going to end up going to somebody else. That somebody else is going to take that idea and they're actually going to go do something with it. And they're going to basically end up being the millionaire. This happens all the time. How many times have you had a thought or an idea about something, and then the thing that you had an idea about in the future, that thing that you had an idea about actually came into existence, and you're like, that was my idea. I remember I said if somebody ever did something like that, I've had that happen where I was like, oh my God, I thought if somebody ever did something like that, and then sure enough, years down the road, somebody did the thing that I was like, man, if somebody ever did this, they would be amazing. And then years down the road, that thing actually came out. Like which goes to show that there is no such thing. No one owns creativity or ideas. We truly do share a collective of ideas. And so when you have an idea or a download about something and you don't take it and you don't do something with it, then it's still up here in the collective. Somebody else is going to tune in or tap into that idea. They're going to be the one that runs away with it, does something with it, and they're going to be the ones who benefit from it. So essentially, that's what this Eight of Pentacles in reverse is talking about. It's a similar concept. It's saying, coming up in September, you are going to have opportunities available to you to do something, to create abundance, to build something, to start to produce something in your life that's valuable that you've been wanting to produce. However, based on the other energy that I see here, there's a reason why you might not be so inclined to seize those opportunities, because this Eight of Pentacles in reverse. Eight of Pentacles is saying you will be given opportunities, but essentially, and I'm just the messenger, so don't shoot the messenger, but the universe is saying, hey, I'll give you these ideas, but, based on your history, I don't really think you're going to do anything with it. That's what the Eight of Pentacles is saying. The universe doesn't have a lot of faith that you're going to actually do anything with it. The universe is like, hey, I'll give you an idea. I'll give you this seed. I'll give you this money. I'll give you this opportunity. I'll give you this thing that you're wanting. I've given you things before. Eight of Pentacles in reverse. Did nothing with it. Just went to waste. You sat on it. Nothing happened. Didn't turn into anything. Well, why is that? Well, up here we can see why. We have the Chaos card, we have validation, we have superficial, and we have mentorship, right? Down here we have low self-esteem. This card right here is immediately tied to these cards up here, immediately. You don't believe in yourself. There's a part of you that doesn't believe in your ability to do whatever these things are. You have an idea, I don't believe in myself. You get, a relationship, I don't believe in myself, right? There's a defeatist mentality here within this low self-esteem, and it's created this chaos energy within you. And this chaos energy is an internal chaos. It's a chaos within yourself that's going, hey, I want, there's the spirit part of you, the soul, the part of you that's your spirit that can't lie, that's always connected to your highest truth, your highest self, is like, hey, that you're made, that you're made for more than this. You can feel it within you. There's a sensation that you can't escape. You know that you're made for more than you're living your life. And you recognize it. You're like, yeah, I feel that. I know that I'm not living my full potential. And you feel that, right? But because you don't believe in yourself with the low self-esteem energy here, which this is a surrender card. This is something that's saying it's encouraging you to let go of. You look for validation. That's why we have the validation card here. You need validation outside of yourself. You need something outside of you to encourage you, to motivate you, to feel like you're good enough to do something. And the universe is saying that's not how this works. If you rely on other people to tell you, hey, I believe in you, or other people to come behind you and motivate you, other people to come behind you to lift you up, to tell you, hey, you're doing amazing, hey, you can do this, to rally you, to champion you, to pour gas on that spark or that fire inside of you so that it gets you up, gets you motivated, gets you out of bed, gets you going. The universe is saying that's not going to happen. You have to be a self-motivator, a self-starter. You have to find that fire inside of you instead of relying on other people to show you that or to convince you that you're good enough for the things that you actually desire. That's not because anything else is bullshit. It's just fake. That's not how real life works. So that's where we end up with the superficial card here. Now, this superficial energy here has to do with several things. One, it has to do with you're going to just keep attracting superficial shit into your life. And anything that's superficial has no value. It's not lasting. It's just simply not lasting, right? Something will come into your life and it's gone the next day. It's like, well, that didn't last long. Yeah, of course it didn't. It was superficial. It was never meant to stay, right? It's not going to stay. There's no staying power. There's no lasting power in anything that's superficial. The second hand of this is that you have been inauthentic with your, excuse me, you've been inauthentic. You've been inauthentic with who you really are, right? Like you pretend to be, something that you're not because you don't feel confident in who you really are without pretending. The universe saying you got to stop pretending. You've got to stop pretending to be who it is that you're not and start being who it is you really are. Because this pretending shit, pretending to get validation, pretending so that people will feed your ego and boost your pride and tell you, hey, you're good and you're awesome and this, that, and the other and all of that I mean, it might feel good in the moment, but it's not going to enable you and empower you to actually get the things that you really want, which is why you haven't gotten those things up to this point, right? And so that moves us to the mentorship card at the bottom of the deck. The mentorship card at the bottom of the deck is again saying that if you don't know how to change who you are, or you don't know how to change your behavior, your patterns, you don't know how to change these things in your life, you don't know what to do, or maybe you have the idea, but you don't know what to do with it. Like, anytime in life you feel stuck and you don't know how to move forward with what you've been given, don't just do nothing. Don't just, well, I don't know what to do with this. Like, I know I have something here. I know I know I've been given a gift. I know I've been given a blessing. I know that I have a skill. I know whatever it is, but I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. The universe is saying, find somebody who does know what to do. Find a mentor. Read a book. Take a course. Find a way to gain the information. Find a way to equip yourself in empowering ways that make you feel that make you feel good about yourself, that make you feel confident. Like, if you don't feel like you have the confidence, or you have low self-esteem, find a mentor who's gone through the same type of thing in their life, who overcame it, and now is helping people who have the similar challenges, right? That's what most coaches do. Most coaches who become actual coaches, basically, they had a problem. I was stuck. Like me, I help people with marriage and relationships. Why? Because I was married. My marriage failed. I went through a lot of relationships. I sucked at relationships. I sucked with women. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. I had failure after failure after failure after failure after failure after failure. But instead of giving up on myself, I just stayed on the path. I was like, hey, you know what? I know I suck at this. I know I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm not going to give up. I refuse to give up. I refuse to live a life where I refuse to live a life where I am forced to believe that I cannot have this thing that I desire. I refuse to live a life where I believe I cannot find love, that there is not a woman out there for me, that there's not somebody out there that I can find who will be faithful, loyal, who will love me for me, and I don't have to pretend, I don't have to be somebody that I'm not, or any of that other bullshit, right? But before I can attract her into my life, I have to figure me out. I have to become the man that woman would desire, right? And so every day that goes by that woman is out of my life, I have to assume I have not become that man yet. But in the meantime, what do I do with everything that I've learned? Right? I'm sitting on all this experience and all this knowledge that I've learned, right? Well, the universe is like, well, what would you like to do with it? It's like, well, I would like to share it. That's what I feel. That's what comes naturally to me, is a desire to share, because I feel like that's what anybody would do logically if they had an abundance of anything. Like, if I had millions and millions and millions of dollars, I wouldn't hoard that money. I would try to find a way to use that money to help somebody out, right? Like, that's what seems logical and practical to me, is like, hey, I have something that might help somebody who's been where I've been, who struggled with the same struggles I've struggled. I'm going to take that information and that knowledge, and I want to help them. That's why I'm here doing this for hours and hours and hours, for free, for fucking free. Right? I'm doing this out of my desire to help people with knowledge and information that I truly believe could help them. Now, is this going to me coming out here and doing free tarot readings for people, is that going to necessarily radically change someone's life forever and ever? No. But if it helps them get to over one hurdle, if it equips them, gives them information to go up one step, that's good enough for me. It's not a waste. I'm not here wasting I'm not here because I don't feel like I'm wasting my time and my energy. And it's not about money to me, because the blessing of knowing that I was able to give somebody something that they needed to improve their life is the blessing that I need, right? Like, because that energy is going to be repaid to me. It may not be right here, right now, but it will be later on, because that's just how energy works. That's how karma works. There's good karma, there's bad karma. You do good unto people, good will come back to you. You do bad to people, bad will come back to you, right? So it's not just about tangible and material things. So anyways, this mentorship energy is tied to it's Spirit's way of saying, hey, wherever you are, whatever you've been struggling with when it comes to your self-esteem, when it's been coming to confusion or whatever, you not knowing what to do with what you have, find somebody who can help you, because somebody has gone through what you've gone through. And even if they are 1, 2, 3, or just 5 steps ahead of you, that's fine. They still know more than you know, which will help you get to that level. And when you get to that level, then you can find somebody else, somebody who's further along than you are at that level, right? Like me. I have somebody in my life that I go to for where I am at this stage of my life, right? The type of person that I would have gone to 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago is not the same person that I would go to now, because I've changed. I've grown. I've transcended that. The type of person I would go to now would not be the same type of coach that I would go to back then, right? Like, so people, we go, like we should be moving from different people. There's very few people that you're just going to have, they're going to have everything you ever need, and that's the only person you'll ever go to, right? Very rarely. So expect, if you take your personal growth seriously, expect to find people in your life who can mentor you, right? Mentorship is highly underrated, highly undervalued, right? And it's ego that causes us to not value it. Like, well, I don't need help. I know better than they do. I don't need this. I don't need that, right? Like, we think that we're, like we're weak or something. Like it's bad if we have to go search out help, or we have to ask somebody to help us out, or we have to go find somebody, to mentor us through areas of our life that we're stuck in. We've been trained that that's weakness or something, some kind of bullshit. I don't understand it, but that's what this card is saying, is find somebody who can help you with those areas of your life. Now, at the bottom of this deck, we have this King of Swords. The King of Swords at the bottom of the deck here is essentially saying that you actually are a very intelligent person, right? Like, and you have a superpower. Like, this is you when you're in your superpower. You're the King of Swords. Like you're actually wiser than you think. You're smarter than you think. You actually have a lot of, you could be an air sign, but you don't have to be, because the King of Swords represents air energy, Libra, Gemini, Aquarius. But you're actually a lot smarter than you give yourself credit for. You have a lot of great ideas. So some of your gifts and your talents are hidden within this King of Swords energy, right? So if you go and you research the King of Swords, get on Google, research King of Swords tarot meaning, and you look up the meaning of the King of Swords and just read a bunch of different meanings of what the King of Swords represents. You have this energy. This is one of your superpowers, right? So this will assist you in this. This will assist you in this Ace of Pentacles that you have coming up for you in September, and this Page of Pentacles, which is you taking what's been given to you and doing something more than just holding it in your hand and going, hey, look what I got. Look what the universe gave me, right? You have to do something with it, which is the Eight of Pentacles. You have to put effort into it, consistent effort. You have to utilize what you've been given. That's what this is saying. All this other distraction, I'm not good enough, or being, all this other bullshit, all that has to go. No more distractions. No more I'm not good enough. No more needing validation outside of yourself. No more needing people to stroke your ego. No more needing this. No more confusion. No more excuses is what this is saying. And I know I'm being very real with you, but that's just how I am. I'm not going to bullshit you. I'm not going to sugarcoat. I'm not going to tell you some other bullshit. I'm telling you what can help you. I'm telling you what the universe is giving me. It's my responsibility to be honest with you and tell you what these cards are telling me, or essentially the information, the feedback I'm getting, that could be radically life-changing for you. Like your whole life could be completely different by the end of September even, you know, just by a few little minor tweaks. I mean, this isn't major things, right? It might feel major because it's just what you've been used to, but in reality, it's not major. These aren't like, oh my God, I've got to go like learn fucking, you know, quantum science and, you know, astrotheology, or, you know, like figuring out how to become an astronaut and nuclear science. Like, it's not complicated. This really isn't as complicated as it might seem, right? So down here, this is really the advice. You have surrender to low self-esteem, which we've talked about. And this card says, you deserve success, love, and abundance. Set an intention to identify and release remnants of low self-esteem. So anything having to do with low self-esteem, the universe is saying, let it go. Whatever caused that, wherever that came from, whether it was your parents, whether it was how you were raised, whether it's people who treated you like shit, or whether you felt rejected by the opposite sex, like wherever that came from, the root, whatever the root cause of that is, that affected you, that created that, the universe is saying, you just got to let it go. Like, it's not real. It doesn't define you, right? The next one, you have a surrender to wonder and awe. Open to the magic of every moment and sense the awe and wonder and awe of life. This attitude will keep you connected to the ecstasy of flow. So yeah, it's basically saying it's almost like saying like you have to get out of a pessimistic woe is me type of mentality when it comes to the things you desire. It's saying, hey, look, there is so much wonder and awe. There's so much that you're capable of. There's so much available to you when you actually overcome your own personal blocks. When you stop thinking that you're not good enough, when you stop thinking that I can't do this, when you stop believing whatever the low self-esteem bullshit is, it's like, oh my gosh, wow, I actually can do this. I actually am good at that. Wow, look what I did. I put this into action. I invested that. I went over here and I built that. And all of a sudden you start proving to yourself that you could do all of these things that you never thought you could do. That's the magic. The magic is not proving to anybody else. It's just you proving to you that you were capable of doing all these things to begin with, right? That's all that it's about. You are the only evidence that you need for anything. When you prove shit to you, that's it. Your whole life will change, just like me. All I had to do was prove to me that I could become this. That's it. My whole life changed when I proved that I could get this far. And that's not the end all be all. There's still a whole lot more to go. But I'm not sweating that anymore because I used to struggle with this. And I'm not back here anymore. I'm not in the vortex. I'm not in the black hole of woe is me, I suck, I'm a failure, I'm not good enough, nobody gives a shit about me. That's where I used to be. I'm not there anymore, right? And so now I'm just like, hey, I bet I could do that. Like, if you'd asked me, I don't know, 3 years ago, if I was gonna write a book, I would have laughed in your face. I fucking wrote a book. I'm about to finish my second book, so I'm about to have 2 books that I wrote, right? And that, again, it's not a big deal. Okay, so what? People write books, but for me, it's a big deal, right? And but that's just the beginning. But it's an important beginning because it's me proving to me something that I needed to prove to myself. This is how you stack. This is how you elevate. This is how you get up that ladder. And the further you go and the more success you get and the more you prove to yourself, the more powerful you become, right? And that's when the surrender to the wonder and awe comes. The wonder and awe comes in the moments where you prove to yourself that you are capable of doing something. Because now you have that astonishment. You're like, wow, man, look at what was within me this whole time that I didn't think could exist. How powerful and beautiful is that, right? And then we have this one, surrender to inner peace. which is the opposite of chaos, right? And really the energy you get on this is about you need to stop beating yourself up and being so fucking hard on yourself. You need to stop being so hard on yourself. You need to stop talking with your own personal self-talk, or if it's talk from other people, you need to draw a line in the sand and say, if it's not positive, if it's not encouraging, if it's not life-giving, if it's not empowering, if it's not helping me, then it's harming me. Is this helpful or is this hurtful? And if you're talking a bunch of shit to yourself, I suck, I fail, I'm ugly, I'm whatever that is, you got to stop. That's what this chaos energy is telling me. And the inner peace is basically saying you got to stop. You got to stop beating yourself up and being hard on yourself, right? Like, and there's like a, I don't know, it's weird. It's tied to this validation card. It's like there's this kind of twisted validation you get when you beat yourself up because there's a part of you thinks you deserve it, right? It's like, well, you know, like, because we all get stuck in these patterns. And I've gone into these patterns, even within myself. You get sad, you get depressed, you get into woe is me. And so, you know, you start feeling sorry for yourself. And so to feel validated for feeling sorry for yourself, it's like you just talk shit to yourself, right? And you feel like you deserve it. It's like, yeah, you know, your brain, like, you're a piece of shit. You suck. Like, yeah, I do. I suck. I'm a piece of shit. Your brain's like, yeah, you're dumb. You're a failure. Yeah, I'm dumb and I failure. And so then you start commiserating with yourself. You have this twisted relationship with yourself, you know, where you basically abuse yourself, right? And that's the inner conflict. But at the same time, you kind of get off on it, you know, because it's like, yeah, but, you know, when I feel like shit, you know, there's a you know, there's a familiarity to it. I don't know how to put it into words, you know, but there's like, we get off on it. Like, you know, there's a twisted sense of validation that comes with, you know, beating ourselves up when we think we deserve it. We're able to connect with ourselves in a way, right? Sort of like how alcoholics turn to alcohol. They know that they're an alcoholic. They know that drinking is not good for them. So why the fuck do they do it? Because drinking alcohol is their way of essentially connecting with themselves while also, you know, affirming the whatever that thing is within them that they believe about themselves that's disempowering, right? It's their way. When they drink, an alcoholic drinks alcohol, it's like basically their way of saying, yep, every time I take a drink, I'm a piece of shit. Every time I take a drink, I'll never be happy. Every time I take a drink, I'll never have this. I'll never have that. I'll never be this. I'll never be that. Right? It's a way of connecting with themselves. So the inner peace energy is here to tell you, you've got to stop doing that. Essentially. Like, there's not a card in this deck that says stop beating yourself up. Stop talking shit to yourself. Stop being hard on yourself. But if there was, this would be the card. This card would be the one that tells you to stop doing that, right? Because that's essentially what it's saying. And then here at the bottom of the deck, we have surrender to worry. Make a commitment not to lead an anxiety-driven life. When worries arise, breathe them out of your body, focus on the power of your heart, and have faith that spirit is guiding you always. Yeah, and so it's basically just saying, like, you know, this chaotic energy that you're in is what's fueling the worry that you have. And the more worried that you have because of the chaos that you live in is the very reason why you feel unmotivated to do anything with the things you've been given, right? If you can see how that pattern works, that's half the battle. Becoming aware of our pattern is half the battle. Self-awareness. It's like, oh, okay, so the reason that I'm unmotivated, regardless of what comes in my life, I'm like, I could be a new person, I could have $1 million idea, I could win $1 million at the lottery. It doesn't matter what the blessing is. I could be handed my dreams, my hopes, desires on a silver fucking platter, and I'll ruin it. I'll fuck it up. Why? Because of this. Because I'm in this chaotic energy, and the more that I fuel this chaotic energy with my worry, the less likely I am to be motivated regardless of what I have. Doesn't matter what you have. Nothing will motivate you, right? This is why celebrities, millionaires, are unhappy. Why they kill themselves. It's like, dude, you're a millionaire. You're a celebrity. You have the whole world at your fingertips. How could you possibly be unhappy? But they are, right? They kill themselves. They're miserable. Their marriages fail. They're divorced, right? How is that possible? We look up to these people like they're gods and goddesses. How are you miserable? You have everything. If anything and everything that most people could ever dream of having. You have looks, you have fame, you have fortune, you have all these things, right? Well, for the same reason. The same exact reason. Because what's really going on inside of that person is chaos. That chaos becomes worry, but then that worry continues to fuel their chaos. And then they become unmotivated. Because whatever's going on in their soul is who they are. They can fake it out in front of us because they're actors and actresses. They can fake it for a while. That's why the superficial card is here, right? Everybody knows how to put on a mask and pretend to be something that they're not. We all can hide our pain and our discomfort and our shit. We all know how to do that. Not just actors and actresses, but what's going on, who they really are behind closed doors is the chaos. And that chaos fuels their worry, and their worry continues to fuel their chaos. And the more chaotic they become inside themselves, inside their soul, the more worry exists, even if they have nothing to be worried about. It's like, what do you have to worry about? You're a millionaire, celebrity hot wife, mansions, fame, fortune. What do you have to be worried about? They don't. On a realistic level, they have nothing to be worried about, right? But that's not their reality. They are worried. They've been stuck in a pattern that's been self-fulfilling and self-fueling for so long that it doesn't matter that they have all those things, right? And that just goes to show you that what we think we need to be happy is not what we need. Because there's nothing that you can have outside of yourself that's going to give you internal peace. That's what this is saying. That's why the surrender to inner peace card is here. Your problems, any problem that you think that you have, is not going to be solved by something outside of you. No job, no money, no idea, nothing. It's inner. That's why it's called inner peace, not outer peace. It's inner peace. It's you understanding who you are instead of focusing on who you aren't. It's you leaning into the possibilities of what it is that you can become, even if you don't know what that looks like yet, versus focusing on what you think that you can't become, right? It's really, if we strip it all down, are you focused on being a powerful person or a powerless person? Where is your power? Is your power here within you? I'm powerful. Or is your power out here outside of you, waiting for someone to rescue you, to validate you, to, give you, a way forward, to do the work for you, to give you the path forward? Like, that's powerlessness. Anything outside of you is powerlessness. Your power is here within you. That's the magician. That's what all of these cards really at the end of the day all go back to, is the most important card out of this entire 78 card tarot deck, which is the magician card. It's the number one card in the major arcana. When you understand that card, and I've talked about this before in other live readings, when you understand the magician card, all of this other stuff makes sense. It's the most important card out of this entire deck is the magician card. And there's no other card to understand until you understand that one card. When you understand that, you understand life. You understand your existence. You understand incarnation. You understand all of this. Because the magician is about you understanding the power that you have to create the reality that you desire. And there's only two ways of life. There's only two states of being. You're either in a powerless state of being or a powerless state of being. You're either magician or you're not. And if you're not the magician, then you're a victim. That's it. You're either creator or you're a victim. And that's really, at the end of the day, that's what it boils down to. And I know that's I know this is a very intense and very direct reading, but I feel like you're in a place where it's kind of like a do or die in a way. What do I mean by that? Like, this is your moment. This is your now. This is the opportunity to draw a line in the sand, just like I was talking with Fired On. You have an opportunity to draw a line in the sand and say, hey, I don't need to live another day of my life like this anymore. I have a chance here, right now, tonight, today, whatever you want to call it, to make a new decision, divorce my past, make a new decision, and not have to know everything, not have to understand it all and figure it out would be perfect. But what I can know is I'm going to draw a line in the sand and say, I'm not going to do this anymore. I'm not going to tolerate that anymore. And I'm going to start moving in this direction. So help me God. That's it. That's all you have to know. You just have to know what you're not going to do anymore, what you're not going to tolerate anymore, and just start moving in a generalized direction towards what you do know. And your life can change very quickly with just that much, right? But all that aside, you do have opportunities coming towards you in September that can seeds, opportunities that can expand into something very lucrative for you. However, this Eight of Pentacles in reverse is tied to all these other things that we talked about, all this other stuff that I've been bantering on for however long now. All this other stuff is tied to this Eight of Pentacles in reverse. This will stop you. This will cock block your blessings. You will not pass go. You will not collect $200 over this one card. And that is lost opportunities, right? And that's not saying that it's lost, like you'll never have any other opportunities like ever again. But it just means that you won't have these opportunities. It just means a prolonged state of living in this chaotic energy where you have to fake it to make it when you're miserable, because faking it to make it isn't being authentic to you, to who you really are, right? That's what it's saying. And so, you know, it all comes back to a decision and a choice that we have to make for ourselves. Do I want to, you know, do I want to move forward and be happy? And put the axe to the grind and work through my shit to become the best version of myself? Or do I want to stay in my comfort zone because I don't believe I can do it, because I don't believe in myself. I don't believe I can do it. I don't think I have what it takes to, you know, to achieve anything more than whatever it is that I have or I've become. Which isn't true, by the way. But if you believe it's true, then it is true, right? So I know that was a lot. I know it was really intense, but sometimes this is the way that the readings come through. And if, you know, me personally, you know, that's what I would want. Like I'm a keep it real person. If I want a reading, it's like, don't bullshit me. Don't sugarcoat me. Tell it to me straight. Tell it to me true. I want to know whatever. Just give me the real to the real to the real. I'll deal with whatever that means. I'll deal with the, you know, with the message. I'll deal with the intensity. I'll deal with all that stuff, right? Like I'm man enough to handle whatever it is like I got to be told. But fucking tell me the truth. That's how I am. Don't lie to me. Don't sugarcoat me. Don't blow smoke up my ass. Don't be, oh my God, look, you're going to, you know, like it's not fairies. It's not always fairies, unicorns, and rainbows. And it's so unfortunate that in the tarot community, there are so many people who, you know, that's the kind of readings that they want to give. And I understand it's you know, it's a lot more popular and desirable to give readings like that. And I'm sure that for them, it's very helpful for their channel. You know, like, wow, this person's so nice and they're so great. And, you know, everything's unicorns, fairies, and rainbows. Like, cool. Like and subscribe. I'm sold. But that's not reality. And those people are going to come back again and again and again and again and again. They're going to have the same questions. They're going to have the same problems. and their life is never going to change because that's not reality, right? The beauty of these cards is that the beauty of tarot really is about was like a self-discovery tool. Like that was kind of the intention behind it. It wasn't really meant to become a fortune-telling device. I mean, it works for that. Like it's a good medium for predicting energetic outcomes, but that was not its original intent. It became popularized for that, you know? And so now people, that's all people know. It's like people know tarot as divination, fortune telling, instead of soul searching. That's what it was about. The people who really, way back in the day, who understood what that tool with these cards could do, was about you exploring yourself. You being able to go, hey, I feel kind of stuck right now. Hey, my life isn't going the way I think it should go, or I need help, I need advice, I need it. You know, like, you know, it was a way for you to basically have access to almost your own form of therapy in a way, where you could connect with your highest truth, your highest self, and get divine answers that would help you be able to move forward. And somewhere along the line of history, you know, somebody figured out that they could use it to fortune tell. And so now it's become, you know, popular for fortune telling. But, you know, that's not really what it's about. But anyway, enough of that. Okay. We are at what, 5:41. So much for the quickie. Okay. Let me go back to my list, my quirk list here. Okay, so anime, you are up. You are up. And then if Adna is still here, so anime and Adna. Oh, I'm fixing to have the sun coming through my window. Okay, I've been told by multiple readers that my person is coming forward to reconcile very soon, like before September. Well, this is the last day before September, so if they don't show up today, then they didn't show up before September. Can you tell me Jonathan P's feelings? Is he ready to come forward? Jonathan P. He got the big P. Jonathan with the big P. Got the big old P. Jonathan got that big old P. Jonathan got that big old P. Alright. How do you want to ask this? Let's start here. Okay, future outcome between Jonathan and Anime Freaky Freak. The Anime Freak. future outcome. No. Secrets. Jesus. How many people you got? Like 3 kings down here. A king of swords at the bottom of the deck. We got a king of pentacles. We got a king of wands. You got almost all the kings down here. Somebody a player. Somebody the big old player. 6 of pentacles and 7 of swords down here. I'm seeing some. We finna have to get the Maury show out here. Lie detector test determined that you are the father. Yeah, we done got some shady business going on up in here. I'm gonna go ahead and say no. I'm gonna say no. Not right now. I'm going to say that there's been an opportunity for Jonathan Pee Pants to come forward, but they've been ignoring it. Obviously, there's a lot more going to the story than obviously you've discussed and shared, which I can clearly see here. There's been secrets. We have the 7 of Swords down here. There's been either some lies or deception or betrayal. There could have been other people involved. We had 3 different kings down here at the bottom of the deck. There's a mess. Okay. There's a whole mess here. There's a whole Jerry Springer drama going on down here. We have the calling card here in reverse, which is essentially the same thing as judgment, more or less. But in reverse, this is somebody who they're not listening. They're not they're not understanding or not connecting spiritually. I'm losing my voice. Like, and this could be, this could be you or them. I was asking about them, so I think it's them. This is somebody who's avoiding. With the calling card in reverse, they're avoiding. They're not. It's like, they could be seeing signs. They could be experiencing synchronicities. They could be, and maybe that's what the other tarot readers were picking up on. It's like, oh man, the universe is blowing the horn, the trumpet, in his face, trying to get him to say, hey, 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 trying to talk to you, trying to talk, like the universe is trying to get their attention, doing all the things that they can do, slight of violating their free will, and they're not seeing it. It's like they're blind. Don't see it. I don't see anything. I don't hear anything. Like, they are completely checked out in that regard. Secret's energy here was tied to that Seven of Swords energy. There's 3 kings down there. There's been some kind of bullshit, some kind of lie, some betrayal. There's something more behind this whole story. At the very least, there's definitely trust issues. This captain energy here, somebody needs to take action. Somebody needs to be the leader. That's what the captain is. There's 2 energies attached to it. It's either one, hey, I'm focused on me. I'm going to go live my life. Second energy is the need to, somebody needs to take action. Somebody needs to be decisive. Like, okay, who's in charge, right? Like, you take a bunch of people, like the military. Take a bunch of soldiers out into battle, and they're like, what are we doing? Who's in charge, right? Like, they don't know what the orders are, so they don't know what to do. So that's what this is saying. It's like, people don't know what to do when they don't know who's in charge. The captain energy is like, well, somebody needs to take charge here, because until somebody takes responsibility, that's what this card's really about, taking responsibility for one's life, nothing's going to change, nothing's going to happen. So the fact that this card is on the table is saying that, people haven't been taking responsibility in this situation, right? There's been a lack of responsibility taking. Over here, at the bottom of the deck, I just started taking cards off the bottom of the deck because I noticed some things at the bottom of the deck that are relevant to this. Like, essentially, the story continues. Well, we have the Matrix here. So again, this is somebody who, a situation that is not spiritually evolved. You're dealing with somebody who is not spiritually awakened. They're not spiritually evolved here. We have the timing card here, which means, yeah, you're going to be waiting. There's an hourglass timing. It's not the right time. We have the prisoner here. Well, the prison is essentially all the bullshit. 8 of Swords, limiting beliefs, the lies, the deception, the fake stuff, all the bullshit. Not now. Saying you're not in alignment right now. This situation is not good for you. Not now. Right now is not the time for you to be involved with this person, or this person to be involved with you. Why? Because ascension is needed. We have ascension at the bottom of the deck. People need to level up and get out of the matrix, get out of the bullshit, get out of the game playing, get out of the immaturity, all the other things. Over here, we have justice. Yeah, something wasn't fair. So justice steps in when things aren't fair, right? And so justice is like, hey, there's going to be karma. Somebody's going to get karma. Whatever the secrets is, whatever happened here, whether it's today, whether it's tomorrow, whether it's this year, whether it's next year, whether it's 5 years, someone's going to get karma. Justice will be served. That's one side of the other side of the energy of this here is this cannot sustain because there is no truth, there is no honesty, there is no balance. And any type of relationship that's not formed on trust and truth and honesty isn't a relationship at all. It's bullshit. It's fake. We have death. So essentially right now, this situation is not a situation. It's done. It's dead. It's over. However, the death card is also a card about rebirth and transformation. So, and with the judgment energy here, which is about resurrection, it is saying there is a possibility. Okay. So just to be fair, there is the potential for the possibility that maybe at some point, don't know when, not soon, with the timing and the not now card here, that's not soon energy, but there is an opportunity that if perhaps honesty, truth, trust, and spiritual growth can occur, there is an opportunity where this could perhaps resurrect or come to life down the road. But transformation is needed, because that's what the death card's really about. It's like saying, hey, this thing cannot survive, cannot last in the form that it was existing in. It had to die. It had to die. Like the caterpillar cannot be simultaneously the butterfly. The caterpillar has to go into the cocoon, basically melts and becomes goo. So the caterpillar essentially spontaneously combusts within itself. It dies. It turns into a big pile of goo inside of that cocoon. Well, all that goo reorganizes itself into the butterfly. So essentially, the caterpillar is a martyr. The caterpillar sacrifices itself inside the cocoon to eventually become the butterfly, right? And then when it's done growing and becoming the butterfly, it hatches out of the cocoon. That's what the death card is saying. It's saying, hey, this situation cannot exist as the caterpillar stage that it was in, the infantile, immature thing. It's going to have to go through this process of death, dying, if it's ever going to be reborn. But there's a big question mark there, right? That's what this is. All this other stuff is the question mark about, will this become something? Can this become something? Can this resurrect and become something again? Will there be a second chance? Now, the possibility is yes. It's possible, but it's not a given. Just because it's possible doesn't mean that it will. It's contingent on these other things that are surrounding it. It's contingent upon, will there be justice? Can there be truth? Can there be trust? Can there be fairness? What are people going to, how are the people involved in this situation going to take responsibility for the shit that they did? Because if they don't take responsibility for the lies, the deception, and all the drama and all the bullshit, then Lady Justice is going to step in and say, hey, I'm giving you a chance to come clean. I'm giving you a chance to make this right. I'm giving you a chance to go and own up to whatever happened here that wasn't owned up to. I'm giving you a chance to fix whatever it is you fucked up. And if you don't fix it, then I'm going to fix it for you. And if I have to come fix it for you, you're not going to like it. Because karma, that's just how karma is, right? It gives us a little bit of time. That's why people are like, well, when they want people who did them wrong, they're like, are they going to get karma? It's like, well, they think that karma is going to happen the next day. And that's not how it works. It's like, no, this person is being given an opportunity to think about what they did. They're being given time to take responsibility and fix their fuck up. The karma's not always instant, right? Sometimes people get time. They get time to think about, hey, maybe I did wrong. And it doesn't mean that justice isn't back there poking them in the back with that sword a little bit, She's got the sword laying across her lap, and it's like she pokes him in the ass a little bit with that sword and says, hey, you got something you got to go apologize for? You got something you got to go fix? Hey, I'm just poking you right now, trying to motivate you, trying to get you to go fix that problem. Because, if I got to get up out of my chair, and actually use the sword the way that the way that you don't want me to use it, it's not going to be a little poke in the ass. It's going to be something much worse, right? That's how this works. People are given time. They're given hints. They get synchronicities. They're given nudges in their heart and their soul, the conviction. They know, like, I need to go fix this. I need to go own up. I need to go confess. I need to go apologize. I need to go make up. I need to go right my wrongs. They feel it, they sense it, but their ego, they're stubborn. They don't do anything. It's like, nope, not going to do it. I'm not going to apologize. I'm not going to go admit my wrongs, whatever it is. Their ego stops them. Well, they're going to get humbled. That's what justice does. Justice humbles you. Justice shows up, and it's like, all right, I gave you time. I tried to help you. You didn't listen, so it's smackdown time. You're going to get smackdown. That's what the justice is here for. Death is about, again, needing things to change. Old things need to die. A whole new way of operating and functioning needs to be birthed here. A whole new operate. Nothing like it was before. Nothing like it was before. This isn't just a little superficial, let's smooth things over and jump back into each other's arms and pretend like nothing ever happened again. This is like, no, we need totally different people to show up. Who you were and who they were, totally different human beings have to show up if this is gonna work out. The high priestess here. Several meanings with the high priestess. One is tied to secrets. The high priestess is about keeping secrets, so that's validating. This is just two energies saying the same thing. It's about secrets, keeping secrets, things that were hidden that you didn't know about. But it's also about people needing to listen to their intuition, right? Your intuition is what leads you to ascension. It's what gets you out of the matrix, gets you out of the bullshit, frees you from this prison. When people are disconnected from their intuition, they're not listening to their heart, they're not listening to their conscience, they're not listening to their moral compass, they're not listening to what their deepest, their highest self, but their deepest self is saying to them. It's like the angel and the devil on your shoulder. You have the angel, which represents the high priestess, is trying to speak, telling you the things you need to do. It's there to communicate truth to you. It's almost like the ambassador or the spokesperson for justice. Justice is like the judge, the person you don't want to have to go talk to, or the principal of the office, right? Like the principal of the school. The high priestess is like the nice person. The high priestess is like, hey, I want to get you out of this. I can help you. I can help you get out of trouble. I can bail you out. I can help assist you from having to go and get your ass handed to you. I can help you fix this, but you have to do what I say. And you're like, blah, blah, blah. I don't have to do what you say. Blah, 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 blah. You blow off, whatever. You're not listening. You're not gonna listen to the high priestess, right? High priestess is there to help you. She's the good guy. She's the nice person who's trying to reason with you, talk to you, speak to you, guide you, and lead you on the path that you need to go on, right? It's for your highest good. We don't listen to the high priestess. We're going to end up facing another type of death, which is basically getting our ass handed to us by justice. Because when justice has to get involved full force, it's game over. Because justice doesn't hold back. That's just how it is. It's like, okay, I gave you time. You didn't, I gave you an opportunity. You didn't listen. Nothing's changing. So, okay, cool. Drop the hammer. Time to go. And justice serves justice, right? So, anyways, to answer your question, no, I don't see, based on this energy, I don't see Jonathan P. reaching out to you or communicating with you. And even if the 1% chance that he does, there's a 1% chance. Here's the 1%. Justice. Second chances. Justice is famous for being a second chance card. The 1% chance that he does reach out, the odds of that being relevant, the odds of that becoming anything substantial, the odds of this, like, that meaning anything that's good or positive, is also like a 1% chance. So you have a 1% chance that he will reach out, and if he reaches out, you have another 1% chance that anything good will come from it. Based on this, like there's nothing here that I'm like, wow. Like even if I wanted to fake it and pretend that there was something positive, there's nothing that I can even bullshit you and say like, oh, well, this is positive. Oh, well, hold on. This over here, it's 50-50. Like, there's nothing here on the table that I can look at and go, well, that's positive. That's positive. That's positive. Like, the only thing that's even remotely positive is not even a given. It's a maybe. It's this ascension card. Because this is the card this is what needs to happen for this to ever become positive. And it's completely contingent and based on taking responsibility and essentially listening to your highest truth and then taking action and following through. But there's all these other things that are in the way of that happening, right? You have somebody who's completely stuck in the matrix. It's going to take time to get out of the matrix, because the fact that they're in the matrix is what's keeping them in prison. And right now, they don't have time for it. This not now card is like, I don't have time for this shit. In other words, like I said, this person's not focused on it. It's not a priority. It's not something this person values. It's not something they care about. It's neither here nor there, right? It feels just like a very self-absorbed and deceitful situation. Like the fact that there's this much secrets and there's other people involved and there's a 7 of Swords, there's these 3 kings down here, the fact that the justice energy even has to be involved, there's been dishonesty here. There's been trust issues. It's a shit show, essentially. If I had to label this, that's what I'm labeling. This is a shit show. Whatever this situation is, it's a shit show. I don't see anything positive here right now. I wish I like literally I'm thinking, like I'm really thinking, like where could I pull any positive, like if I was really trying, like where could I even start pulling something positive out of this? And this is the only card, the Ascension card. If there was a spiritual leveling up, spiritual awakening, getting out of the bullshit, getting out of the drama and all this other stuff, then yes, there is an opportunity for something greater to occur, which goes back to this calling card. This calling card is in reverse, right? Which is you're not listening, you're avoiding the higher purpose of what this could be, right? The potential. There is a potential on a higher level of existing, on a different timeline, if we wouldn't use that word, right? Like this is the timeline you're on. But in a different timeline, there is like the relationship that could have been. The potential for a different relationship where there is trust, there is a purpose, there is meaning. You're both on a spiritual path, doing spiritual things that are beneficial and empowering for each other, but also for those around you. But not with this card in reverse. It's being completely ignored, completely denied. The potential for what this could be is non-existent right now. But there is, or was, the possibility. It's there, like in the realm of what's possible. It's there, and maybe you picked up on that. Maybe your soul picked up on that. You maybe met this person, and your soul is, I think you and I have the potential where we could do some really amazing shit together. And maybe your soul picked up on that, but that's not the timeline or the path that was chosen here. It was very far from it. So, a lot of changes, a lot of different things would have to happen in order for this to turn into something even remotely beneficial or even healthy, in my opinion, based on what I see here. I don't see... I can't agree with I don't know with the other readers, anything can change. You could get a reading tomorrow. We could do the same reading, hours from now. And this could be totally different. That's how fast things can change. One choice, one decision can change an entire reading, because that's how cause and effect works. But right here, right now, based on whatever the decisions that have been made, this is what it is currently. 5 minutes from now, 5 hours from now, 5 days from now, I don't know. Could be totally different. People change. People make different choices. you know, with the high priestess, going back to that analogy, high priestess talking in your ear, trying to get you to make, you know, better decisions. Maybe he wakes up tomorrow and he's like, he listens. Maybe he wakes up tomorrow and listens. He's like, hey, you know what? I just feel different. I feel like I need to fix this. I feel like I need to come forward. I feel like I need to admit things. I feel like I need to apologize. I feel like I need to choose a different path in my life. Like, it's possible. Is it likely? I don't know. I don't know the guy. Is it possible? I mean, anything's possible, you know, but right now that's not happening. So, you know, we can drift out into the woulda, shoulda, couldas, the what ifs and all that, but it's not beneficial. It's not helpful because we don't know. We really don't know what people do or what they're going to do. You know, this is what it is right now. So, you know, again, I don't know what the other readings have said. Those readings could have applied at that moment in time. Right now, I have to say no. I do not see him contacting you. And if the 1% chance that he does, it's not gonna go anywhere. It's not gonna become anything. There's too much. There's too much shit. There's too much drama. There's too much trust. There's too many secrets. There's too many other things that have already doomed this relationship to fail. That's why the death card is here. And justice. These two cards alone. Let's take judgment and set it aside. These two cards here by themselves is ensuring that this is not going to go anywhere. Justice is like, this isn't going anywhere, and death's like, no, it's not going anywhere. These two cards are not going to allow this energy to move forward. Like, it's for as far as these two energies are concerned, it's like, no, we've already given a sentence to this relationship, right? Justice is the judge, death is the enforcer of the sentence, or we could call it the executioner. Justice gave you the sentence that says, hey, I am casting judgment on, I'm sentencing this relationship to its end. It's over for now. Death's like, okay, cool. I'm going to come in and I'm going to execute it. I'm going to end this relationship for now. Essentially, you could look at it like that in a metaphorical kind of way. And then the high priestess is over here going, well, she's kind of like the nurse. She's kind of like, well, I'll try to help these two people out the best that I can. I don't know if they'll listen. And the judgment card is kind of like the doctor. The nurse is like, I'm going to try and talk sense into them. And the judgment card is like, well, tell them this is what they need to do. The judgment card is basically telling the high priestess to go tell them what they need to do to get better. And if they listen to the high priestess, then essentially they've listened to justice. I mean, not justice, but the judgment card. And maybe things can be healed and maybe things they can come back to life. That's what this is about, resurrection. You listen, you obey, you do what you need to do, and then there's opportunity for a resurrection. But not in this condition. It's not happening like this. It's not happening like this. Unfortunately. So let's see. Let's see if he'll wake up have a proper conversation with me. I'll let him heal, but I honestly need to know if he reaches out and says I'm healing, give me time, then sure. Thank you for the insight. He brought all the shit. I fixed my side. No, he said I need space. He said you love me. He said you loved me too much, so I need space. So I was like, all right, but take all the space. I told him he lost me. Then he was like, what? Where are you going? To be honest, he has to come to me properly and show me proof before I accept him. He has to do a full 180. Well, that I agree with. Yeah, I mean, the whole situation has to be a 180. whatever this situation has been up till now is a shit show. You know, it's a complete shit show. Unfortunately, there was potential, but potential doesn't mean shit. Unfortunately, unrecognized or unrealized potential doesn't mean shit. And unfortunate for me, I had to learn my lesson the hard way, because romantically, I would invest in relationships with women who I saw lots of potential with, but similarly, they would not. It's like it never mattered how much potential I saw. They never saw the same potential. They didn't share that, right? So you can see, some people have that gift. Some people who are visionaries, you can see what's possible, right? You can see yourself in this person. Man, wow, it can be like this, it can be like that. You can see the whole thing clear as day in your mind. And it doesn't make sense to you why that person wouldn't choose that. Well, but that's based on our perception, because they don't have that gift. They can't see it the way that we see it. They're not looking at it going, I see the same potential you see, right? Most of the time they don't. Most of the time those people are completely unaware of their potential, much less living it or experiencing it or even trying. So it becomes a huge letdown for those of us who saw the potential and invested in that person thinking that they were going to become the potential, only to find out that they never even scratched the surface. And so I had to learn the hard way that it's like, look, you got to stop that. You got to stop pursuing people based on potential, and you have to see them for who they are in reality. Like, who they are right now is who they are. They may never become anything different than the person they are. So you have to believe who they are, not what you think they can become. And that was hard. That was hard for me, because it took me several heartbreaks and betrayals to figure that shit out. Because I just kept believing, I just believed the best of people, believed in the best of people. I believed the best in people. And it's not that I had to stop believing in the best in people, but I had to stop trying to emotionally invest or get emotionally invested with people that was just based on potential. That's what I had to stop doing. To say, hey, you know what? If this person is really the potential that I see, then they'll prove it to me, which is just like what you said. They will have to prove it to me. It's not me believing that you can become it one day. It's like, you are either that or you're not. And if that's not who you are right now, then it doesn't matter whether you can become it one day or not. You're not it right now. I hope you become it one day, but I'm not going to get caught up and tied up with you, sitting here waiting and hoping that one day you will. Because in my experience, usually they don't. Usually those people don't ever become that. And you waiting around and hoping that they do, you just end up fooling yourself. And so then it's even more hard when the harsh reality sets in and they break up or it doesn't work out, and then you feel retarded, you feel like a fool because you ever believed in it to begin with, right? So it's kind of like the double whammy. You're dealing with the breakup, but then you're also dealing with kind of beating yourself up for ever believing it to begin with. You feel dumb, right? Like, man, I'm so stupid. I did it again. I believed false hopes, false beliefs in this person, believed in their potential, and they let me down. It's like, well, yeah, but, when are you going to learn to stop doing that? You got to stop getting your hopes up over potential and let people prove to you that they're either who they claim to be or not. It just took me a while to figure it out. But, I got that shit figured out now. It's a hard lesson, but I got it figured out. That's what 100%. 100%. Yeah. That's what you got to do. You just got to focus on you. And if he comes forward and he's changed and he can prove to you that he's changed, then, I would say you could revisit it at that point. I certainly wouldn't jump into anything, but, just like, all right, you said you've changed. Well, show me. I'm open to that. Show me you've changed. And let them show you. And it'll either be real or it won't be. All right. So Adna, you're still here, I believe, right? I think you are. 620. My eyeballs are about to melt. That's a good thing, though. 724.97. 3/7/2003. Left me. I sense he's listening to other people. So what is he thinking? Will he ever be back? Does he love me? I'm so hurt. Okay. Let's start with how Amber feels about it. How does Amber feel? That one sort of slipped out. I'm going to I'll just set it aside here. I mean, it didn't fly out, but I'm going to sort of kind of acknowledge it. So yeah, there's been some conflict with you guys. Looks like he's focused on building. There could have been another person involved. So this female energy could be you, could be somebody else. There could have been somebody else involved. I'll have to double check that and see. So we have the Zodiac here. So he's basically going through something with his, he's going through something with his transit, his astrology. So whatever his timing is, he's being affected right now by his whatever's going on astrologically. It's affecting him. So whatever that is, I don't know. We would have to have his chart to see what that could be. But there's something here that he's going through. And it's part of the astrology that's affecting him, the energy of whatever's going on right now and his chart. So that's that. Yeah, there's been a lot of conflict here. Now, I don't know if this is just conflict between you and him, or if this is conflict also between you, him, and somebody else, or somebody else who he has conflict with in regards to you. I'm not sure. This female energy, I'm not sure about. I don't know if this is you or somebody else. But he definitely seems like he's focused on maybe work or something else right now. Something else that he's working on here with this building energy. Usually it's like work, school, job, or some other thing. In most cases. Let's check this woman card here, the female. Let's see who this woman is. Why is she here? I well, I mean, it could be somebody else. I mean, we've got the Three of Cups and the Seven of Cups and Temperance. So there's Sagittarius energy here. So I don't know if you're a Sagittarius or he's dealing with a Sagittarius, but there's definitely other energies here. We got the Sun at the bottom of the deck, which is Leo energy. So there's a lot of fire energy here. Yeah, the Seven of Cups is having options, lots of options available. Kind of have to do with confusion, not knowing what you want. But typically, in this regard, it has to do with having more than one option available. Then you add the Three of Cups into the equation. Now it's like, yeah, it's like somebody who's, casually exploring their options here. Like there's multiple people involved here. So it's kind of hard to dismiss the likelihood that this female is somebody else. It's another option that he could be exploring. Again, it could be a Sagittarius, it could be a Leo, I don't know. But there's this thing here with Temperance. It's interesting. I don't normally get the type of energy from the Temperance card in this way, but it's like I feel like whatever the conflict is, again, whether it's with you or whether it's not with you, there's whatever this conflict is that's attached to him. He's looking for peace. Like he's trying to find peace in a situation here. Like he's looking for a sense of peace and harmony. The Seven of Cups energy, besides the options part of that energy, there's a lot of confusion right now. So he's like he doesn't really know what it is he wants right now. He's very confused, a lot of confusion. He's got mixed feelings, mixed emotions, and there is a sense of like, how do I say this? There's a sense of him feeling like he needs to like make the right choice. Like he doesn't want to pick the wrong thing. It could be the fear of missing out, like, oh my God, what if I pick this and instead I really wanted that? I mean, that's a possibility. Or it could just be a fear of like, this is a really important decision for me, so I want to make sure I make the right decision the first time. But there's some type of energy coming off of this card about that, about the fear of not making the best decision or the best choice. But definitely some type of casual thing here. With the Three of Cups and the Seven of Cups. And it's tied, it's tied to this female energy. Now, if you are this female energy, then he could be confused about how he feels about you, and he's trying to get clarity about it, the sun energy, but he's taking his time. It's possible. I'm going to try to triple clarify if this is you or not. And that will basically tell me which side of this coin this female aspect is playing on. So who is this? Who is this female? Okay, so we have the Hangman, which is Pisces energy. Didn't you say you were Pisces? Uh, 3-7. Yeah, so you're a Pisces. So this, yeah, okay. So that would be you. All right, so this could be definitely, because this is Pisces energy. So there's a you guys are overlapping. Your energies are overlapping here. What do I mean by that? This is your energy and his energy. That's why this is confusing me. So, on the one hand, this is him. I feel like this is him trying to figure out how he feels, what he wants, and all of that. Keeping his options open potentially. On the other hand, on your side of the coin, this is you feeling confused. This is you wanting to bring peace to the situation. This is you wanting to reunite with him. So it's you're and his energy are like right on top of each other. That's why this whole thing was like really confusing me, because nothing was consistent. And what you learn as a reader is when energy feels all over the place, you need to stop and try to understand why. Like, a clear reading is consistent energy, meaning the cards that come out are feedbacking, they're making sense to you. The picture gets more clear. If when the cards come out, the picture gets more confusing, it either means, you're dealing with a really, 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 really complicated, messy situation where you have a shit ton of energies involved. Or in this case, because you're dealing with, the cards are trying to communicate multiple things through the same energies, right? Like, so and it's hard. Like, this is where you just really have to do this kind of stuff a lot to catch on to these subtle little differences. Because, you know, when the cards come out, they're answering the question, but they're answering it from everyone's point of view, even though I didn't ask that. Right? Sometimes it's just how it is. So you just have to understand, like, okay, because on the one hand, I intuitively knew it's like, this doesn't make any sense, but it makes perfect sense now, because it's not just him, it's him and you. But it's also 6:30 a.m. in the morning, and I've been doing this all night, so, you know, my brain's a little fried now, but it's okay. We're going to get through this. So, I do believe he, as at the very least, he's keeping how do I say this? I don't know that he's seeing anyone else. Like, I don't get that energy. I don't think that he's actually, like, dating another person or he's seeing another woman. I don't get an energy that he's, like, cheating per se. I don't get that. I feel that he's just keeping his options open. And by that, I don't think that he has made the decision and he's chosen you. I don't think that he's like, okay, I want her and only her. I choose her. It's me and her. I know that I know. I've made up my mind. I've made up my decision. Right? Like, I don't think he's there. I think he's confused about that part. He doesn't know that he knows that he's going to choose you. But I don't think that he is entertaining anyone else right now. I don't feel that. So I don't think he's seeing anybody else or dating anybody else. But I think that he hasn't, like he's not completely shut off from that, right? Like, he's just kind of leaving the options open right now. He hasn't made any decision about, you know, I'm going to be with this person forever or whatever. Your side, on your side, this is you hoping to reconcile. There's a lot of confusion here on your part with the Seven of Cups. Temperance is wanting to reconcile, wanting to make things right. This is you feeling like he's probably your soulmate. The Three of Cups is wanting to reunite with him. The Sun card is, you know, basically, you know, your desire, essentially, like, you know, you're happy with him. You know, he makes you happy. You feel content with him. On his side, the Sun card is he doesn't know. You know, he has not reached the level of enlightenment, I guess. He hasn't, you know, he doesn't feel like he has enough information or knowledge or whatever it is that he's confused about. He doesn't feel like he's received that. The Sun is like needing to be enlightened. It's needing to be illuminated, right? So I wanted to know more about the female, so I pulled these other cards here. And this is what helped me understand that this was not just him, this was also you. Because obviously the Hangman is your energy, the Pisces energy. So these are the cards that came out in this order. So we have the Eight of Swords here. So this is feeling stuck right now. This is not a good place to be in. This is overthinking things, not letting go of things. It's tied to the conflict energy, right? Like, you're making things worse by overthinking. You're making things worse by letting your brain take over, letting the story go out of control, you know, assuming the worst possible case situations and scenarios, assuming the worst, basically, pessimistically assuming the worst. That's what the Eight of Swords is. And what this is doing, it's putting you in this Hangman energy where you feel stuck, you feel trapped, you feel like there's no good options, there's nothing you can do, you're just stuck, right? It's like your whole life is being put on hold. Everything is like being sucked into this vortex of stuckness now, which is not where you want to be. And then the Knight of Swords is saying that you're basically, your brain is running the show. Like, it's quick thinking. It's just someone whose thoughts just don't stop. Thinking, fast thinking. And I feel like it's overthinking about the Six of Pentacles. And which goes back to, really stressing out and worrying that maybe he's found somebody else. Maybe he's giving to somebody else, right? Like this Six of Pentacles is essentially the fear that he's what's the word I'm thinking of? He's entertaining another person is what I'm trying to say. There's a fear that he's entertaining somebody else here. And that's kind of where the Magician card lands here at the bottom of the deck here. That there's some type of manipulation, going on here. Because, the Magician casts illusions. They can be, they can be nice and to your face, but it's sleight of hand. It's trickster energy, right? Let me show you this magic trick. I'll make you believe one thing, but really there's this other thing going on. So I feel that there's a lot of concern on your part here, a lot of worry about what he's doing, who he's talking to, assuming the worst, all this kind of stuff, right? And so down here, just for clarity about where things were, I pulled these cards. And so this one we have free yourself. This card says free yourself. It's time to take back control of your life. Yeah, so Spirit's basically saying like, hey, right now, you have put yourself in the worst possible position by disempowering yourself. Eight of Swords, Hangman energy. The more you give into this fear, overthinking things, assuming the worst possible case scenario, you're just like basically it's like creating a self-fulfilling prophecy, because the Magician energy is still here, right? The more you fuel that reality, the more likely it is to become the reality, because that's what we do. We create our own realities. So you're feeding, you're creating this reality and fueling it with all this energy. And so basically what you're telling the universe is, I want this to be my reality, even though that's not what you really want, but that's what you want energetically, because the universe isn't listening to your thoughts going, oh, she doesn't want this. The universe responds to energy. Energy is the language of the universe. And so the more you're over here going, well, I'm worried that he's cheating. I'm worried that he's going to choose somebody else. I'm worried that worst case scenario, all that energy is going out. And it's like, that's what you're sending out. It's like your Amazon order. It's like, well, I want him to find somebody else. I want him to be with another woman. That's the energy you're sending out in fear. And that's why this card is here. It's saying you got to free yourself from this. You got to take your power back. You got to take control back of your life. You got to draw a line in the sand. You got to put time out and go, wait. I cannot lose myself in a man. It doesn't matter how much you love him. It doesn't matter the future you saw with him. It doesn't matter how you feel. You cannot lose yourself in a man. You can't lose yourself in this guy. You're losing yourself in this dude. And the minute that you give your power away at that level, you're screwed. Because now you're identifying with him. There's no more you, it's just him. My whole existence is him. And without him, I cease to exist, because I'm giving my power away to him. I'm becoming him. I'm identifying with him at such an intense, insane level, right? That it's disempowering me. It's unhealthy. That's why this taking your control back card is here. Now it's interesting. Or it says it says free yourself, but on the card it says it's time to take back control of your life, right? Which is interesting, because the next card that we have is let go of control issues. Allow this situation to unfold naturally. So yeah, all this worrying that you're doing about this isn't going to change. That's what this card is saying. You have to let go of the control issues, right? That's why you feel stuck, is because you want to be in control of it by changing things. You want certain things to happen that aren't happening right now, right? It's like, in a way, it's kind of like wanting to play God, right? Like, I'm not getting what I want. It's not happening. It's this. It's like, and all that is doing is creating a vortex of energy that is essentially, fueling a reality that you don't want to experience. You don't want this guy. If you love this guy, you want this guy, then surely you don't want him to end up with somebody else. You want him to end up with you. Well, the only way for you to ensure that he's more likely to end up with you and not somebody else is for you to stop projecting your fear that he's going to end up with somebody else into the universe. That's essentially what this card is saying. That's why it says at the bottom, it says, allow this situation to unfold naturally, right? And that's essentially a positive. That's a positive thing. It's telling you, hey, this situation is working itself out. It can work itself out in a favorable way, but it's not going to work out in a favorable way by overthinking it, by stressing yourself out, worrying, assuming the worst, all this. Well, how do I know that? Why should I be positive? Because here at the bottom of the deck, we have true love. There it is. Right? It's right there at the bottom of this deck. This is the romance of a lifetime. That's what this says. He's just not on the same page with you right now. And that's okay. Doesn't mean that he won't be. But right this very hot minute, he's not on the same page with you. Because he has to figure some things out for himself. And if he feels pressured, the pressure is on him by you, to get on board with where you're at. It's just going to make him back away even more because he's not going to respond to that pressure. So pressuring him isn't going to get him to behave the way you want. And overthinking it, worrying about it, and, putting yourself through all this unnecessary turmoil isn't going to change anything either. Right? At the bottom, now this last card we have, it says express your love. Go ahead and make the romantic gesture. So again, this is kind of tied to the card at the bottom of the deck that we had over here, which was true love. But it's also indicating, it's like when you've done all you can do, then it's time to it's time to put things in the hands of the divine. Like, the best thing to do, which I feel you've probably already done, but it's just simply like, hey, you know what? All I can do is let this guy know that, hey, I care about you. I love you. I want you to be happy. And, I'm here when you want to talk. When you take the pressure off of the situation and you find peace and you're just calm and you're chill, just like, hey, I'm just going to go focus on me and let the divine do its thing, then he's going to pick up on it. He's going to realize, like, I'm not being pressured anymore. I don't feel like, she's on my back or this, that, and the other. And it also gives him, it's going to give him an opportunity to get curious about what's happened, what's changed with you, right? He's going to wait, she's different, she's changed. And that's going to make him get curious, right? And that's why people, most of the time, when people come back, all the people like who have the readings about their ex coming back and all that kind of stuff, there's a reason why people come back. There's a reason why people don't come back, right? Well, for the people that do come back, the number one reason that they come back is because they got curious about why they feel that you've changed. And they're not always even aware of that hint or that sensation. They just, something it's just this unconscious or subconscious feeling that they have. It's like, man, like they'll be doing their own thing and then you'll pop into their mind out of nowhere. Like you haven't talked in a while, there's been no contact or whatever, and all of a sudden you just pop into their mind. And it's like this sensation or this impulse that they have that they can't shake. It's like, man, I really just can't stop thinking about them today. Haven't talked to them in a while. So they get curious. Maybe start stalking you online. Maybe start checking your Facebook page. Trying to, whatever they have access to, they start wondering, well, what are they up to? What are they doing? Right? They get curious, and that's good. That works in your favor. And the more focused you are on you, and you taking your power back, and the less that you're focused on him right now, which is counterintuitive. I know it seems counterintuitive. It seems like the more that you worry and focus and obsess over the person, then the more that they're going to come back to you. But that's not how it works. It's the opposite. The more you focus on him right now, the further you're pushing him away. The more you focus on you, you take your power back. It's like a magnet, right? That person's going to get curious about you. He's going to know, well, why does she change? What happened? And then he's going to come back, and then he's going to test you. He's going to be like, what's going on here? Because he's going to be waiting for the old you to show up. The control, the pressure, whatever it was, right? That's what he's going to be waiting. But if you've done the work and you've gotten chill within yourself and you got good, then you're going to catch him off guard and be like, wow, you're a different person. And that's going to be what attracts him, right? That's how this stuff works in the world of relationships. When it comes to your ex coming back and all this kind of stuff, right? This is really what's happening behind the scenes. Is you become a person that is so different than the person that they knew, that when they come back, because they get curious about you, you catch them completely off guard. They're like, who the hell are you? You're not the same person anymore. Like, thanks. I know. Really been working hard on myself. Right? And now they're like, man, well, I want to be with you. Like, you're this new person. Right? And that's the place you want to be. You want to be in a position where you have your power. And the more your power you have, the more the power is that you get. It's not, but you got to be careful with that too. Because just because you get a lot of power, if you abuse that power, it'll backfire on you. So, that's always to be taken into consideration. With great power comes great responsibility. But if you use your power in a good way, then it'll work out positively for you. So I'm going to get 2 of these, and then I'm going to get this other one over here to see kind of where this is going to go. What you need to do and what to expect, kind of. Beyond the things that I've already said. I mean, the advice really here is you got to stop overthinking, and you need to, back way off and get out of your head. That's really the main energy here. Getting out of your head, getting out of your own way. Stop being pessimistic. Stop overthinking things, and just let the divine deal with him right now. Because all the worrying that you're doing isn't going to make him come back. It's going to have the opposite effect. Okay, so we have surrender the habit of people pleasing. They just came out. I'll read to you what that card says. Give me one more. Or, well, shit. That's way too many. Can't even hold the damn card anymore. I can't hold them. All right, give me one more. No. That's like the second time it wants to give you all these cards. Ay, ay, ay. It's like throwing out all these cards. All right. So the first one we have surrender to people pleasing. It says, speak your needs and be true to yourself. Focus on your own happiness instead of always trying to make everyone else happy. Yeah, everything I was saying. You need to be focused on you and not focused on him, because the more you're focused on him and what you're not getting, what he's not doing, and all that, all the craziness is putting you in this 8 of Swords energy, which isn't gonna. It's not gonna help you with anything. Okay, surrender to setting limits. This is like you having boundaries. It is healthy to set boundaries in relationships. Practicing expressing your needs, and remember that no is a complete sentence. Yeah, because if you don't have boundaries and you're people pleasing, then you'll never be respected, right? And a man doesn't want a pushover. A man doesn't want somebody who doesn't have, he can't respect, right? And so you need to be able to display to him that you're not a pushover. You need to display to him that you're not obsessed with him. You need to display to him that you are your own person, that you have your own life, you have your own needs, you have your own desires, and that you're not going to be obsessed with him, right? Like, that's a turnoff. Like, no guy's going to be like, I want somebody who's obsessed with me. I mean, it sounds like a little ego boost on the front side, where it's like, oh man, this person's so into me. I mean, that's kind of cute for like 5 minutes, but then it gets old really fast, because it feels like pressure, because the guy's like, my God, like, I can't be all these things for this woman. I can't be her friend, her best friend, her lover, her mom, her dad, or that. Like, it's just, it feels like you're being smothered, right? And no guy wants that. Surrender defensiveness. Defensiveness is a sign of weakness. To communicate in a more empowered way, stay centered and hear someone out. Then offer a clear, non-defensive answer. Yes, so this is about you being in your power, protecting your peace, not entertaining conflicts, not getting into fights, not giving in, not throwing fits when things aren't going your way, and all this. Like, because again, the more crazy that you act, then the more he's going to run, because he's going to be like, this is insanity. Like, the minute something starts to happen, shit hits the fan, and then he's like, I can't handle this, right? Like, you have to be diplomatic. You have to choose your battles, set boundaries, choose your battles, speak clearly, and not entertain conflict. Surrender your desire to control people. This is the third time this has come out. You've had control come out twice, and now you have this for the third time. Being over controlling can sabotage relationships. To more effectively achieve your goals, back off, regroup, and give the situation some breathing room. Yeah, it's what I was saying. A guy that feels smothered is going to be turned off because he can't be your everything, right? And I understand. So you're definitely probably an anxious attachment style. I don't know if you're familiar with attachment styles, but definitely go research anxious attachment style, because that's what this is. Like, you're an ancient. He's like an avoidant. He's the runner. Like, things get too intense, he bails. But when he bails, it triggers you because you're anxious, and so you want to chase, right? Like, it's two different responses to emotion, right? You feel when things feel out of control, you want control, and you think that you can get control by your anxiety. It's like, oh my God, it's out of control, I got to get under control, right? Freaking out. He's the opposite. He's like, I got to get away from this. This is driving me crazy. This is insanity, right? This is why the relationship is not working out. He's anxious. You're anxious. He's avoidant. So, and no amount of control is going to change that, by the way. Like, he's not going to change that. Most people that are avoidants, just like most people are anxious, most of those people don't change their attachment style. You just have to try to figure out how to deal with it. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying it takes serious effort and serious work, which very few people, unfortunately, put effort into. So, so there's that for more advice. And then let's just a couple of final outcome cards here. Final advice about this. For your highest good. Okay. So we have the not for you card. So what that is saying is that right now, the way that this situation is in its current state, it's not, this relationship is not, it's like red light. The universe is saying, hey, time out, stop sign, you do not pass go, you do not collect $200. Right now, you're not in a good place for anything good to happen. You're not in a good place to have a healthy relationship. He's not in a good place to have a healthy relationship. Neither one of you are in a good place right now to create a healthy relationship together. If you and him were to try to work this out right now, you guys were trying to force, not work this out, but force this to happen, you guys would kill each other. This conflict card, this conflict energy up here, that's what this is saying. You and him would have a toxic relationship and you guys would kill each other. Maybe not literally, but like it would be a toxic relationship. You would be miserable. He would be miserable and you would be miserable, right? It would be a trauma bond, basically. That's what the not for you card is saying, essentially. It's not saying that you can never be with him. It's not saying that you have to give up on it, but it's saying you need to let go right now. You need to let go and focus on yourself. Not focus on him. Not let your anxiety drive you batshit crazy, right? The next card is no place like home. This is the universe saying you need to get comfortable in your own skin. You need to find that peace that you're looking for outside of yourself, within yourself. Where is home? Home is where you hang the heart. Where is your heart? Your heart's here within you, right? You have to learn to find peace within you and stop relying on other people to give you validation, love, security, peace, and all these other things. Those things are in addition to who you are apart from those things. No matter who it is, whether it's this guy, whether it's another guy, whether it doesn't matter. The universe is saying you have to learn to find peace within you. And when you're finally happy and at home within you, none of this kind of shit will ever bother you again. You'll never freak out about a guy again. You'll never be anxious again. This will never happen to you ever again. This type of situation will never happen to you ever again. And that's the most empowering place you can be. And that's the goal you should have. It's like, I will never allow myself to be in a position where I can feel this way ever again. I will never give my power away. I'll never let somebody else have this level of effect on me. Any of that. I'm going to find me. I'm going to figure myself out. And I'm going to find peace and harmony with me. I'm going to learn to love myself. I'm going to learn to let go. And I'm going to learn to trust the universe to bring the things into my life that are my highest good, as long as I'm willing to be responsible and participate in that, right? It's not like the universe is just a sugar daddy or a genie. You rub the lamp and you get what you want, but rather it's like, hey, I'm here to participate. Like, I'm going to do my part, but I'm also going to believe and trust that the universe is going to do their part. And I'm going to trust and believe that the universe is never going to give me something that I don't deserve or that's not good for me, even if I think that I want it, right? And unfortunately, that's difficult because a lot of us want things that aren't healthy for us. It's like, I want that thing. It's like, it's toxic. I want that rattlesnake. What's a rattlesnake? It'll bite you and you'll die. I don't care. I want the fucking rattlesnake. It's like, no, you don't want the rattlesnake. It's like, you can't, no matter how much you beg the universe to give you a rattlesnake, it's not going to give you a rattlesnake. Like, there's a famous verse in the Bible, right? where Jesus talks about which of you, when you ask God for a loaf of bread, is going to give you a rock, or if you ask for a fish, God's going to give you a snake, right? It's the same idea, right? It's like you can't ask for something and God's going to give you a toxic thing instead, right? Or whatever you believe. If you don't have to believe whatever you believe your higher power is. The universe, God's source of the universe, isn't going to give you a rattlesnake or some cheater, some liar, or this whatever. Like when you're like, I want love. I want someone who's loyal, who loves me, who's committed to me, who believes in me, and adds value to my life. Doesn't make me go batshit crazy, right? That's not helpful. So, you know, a lot of times we want things and we desire things that aren't healthy for us, and the universe, like, I'm not going to give that to you. But just like you're not going to give a 3-year-old a loaded shotgun, right? There's no a 3-year-old child has no business having a loaded weapon. They don't have the level of responsibility to handle that something that could in someone's life. It's just irresponsible. A lot of times we ask for things that we can't handle, but the universe doesn't give us those things. Not because the universe is an asshole, but because the universe actually cares about our highest good. So anyways, that's what the no place like home energy is telling you. It's time for you to come home to yourself, find fulfillment within you, find peace within you, and stop looking for happiness and joy and love and acceptance outside of you. You have to find all that within you and not looking for it in another man. It doesn't mean that a man can't be an addition to the love and happiness and peace that you already have created for yourself. Of course they can, right? But codependent relationships are created from people who don't do that. You are codependent upon somebody else for things that you think that you need because you don't believe that you can provide these things for you. You don't feel capable of making yourself happy. So you need somebody else to help you be happy, right? That's what codependency comes from. Yeah, so you have the happy card, but it came out in reverse, right? So it's saying, the universe is saying, look, I know that you're not happy right now. I know you're not happy right now. I know that you're stuck in this 8 of Swords anxiety stuff. But the happy card is just like the Sun card. Even if the Sun card, which is the happiest card in tarot, even when the Sun card is in reverse, it's still a good card. It's still a positive energy. The same thing with this happy card. It's still a positive card. It's just saying, hey, you know, things can get really happy and really good and really positive really quick if you just shift your attention. So the problem that you have, one of the major problems here really, or the central core problem, is where's your focus? That's where all this is stemming from. It's the story that you're telling yourself. You have this story about this situation going on in your head, horror story, right? And you keep replaying it again and again and again and again in your mind. So you got to stop that. You got to stop the story that's going on in your head. That's the first thing. Second thing is you got to stop focusing on it, right? Focusing. Where's your focus? You got to shift your focus. You got to take your focus off of it, and you've got to get out of you got to stop the story going on in your head. When you stop doing those two things, this card is going to start turning, and you're going to get your power back. You're going to get your happiness back. You're going to start feeling like yourself again. You're going to start getting clear-headed again. And it's going to put you back into the right frame of energy, the right frame of mind to start working on these other things, right? And when you start working on this, the universe will take care of that. Him. The universe will take care of him. All that will be taken care of. You don't have to worry about that. At the bottom of the deck, you have loyal heart, right? So you have true love at the bottom of this deck, and you have loyal heart on the bottom of this deck. So essentially, you know, the universe is basically saying like, hey, don't make things worse because right, the situation is recoverable. It's resolvable. It's fixable. Like this situation isn't so far gone that it can't be fixed or that things can't change. It hasn't got that bad yet. Now, it was headed in that direction. I can clearly see that. So, thankfully, this guy did you a favor. When he took a step back, he basically saved this. He saved any chance that there's a future even possible between you. So, good for him for backing out of it so that things at least wouldn't get worse. All right? And I'm not saying that he didn't do things, okay? I'm not picking a side. I'm not saying that he wasn't doing things. I'm sure there's always, no matter how thin you slice it, there's always two sides, okay? So it's not about blaming somebody here. But it's just important to know that this situation, it's not a catastrophe. So if you have a desire to potentially see this turn out in your favor, then you need to focus on the things that we've talked about here. You need to focus on you, not him. All these things. This video will be posted. You're the last person I've done a reading for, so super easy to find where you can come back and rewatch this if you want to. Just scroll all the way to the end of this video and boom, you're the last person. Super easy. So you can come back and you can watch this a few times if you want to, if you need to. But this is the path forward for now. It's not focusing on him. It's not obsessing over him. It's you focusing on yourself, you trusting the universe, and letting things unfold. Like this card says, allow this situation to unfold naturally. Right? Let go of control, which again, repeated message for you. Let go of control, let go of control, let go of control, let go of control. Stop letting your anxiety try to make you do things to force an outcome, because it's just going to backfire on you. So let go of the control. Get back to you. Get back to yourself. Focus on you. And let the universe deal with him. And like I said, he'll get curious. He'll start thinking about you. Man, I haven't heard from her. She's not, she's different. I'm not even talking to her and I know that she's different. What's going on with her? Then he's going to get curious and then he's going to come back. He can be, hunting you up, trying to track you down. And then when he talks to you, he's going to notice, if you've done the work, he'll notice, man, she's different. She talks to me different. Her energy's different. Her vibe is different. She's chill. She's confident. She's, and then all of a sudden he's going to be like, damn, I want that. That's what every man wants, right? A man wants peace. A man wants a woman that brings peace to his life. Every man wants a woman that brings peace to his life. Not trauma, not chaos, not fights, not that shit. And I promise you that when he comes back, if you've done the work, you're going to blow his socks off, because he's going to be like, damn, you're a totally different person. Like, thank you. I appreciate the compliment. Okay. So it's not bad. It's not a bad, by any means, this is not a bad situation or circumstance. Think about it more like it's just on hold, right? Like it's on hold. There's a lot of unknowns here, a lot of variables that are up in the air. But with the right actions being taken, then you can totally create a a totally different result. That's the magician. You have all the power, all the tools, all the resources you need to create a whole new outcome, but it requires you taking your power. And look what's cool under what's awesome. So if I just really quick, I just noticed this. If I look underneath this magician card, we have the Empress. So this is you in your new energy. Here you are, you're the Empress. The Empress is all 4 queens rolled up into one. She's the OG. Like, she's the bomb. Like, the Empress is very rare, actually. And then underneath that, look, you have the Wheel of Fortune, which is like the luckiest energy in the tarot deck, right? So it's showing you a progression here, showing you stepped into your power, you become the Empress because you stepped into your power, and then you get your blessings. The wheel turns in your favor. Luck is on your side. And then if we were to go one more underneath that, you have Judgment, second chances, a renewal, resurrection, second chance opportunities, right? Can't make this shit up. I didn't know those cards were under there until just now. I just looked. I did not know those cards were there. I certainly didn't put them in that order. So now I just have catch up with what you've said in the chat here. Yeah, I know that you're scared, and that's understandable. And that's when we do, that's when the worst of us comes out. We go into fear. So that's completely understandable. You don't, like, you're human. We're all human. We do human things. So even if he's mad now, we are not talking. I shift my energy. Maybe it will change. Yeah, 100% it can change. I feel like he is my lifetime partner. He tells me we're done, but I don't feel like that. Yeah, well, people say things that they don't mean all the time when they're hurt. So I wouldn't pay too much attention to what he said. I've tried everything, but he doesn't want a relationship right now. I was telling him that every day, really, I don't feel like I can write him anymore because he tells me we're done. I think it's good fortune because I'm really not a bad person. No, you're not a bad person. And just because we do things that, like we all, when we go into fear and self-preservation, we all do things that are like the worst part of ourselves. But it doesn't mean that we're bad people. It just means that we're human, right? Like, that's why in spirituality, it's why it's silly to judge people, because we all have things we struggle with. We all get mad. We all have our moments. No one's perfect. Danielle, Danny's like, you need to go to sleep. Don't you go to sleep? She's with us. You're just waking up at 7 o'clock and the sun's coming through my window. Danny's like, oh my God, you're still awake? Thank you so much. No, you don't owe me. You just, the best thing that you could do, Adna, is just promise me that, that you'll take, you'll take the reading serious and that you'll work on yourself. That's the best. That's what I would want from you. The best thing that you can do is go invest in you, right? Put yourself first, take this advice and apply it to your life. That's the best gift you could give me, right? Because it tells me that, you take this serious. Like, you took my time serious. It's like, hey, I sat, sat through the long reading. I listened to what he had to say, and I'm going to go do it. So for me, that's the best thing that I could hope from anyone, is that, you know, I'm not here just being an echo chamber. I'm not just wasting my breath to people like, I don't give a shit. Like, thanks for my reading, but I'm gonna go back to doing the same thing I did before. Then it's kind of like a waste. It's like, what am I doing? I'm wasting my time. Like, if nobody's going to do anything, nobody's going to really change, nobody's going to take this seriously, then what the hell am I doing here? Right? So it means what means the most to me would be to just go and go love yourself and do all the things. And then, follow up with me. Danny, it's been a minute, Danny. You're waking up, getting your coffee ready. I haven't even gone to sleep yet. It's almost 7:30 in the morning. See, the sun's coming through my window. The sun's not even the sun's coming through my window. The sun is out. It's full-blown sunshine out. It's daytime. I'm over here thinking like, oh man, like maybe, the sun will just be coming through. No, it's full-blown daytime. I don't know how many hours I went tonight. I'll know in a minute though. I'll know in a minute. Part of me is like, you know what? Screw it. I'm awake. I just might as well just get an energy drink and go track down a Waffle House and just be dead ass tired. See how long I can go. It'd be like, I don't know what, 12. It'd be like lunchtime, and I'll finally cave in. I'll be like, I'll fall asleep by like lunchtime or something. I don't know. But it's all good. I wouldn't stay up if I didn't want to. But it's worth it. When I'm in, I'm in. Oh man, yeah, I keep forgetting that you're not in the States. Yeah, the one thing, that's one good thing about the Waffle House. It's 24/7, open all the time. Just, it doesn't matter what time of day, 24/7, go to the Waffle House. Like, I'm legitimately considering that right now. I'm like thinking to myself, hey, that actually sounds kind of good. Like, I could go to the Waffle House, dog ass tired. I could get something to eat. I could come home and crash. Yeah, man, that's what Waffle House is like. It's like where all the drunk people go. You've been out partying all night and people are sloshed, they're hungover. It's like 5 o'clock in the morning. Everyone's done partying. You're hungry, hungover. Go sloshing your way into the Waffle House. I have a few awesome Waffle House stories. Back in my band days, we go play shows or go see a show, and then we go hit up the Waffle House afterwards, like 3 o'clock in the morning. And by the time we get home, it'd be like 5 o'clock in the morning. The sun's coming up. And we sit around and shoot the shit for, then it's like 8 o'clock in the morning. I know you. I believe. I know that you will. I know that you will. I just feel it. I know that things are going to change for you. I genuinely, truly feel that today things are going to start changing for you moving forward. Sometimes that's all it takes. Sometimes you just, we just need the right thing at the right time. I know that's how it is for me, how it's been for me. Right? Well, if you haven't already, also don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel so you know when I go live again. And absolutely come back, rewatch the video if you can. It's very, very good advice from Danielle to rewatch it. I actually record all of mine when I get a reading. I have a software that I use to record it. So I've got a whole folder on my computer of all the readings I've ever had. But you can keep in touch with me here. Oops, that's a misspelling. Sorry. Hold on, let me correct that. Let's see if I can type. Here we go. So you can keep in touch with me there. That's the email. It's my email. Send me an update. Stay in touch. Subscribe to the channel, and you'll be notified when I go live again. I should have some other readings posted probably this week. I'm on vacation, so I got time to. I'm going to have time to catch up on doing my offline readings, I should say. So, will I crack my exam this week for this year? You know what? I was actually about to get off on here. I will do a quick pull on that for you. Let's just see. I give you a 3 card. Are you gonna is Mox gonna crack their exam this year? That's an easy question. That's an easy question before I go to Waffle House. Ooh. Well, are you prepared? You got the 10 of Wands here. You got to be ready. There's a lot of stuff you got to cram. There's a lot of shit you got to learn. 10 of Wands is a lots and lots and lots of stuff you got to know to pass. Ooh, 5 of Cups. That's not good. That's okay. I'm gonna say I'm gonna say yes and no. I'm gonna say it's up to you. It's a yes and a no. So it's saying you got a lot of shit you got to learn. And over here, the 2 of Wands in reverse says if you don't cram, you don't learn, you don't put the effort in, then the answer is no. 5 of Cups is a no. However, the Magician here at the bottom of the deck is saying it's up to you. If you study hard, you put the work in, you put the effort in, and you turn this card upright to the upright 2 of Wands, then there's a chance that you very well could pass. Right now, I'm going to say no. Right now, it's like you have a lot to learn, and it doesn't look like that's going too well for you right now. 2 of Wands in reverse. 2 of Wands is like a lack of planning, a lack of strategy, a lack of implementation. Like, it's not doing what you need to do to learn everything you need to learn. And I do feel that it feels like a lot to you right now. The Ten of Wands is also a feeling very overwhelmed and very burdened. Like, like, man, this is so much. I don't know if I can do this. Like it's a pain in your ass. It's a lot to take on. So, is it going to be easy? No, it's not going to be easy. But you can do it. You can do it. The Magician is saying you can pass. It's possible, but you're going to have to work your ass off. You're going to have to work your ass off. Really, 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 really buckle down and, make it a priority. Like, but you also need to stop focusing on the fact that it feels impossible. The Five of Cups is like, man, this just feels impossible. Right? There's so much to learn here. Right? It's like focusing on the negative, right? And being distracted by that. So my advice to you is shift your focus. It's like, okay, I need to figure out a way to chunk this. However I need to do that, and just take it one piece at a time. So like the old saying, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time, right? If that makes sense. All right. Well, I'll do a 3 for you really quick. I've been on here for like, I don't even know how many hours. I have what? Where are we at? I've been on here for 8.5 hours. 8.5 hours. Holy shit. 8.5 hours. Okay, what I was saying is there's an expression about how do you eat an elephant? It's just an expression, right? Something big. How do you consume something so big? One bite at a time. That's what I was saying. That was the last thing that I said. It's just an expression, a phrase, right? It's just a way of saying that, yes, you have all this stuff that you have to learn, but don't focus on all of it, because if you're going to get overwhelmed. But man, there's too much, right? Don't focus on all of it. Focus on just one piece at a time. One piece at a time, right? That's all you got to do. Sure. Smart work. You don't want to do dumb work. I'll tell you that. You definitely don't want to do dumb work. Okay. So, Rena. Vivic feeling for Alicia in no contact situation. Will he approach Alicia? Will Vivic approach Alicia? I'm going to say yes. I think he will approach Alicia, but it may not be right away. It may not be quickly. He's holding back right now. We get the 4 of Pentacles. He's holding back. He's playing it safe. He's not doing anything just yet, but he's working up the courage, working up the strength, working up the courage. And once he works up the courage, then he's going to come forward. The 3 of Cups is celebration. It's reunion. It's coming back. Good times, happy times. And then we have the 3 of Wands. The 3 of Wands is coming towards you, coming forward. They see a future. They want progress. They want things to move forward. So I'm going to say yes, but not quickly. I'm going to say yes, but not quickly. It might, there might be a delay. It might take Vivic some time to come towards Alicia. So if it doesn't happen very soon, yeah, he has feelings. If we go underneath, if we go further down on the bottom of the deck, we have the Magician. So this is, figuring out what he wants. He's going to come forward with a solid offer. He sees you as the Queen of Cups. He might be worried that you're defensive, or this could be him putting in effort, one or the other. And then you have the King of Cups. But there's the good news with the Page of Wands at the bottom of the deck. So you have the King and Queen of Cups. It doesn't get any more love than that. You got the Queen of Love and you got the King of Love. So he has feelings. He has feelings for you. Right now, there's guarded. There's some guardedness here. You got the Four of Pentacles and you have the Seven of Wands. But when that gets resolved, yes, there's an opportunity here for love. He has feelings for you. 100%. There's feelings. All right. What does the Queen of Cups mean? That means there's a lot of emotions. The King and the Queen of Cups have tons and tons of feelings and emotions. So there's a lot of feelings and a lot of emotions there. That's what that means. It's a good thing. He has feelings for you. He has lots of feelings for you. You have feelings for him. He has feelings for you. Cups means emotions. If you go to Google, just look up the meaning. Go to the King and Queen of Cups meaning. It's a good thing. Yeah, I think so. If you care about him, then I would wait for him. If you don't really care, then don't wait. It's up to you, right? If you value him and you want him, then give it time. Well, definitely is. That's not. I would. That's not. Nothing. There's no such thing as definite. People have free will. Right? People have free will. So you can't. Nobody knows somebody else's free will. I see that. Yeah. Yeah. It seems like you did manifest him. I think that he's gonna eventually come towards you, but you need to calm down a little bit though, because if you bring that energy, if you're too much too soon, because right now he's playing safe, he's guarded, right? He's holding back a little bit, so you need to respect that. You need to not be too much too soon, because if you smother him, he may back off even more. Right? So you need to just be patient, Focus on yourself and let him come to you. Just, you don't have to do anything wild. Just keep manifesting, but focus on yourself. And then let him come to you. And I really think that he will. I think you'll probably hear from him within the next 30 days. Could be sooner than that. Might be sooner than that. But, I would say if you give him some room, you give him some space, and you let him come to you, he could come to you within the next 30 days. Also, for those of you that just hopped on, if you don't mind, please like, subscribe, and all the things. It's good to see you guys. Unfortunately, I have been on for 8.5 hours. No lie. Almost 9 hours I've been on doing this. When I started, the sun was going down, and now the sun is full blown. It's the sun is coming. It's come up. So, I am going to sleep. Officially going to sleep. So, for those of you that just hopped on, please subscribe. You'll be notified when I go live again, and I will be happy to do a free reading for you as well. I could be back on when probably this week. I just started vacation, so keep your notifications on. And I will see you guys all hopefully very soon. I appreciate all of you. Rena, I gave you my blessings. You got this. And love and light to all you guys. Love you guys.